Thai Valthu. I now request everyone to stand up for the invocation.
Satyauratam Satyaparam Trisatyam Satyasya yonim nihitam cha satye Satyasya satyam Vrita satyanetram Satyatmakam tvam sharanam prapannaha Vani gunanukathane Sravano kathayam Hastau cha karmasu manastava padayornaha Mrutyam sirastava nivasa jagat praname Drishtistatam Darshanestu bhavattanunam Namo bhagavate tasmai Krishnaya adbhuta karmane Rupanama vibhedena Jagat kridati yoyataha Om Shanti Shanti Shanti
நீராறும் கடலொடுத்த நிலமடந்து எழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டமிழே எக்கணமும் அதிசிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் மிகுந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you. Please be seated. To mark this special occasion, I now invite our esteemed guests to come forward and light the lamp. May this light guide us towards wisdom, success, and harmony.
Thank you. I would now like to call upon Dr. G. Vasanma, Head of the Department of Visual Communication, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everybody. Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, distinguished scholars, and dear participants. It is with immense pride and great enthusiasm that I extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the International Conference on Media and Social Responsibility. Today, we gather here to deliberate one of the most critical aspects of our times, the role of media in shaping society with responsibility and ethics. At the very outset, I express my profound gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, Indian journalist and editorial director, the New Indian Express, and the keynote speaker, Dr. Kristin Rudisill, Professor, Department of Popular Culture, Bowling Green State University, Ohio, whose presence adds a great value to this conference. Your insights and expertise will undoubtedly inspire meaningful discussions and thought-provoking exchanges that will illuminate the new perspectives in the field of media studies. I would like to welcome Professor S. Raghuram from University of Jaffna, who is amidst us today, Dr. Manjula Venkatraghavan, Mr. Venkatraghavan, and Ms. Dr. N.C. Krishnapriya, who have also joined us, and also the other faculty from other colleges who have come here and graced the occasion. I would like to welcome Sri Ashok Kumar Mundraji, Secretary, DG Vaishnav College, the pillar of strength for me and our principal in charge today, Dr. S. Seshadrinathan. I would like to welcome all the resource people for gracing the occasion and for being a part of MSR 2.0. Media in all its forms holds the power to shape opinions, influence perceptions, and drive societal changes. As scholars, professionals, and future leaders, it is our collective responsibility to ensure that media serves as a beacon of truth, integrity, and social good. This conference aims to foster a deep understanding of media's impact and the responsibilities it entails. I encourage all participants to engage actively, exchange ideas, and collaborate in ways that will advance the discourse on ethical media practices. Let this gathering be a platform for innovation, inspiration, and impactful discussions that contribute to a more responsible media landscape. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to each one of you. May this conference be a milestone in our shared journey towards a more ethical and conscientious media environment. Thank you, and wishing you all a fruitful and engaging conference ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mom. Now, we present to you Journey of the Department, an audiovisual representation.
The Department of Visual Communication at Dwarakadas Govardhandas Vaishnav College started small in 2001 with 2 classrooms in the mangrove to a full-fledged studio complete with sound and editing facilities. The department also introduced a photography studio and a green mat facility. Later, in 2009, the as we attained self-governance. Today, the department stands as a pillar of excellence, guided by a clear vision and mission. Our vision is to transform this department into a center of creative media training, infused with global industry perspectives and ethical responsibility. We aim to empower our students to create media that is both impactful and socially conscious. Our mission is simple: to ensure every student is industry ready. We equip them with the knowledge, technical skills, and practical experience to face real-world media challenges, while fostering creativity to excel in today's dynamic media landscape.
Hi, this is Arvind, Assistant Professor, Visual Communication Department.
Hi, this is Soumya El. I'm working as an Assistant Professor for Department of Visual Communication.
Hi, I'm Gayatri Ashok from the Department of Visual Communication.
Hello, this is Nandini, Assistant Professor from the Department of Visual Communication.
Curriculum of Visual Communication. This starts with the basic manual hand drawing, followed by the graphic designing, wherein the students are trained how to draw, what to draw, how to look, followed by the same thing is being drawn with the help of system, that is your computer graphics, wherein the student puts his creativity along with the system's capability and his interest in bringing out the design.
To foster the creativity and the potential of the students, our club Pixelize conducts different kind of events every year. The events are really tremendous. And the first one I would love to share is Iris. Iris is something where the students themselves find their talents, they program, they manage all the events, and all the potential and the efforts are put together into a cultural event called Iris.
The Department of Visual Communication not only equips students with knowledge but ensure they are prepared for the industry. Our curriculum focuses on script writing, screenwriting, digital filmmaking, digital cinematography, photography, and etc. All these mentioned courses are based on the industrial need.
In the Department of Visual Communication, in here we have 2 drawing studios at 8, both for traditional and for graphic design, 2 photography floors for hands-on experience, for lighting and composition. We have linear and non-linear editing speeds, green mat studios, fully equipped audio studio for sound production, and a CG lab with the latest software for design and animation. With these facilities, we aim to foster creativity among students for better media production and to meet the standards of the industry as well.
Hello, hi, நான் மதன் 2005-2008 பேட்ச்ல விஸ்காம் முடிச்சேன் டிஜிவேஷன் பண்ணிட்டேன். அண்ட் அப்போ நான் காலேஜில் வந்து சேரும்போது எடிட்டர் ஆகணும்லாம் வந்து ஐடியா எதுவுமே இல்லை. ஸோ ஒன்ஸ் தேர்ட் இயரில் வந்து நான் ஷார்ட் ஃபிலிம் அண்ட் டாக்குமெண்ட்லாம் எடுக்கும்போது தான் எடிட்டிங் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வருது. அது அப்படியே கரியராக வந்து ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி அப்புறம் காலேஜ் முடிச்சதுக்கப்புறம் அதிலே போய் இப்போ ஃபிலிம் எடிட்டராக வந்து ஆயிடுச்சு. ஸோ என்னோட எடிட்டிங் கரியருக்கு வந்து ஸ்டார்டிங்கே வந்து டிஜிவேஷனல் காலேஜ் தான். ஸோ இங்கே தான் வந்து நான் வந்து அதோட இன்ஸ்பிரேஷனே எனக்கு ஸ்டார்ட் ஆச்சு. டிஜிவேஷனல் விஸ்காம் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் அப்போது எனக்கு நிறையா சார்ஸ் இருந்தாங்க. ஒருத்தர் பேர் நாவல் இல்லை, ஒருத்தர் பேர் நாவல் இருக்குது, சிவமணி சார். அப்புறம் இன்னொருத்தர் டப்பிங் இன்ஜினியர் ஒருத்தர் இருக்கார், அவர் பேர் மறந்து போச்சு. அவங்களாம் வந்து பயங்கரமாக வந்து எனக்கு அந்த டைமில் ஹெல்ப் பண்ணாங்க. ஸோ நிறைய ஷார்ட் ஃபிலிம்ஸ் பண்ணும்போது அந்த டைமில் எடிட் பண்ணும்போது இதை பற்றியான க்யூரியாசிட்டி ரொம்ப அதிகமாச்சு. ஸோ அதை தேடி அப்புறம் ஒன்ஸ் முடிச்சதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு ஆட் ஏஜென்சியில் ஜாயின் பண்ணி நிறைய ஆட்ஸ் எடிட் பண்ணி அங்கேருந்து அப்புறம் ட்ரெய்லர்ஸ் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ஆகி அந்த ஸ்டூடியோலேயே ட்ரெய்லர்ஸ் பண்ணி அப்படியே அங்கேருந்து தான் ஃபிலிமுக்குள்ளே வந்தேன். ஸோ இன்னைக்கு ஒரு மோர் தென் 15 ஃபிலிம்ஸ் பண்ணியாச்சு. ஸோ என்னோட ஸ்டார்டிங் பாயிண்ட் எங்கே அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டிஜிவேஷனல் காலேஜ். தேங்க்யூ.
ஹாய், நான் எடிட்டர் பிரதீப் பி ராகவ். இந்த காலேஜில் தான் வந்து 2009 to 2012 படித்தேன். என்ட்ரு ஆகும்போது வந்து டேரக்டர் ஆகணும்னு நினச்சி தான் வந்தேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் எல்லாம் நடிக்க கூப்பிட்டு ஷார்ட் ஃபிலிம் உங்களுக்கே தெரியும், எடுக்கவே முடியாது, ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். அப்படி எடுத்துகிட்டு இருக்கும்போது ஒருத்தன் வந்து நடிக்க கூப்பிட்டான். சரி நடிச்சிட்டு இருந்தேன். நடிச்சிட்டு இருக்கும்போது அதை எடிட் பண்ணி எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்தாங்க. ஸோ பார்க்கும்போது நல்லா இல்லை, ஏதோ நடிக்கும் போது எடுக்கும் போதெல்லாம் நல்லா இருந்துச்சு. பட் ஆனால் எடிட் பண்ணி அதை எடுத்துகிட்டு வரும்போது நல்லா இல்லை. ஸோ என்ன பிரச்சனைன்னு பார்க்கும்போது எடிட்டிங் தான் பிரச்சனை அப்படின்னு சொல்லி நான் நடிச்சனால நானே வாங்கி எடிட்டிங் கற்றுக்கிட்டு சாஃப்ட்வேர்ஸ்லாம் கற்றுக்கிட்டு நானே எடிட் பண்ணேன். ஸோ அப்போ ஒரு நாள் வந்து அதை ஸ்க்ரீன் பண்ணும்போது எல்லாம் பயங்கரமாக இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. எடிட்டிங்கும் நல்லா இருந்துச்சு, படமும் ஷார்ட் ஃபிலிமும் நல்லா டீசெண்டாக இருந்துச்சுன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஸோ அதுலேருந்து நான் வந்து எல்லாரும் என்னை நடிக்க கூப்பிட்டாங்க. ஸோ நடிச்சுட்டு இருக்கும்போது எல்லாம் நான் நல்லா இருக்கேன்னு நடிச்சிட்டு இருக்கேன்னு நினச்சேன். அப்புறம் பார்த்தா நல்லா எடிட் பண்ணுவேன்னு சொல்லி நடிக்க கூப்பிட்டுருக்காங்க. ஸோ ஒரு 2-3 இயர்ஸ் கழிச்சு ஓகே நமக்கு எடிட்டிங் தான் கரெக்டாக இருக்கும்னு சொல்லி எடிட்டிங் கரியர் சூஸ் பண்ணி இப்போ உங்கள் முன்னாடி எடிட்டராக நிற்கிறேன். தேங்க்யூ.
the visual communication department having a cutting edge technology advanced laboratories for the students community. The intake for this institution for visual communication is emerging in the field of industry, media and other things. That our curriculum are designed by the industry experts so that it can meet the need of the industry.
The Department of Visual Communication is a dynamic field that blends art, design and technology to convey messages effectively. With the rise of digital platforms, visual storytelling has become more powerful than ever. This department equips students with creative and technical skills to produce compelling visuals. Innovation and creativity are at the heart of visual communication. Ultimately, it shapes how we perceive and interact with the world through images and design.
I have been with the department since its inception, and over a span of more than 2 decades, we have not deterred from our vision, and we strive to maintain the same in the same spirit and offer the best to the students who will be coming in the future. As we continue our journey towards excellence, the International Conference on Media and Social Responsibility, a signature event of the department, comes to you to mark the Diamond Jubilee celebrations of Dwarkadas Govardhan Das Vaishnav College.
കുറുക്കു ചുരുത്തവളെ എന്ന കുങ്കുമത്തിൽ
Everywhere I go, dirt and pollution dull my skin.
Skin.
Secretary, Seshadri Nandan sir, and Christian Rudison. Because Raghuram sir.
Thank you for your patience. Now we call upon the dignitaries upon the dais. We call upon Christine Ma'am, Prabhu sir, Secretary sir, and Principal sir upon the dais. I would now like to call upon our faculty, Ms. Nandini Ma'am, to present the concept note for the event.
Honorable guests, esteemed panelists, distinguished speakers, faculties, and all students. Good morning and welcome to the International Conference on Media and Social Responsibility 2.0. It is an honor to gather here today to engage in this most important conversation of our time, as we find ourselves navigating an era where media is not only a reflection of our world but actively shapes public opinion, societal norms, and even policy. It has become more crucial than ever to uphold the highest standards of media ethics, ensure diverse representation, and promote media literacy. In fact, according to a 2023 report by Reuters Institute, nearly 3 out of 5 people across the globe feel that the news they encounter is often biased or misrepresented, leading to a growing distrust in media. Furthermore, the rise of AI tools that can create and disseminate content has raised concerns about ethical implications of automated media production. This conference is a crucial step in addressing these evolving challenges. As media professionals and consumers, we are all tasked with ensuring that information is presented with integrity, accuracy, and fairness. In an increasingly globalized world, the media plays a central role in reflecting the diversity of societies. Yet, studies consistently show that marginalized communities remain underrepresented in mainstream media. Artificial intelligence is reshaping not only how we consume content, but how it is created. From deepfakes to automated news writing, AI is revolutionizing media production at an alarming rate. Panel discussions will explore how AI is transforming journalism, content creation, and media ethics. Experts will also highlight the role of AI can play in curbing misinformation, identifying bias, and fostering more ethical practices in digital content. Over the course of our sessions, we will engage with experts who will guide us through discussions on ethics and standards of media, the importance of diversity and representation, and the profound impact of artificial intelligence on modern media practices. Thank you, and I look forward to a productive and insightful conference.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon Dr. G. Vasant, our head of the department, to felicitate our principal in charge, Dr. S. Seshadri Nandan, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite our principal in charge, Dr. S. Seshadri Naval sir, to give the presentation.
Jai Shri Krishna and good morning everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, faculty members, research scholars and my dear students. I am delighted to share that the much awaited event, Media and Social Responsibility, is back with its second edition, organized by the Department of Viscom. The Department of Viscom is one of the most prestigious departments known for providing quality education and state-of-the-art infrastructure to nurture the future global leaders of the media industry. With experienced faculty members from both academia and the industry, the department offers a revised and updated curriculum tailored for the real world. We bridge the gap between academia and industry through value-added courses, industry collaborations, functional MOUs, field visits, skill-based training, and hands-on experience. Our students engage in live projects for government bodies, private organizations, and NGOs, gaining practical exposure. All of this is further strengthened by our state-of-art infrastructure, featuring 7 studios and labs, where students bring their creative visions to life. I am also proud to share that our alumni and current students continue to bring laurels to the department and institution as well, while demonstrating a strong sense of social responsibility. In today's fast-paced world, where digital content dominates and attention spans are shrinking, the role of Viscom professionals is more critical than ever. As media creators, students must ensure they deliver reliable, high-quality content that is true, responsible, and impactful. Media and Social Responsibility 2.0 will guide delegates and participants through a thought-provoking journey, encouraging them to reflect on the ethical role of media in shaping society. Looking forward to an insightful and engaging event. My hearty congratulations to the department for conducting this international conference. Thank you so much for the opportunity given.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call upon Dr. G. Vasant, our head of the department, to felicitate our secretary, Shri Ashok Kumar Mundra, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to invite our secretary, Shri Ashok Kumar Mundra, sir, to address the gathering.
Jai Shri Krishna, good morning. Dignitaries on and of the dais, my dear students, good morning. It is truly a privilege to stand before you and speak on a subject that is not just relevant but media and social responsibility. We live in an era which media is not just a tool but a force. A force that shapes perspectives, influences decisions, and builds or breaks narratives. You, as the content creators, storytellers and communicators of tomorrow, hold immense power in your hands. But with great power comes even greater responsibility. The question I place before you today are, how will you wield this power? In the race for likes, shares and viral moments, let us not forget the essence of irresponsible media. Even post every video, every article you create has the ability to inspire or mislead, to unite or divide, to educate or manipulate. The choice is yours. As future industry leaders, you must uphold integrity, authenticity, and ethics in all that you produce. Fact check before you share. Be mindful of the impact your words can have. And most important, use media as a catalyst for positive transformation. History has shown us that media can spark revolutions, bring justice, and spread awareness. Let your content be the voice of change, the bridge between ignorance and enlightenment, and the mirror of truth that society needs. I urge each of you to become torchbearer of responsible media. Be creators who inspires, educate, and elevate society. Let your words and visuals not just trend but transcend. The future of media is not in algorithm or artificial intelligence. It is in you. Use it wisely, shape it ethically, and lead it responsibly. Thank you, and may you all rise in the harbingers of meaningful media. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Some journalists report the news, but few have the power to shape it. Our guest today is one such trailblazer, a man whose words have influenced political tides, whose questions have held leaders accountable, and whose presence in Indian media is nothing short of legendary. With over 4 decades in journalism, he has not just witnessed history, he has shaped it. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the celebrated media personality and editorial director of the New Indian Express Group, Mr. Prabhu Chawla. Mr. Prabhu Chawla is a celebrated media personality and editorial director of the New Indian Express Group with over 40 years in journalism. He has held top editorial roles including editor of India Today magazine, Group Editorial Director of the India Today Group, and Editor of the Indian Express. Under his leadership, India Today transformed from a fortnightly to a weekly publication and expanded with regional editions in Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, and Malayalam. His pioneering work on the TV show Seedhi Baat, which aired on Aaj Tak for 7 years, redefined the aggressive interview format now common in Indian television. Renowned for his incisive political analysis and investigative reporting, Mr. Chawla has played a significant role in shaping India's political discourse. His contributions to journalism have been recognized with several prestigious awards, including the Padma Bhushan in 2003 and multiple accolades for excellence in television anchoring and reporting. A graduate of the Delhi School of Economics and a former economics professor at Delhi University, he is also a sought-after speaker on contemporary politics, society, economy, and leadership at various national and international forums. We welcome you, sir. Now, I request our secretary, Shri Ashok Kumar Mundra, sir, to felicitate our chief guest, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, sir. I request our principal in charge to hand over our Tirupati Devasthanam book to our esteemed chief guest.
Thank you, sir. Great scholars don't just study cultures, they become a part of them. Understanding their rhythms, stories, and tradition from the inside out. Our guest today is one such remarkable mind whose passion for exploring artistic expressions has taken her across borders and into the heart of vibrant cultural landscapes. With a deep curiosity and an eye for detail, she has refined how we see performance, literature, and storytelling. Let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Kristin Rudiselman. Dr. Kristin is a professor of popular culture and director of the Asian Studies program at Bowling Green State University, Ohio. With a PhD in Asian Studies from the University of Texas at Austin, she specializes in Tamil theatre, dance, and literature across India, Sri Lanka, and the Tamil diaspora. A two-time Fulbright Fellow, she considers Chennai a second home. Her book, Honeymoon Couples and Jurassic Babies, was published by SUNY Press in 2022. She has contributed to several academic journals, including Indian Theatre Journal, Asian Theatre Journal, and South Asian Popular Culture Journal. We welcome you, ma'am. Now, I request our secretary, Shri Ashok-Kumar Mundra sir, to felicitate our keynote speaker, Dr. Kristin Rudiselman. I request our principal in charge to hand over our Tirupati Devasthanam book to our esteemed keynote speaker. We now request the dignitaries to release the conference proceedings.
I would now like to call upon Dr. Kristin Rudiselman to deliver the keynote address.
And I do have a slideshow that I think they're pulling up. So. Yes. Sorry. Where's the PowerPoint? Should be. Oh, super. Nick. Yeah, can you hear me? Is that okay? Yes? Good. So first I wanted to thank Dr. Uma Vangal, who will be speaking later today, for recommending me, to Dr. Jiva Sant for inviting me, and Shri Ashok Kumar Mundra and Dr. Santosh Babu and DG Vaishnav College for having me. It's an exciting conference, and I am looking forward. Sorry, this is going to be too close to it. Is that better? Yeah, okay. Looking forward to seeing all the panels today and learning more about some of these topics. Of the themes for the conference, my research and teaching is closest to media diversity and representation. So I've decided to share some research that I did on the Namaste India Festival in Tokyo and the cultural exchange that I witnessed when I talked to Japanese performers of Bollywood dance about their desire to perform authentically. So I'm arguing that there's multiple ways to claim and access authenticity as it relates to the performance of Bollywood dance. The Japanese Bollywood dancers have developed a discourse that references and weights criteria such as heritage, source material, training and discipline, in-country experience, affect, imitation, cultural proficiency, emotion, and engagement as they rank themselves in relation to other dancers. So Tokyo's Namaste India Festival started in 1993, inspired by the business sector right after India opened its economy. And it was celebrated for the 29th time in 2004. And let's see if I can. Yes. And if I hit that, will a video play? So this is some video I took at the festival, so you can kind of see a little bit of how big it is. The festival involves no one of Indian heritage in its planning. And there are very few adults of Indian heritage who perform at Namaste India. The community is well represented by child dancers, audience members, and vendors, and the festival attracts approximately 200,000 people over 2 days to watch a range of performances that mostly consist of Indian classical and Bollywood dance interspersed with traditional Japanese performances, such as taiko drumming and Ainu dance, as well as a few other demonstrations of Indian culture, such as music and yoga. They also patronize Indian food stalls and numerous clothing and craft booths. The main attraction, though, is the Japanese groups, mostly comprised of women from Tokyo in their 20s through 50s, who perform Bollywood dance. I was surprised to see the Japanese dancers focus so much on authenticity in their discussions of their performances. Why would they develop new hierarchies only to impose them on a dance that doesn't easily invite them? If the goal of the festival is to showcase cultural exchange between the two countries through displays of Japanese people honoring Indian people by learning their performance arts, then the logic becomes clear. The conflation of Indian culture with Bollywood dance leads to the dancers evaluating their performances based on how faithful they are to the original, an idea that took on a variety of different definitions in the discussions I had. Some measure by accuracy with which a group reproduces a scene from a film. Some relate authenticity to levels of, oh, sorry, that's just continuing to play, isn't it? Over and over. There's just some still photos of the performances at the festival. Others foreground cultural insiders involving Indian people in the creation of choreography, costumes, or other aspects of the performance. So I argue that these concerns have less to do with the aesthetics and techniques of the dance form itself, although they were expressed through it, and more to do with the respect the dancers wish to project for the culture and people of India, distinguishing them from the many examples of Western performances of Indian dance forms that disregard Indian culture and the creation of Orientalist and Indian-inspired choreographies. So having experienced that same pattern of Western adaptations of Japanese culture, contemporary Japanese dancers endeavor to model an inter-Asia cultural exchange that displays appreciation and respect. The disconnect is that the vehicle chosen for this is the commercial, hybrid, and global art form of Bollywood dance. This dance has been described by Karim Khubchandani as, quote, a pan-Indian yet still globally acceptable style, drawing widely from classical Indian forms of Bharatanatyam and Kathak, rural and folk styles such as Ras Leela and Bhangra, and Western popular styles including salsa, disco, hip-hop, and jazz. So these different forms are blended together into a recognizable Bollywood dance style that, while it doesn't require substantial training, does have a training regimen characterized by gurus, classes, and even exams. The filmy aesthetic has a theatricality about it that Khubchandani describes as in excess of the quotidian, read as vulgar, ornamental, and always already feminine. So to be authentically Bollywood is to exaggerate, to be too much, to embrace the fun, campy theatricality, excess, and glamour of the form. But I struggle with using the word authenticity to talk about Bollywood dance. First, because this style draws inspiration from an unlimited number of dance forms, geographies, cultures, and historical periods. And second, because it is by definition a commodity. It's a commercial mass media entertainment genre. Its goals are to reach the widest number of viewers possible and to make money. So even though I argue here that the idea of authenticity runs counter to the heart of Bollywood dance, I found that because of the connections made between the dance form and Indian culture more broadly, Japanese Bollywood dancers remain attached to the idea, co-producing a hierarchy of groups that they rank on their self-developed scale. So in addition to thinking about cultural ethos, E. Patrick Johnson identified physical characteristics as a common criterion for authenticity. Monica Gandhi had never had a formal dance lesson, but she grew up in India, and she moved to Japan in the 1990s, and she watched the Japanese dancers at the Namaste India Festival every year. She felt affirmation and validation of personhood, history, culture, and spirituality, as Johnson described of black churchgoers in New Orleans watching a white Australian woman perform gospel music. But she still would cringe at what she discerned as inauthenticity in the performances, and she thought this was due to the lack of folk dance fundamentals, so she wanted to teach Japanese dancers to perform Indian culture more convincingly and opened the Monica Bollywood Dance School in Tokyo in 2016 after nearly 20 years in Japan. Her website says that the goal is, quote, to share Indian Bollywood art and culture and create Indian cultural awareness among the Japanese and Indian community. But Indianness as nationality or ethnicity has never been a prerequisite for Bollywood dance. Bollywood has always included Anglo-Indian and non-Indian actresses and dancers in its films. Oh, no, wrong thing. From Fearless Nadia to Helen to Rachel Shelley. And non-Indian white women are regularly hired as backup dancers for Bollywood films, and can even become members of the Cine Dancers Union. So if we negate the possibility of authentically performing a dance that is not from our own culture, we also negate the possibility of cultural exchange, which is the main goal of the Namaste India Festival. I'm going to skip a little bit. The emphasis on physical and sociocultural characteristics as signs of authenticity are meant to counter the use of external markers of identity that are frequently excerpted from their context and used to signify cultural identity in acts of cultural appropriation. Sangeeta Shrestova has talked about competing definitions of Bollywood dance that emerged from the live stage performances as opposed to the film dance performances, arguing that the popularity of Bollywood dance as live performance clearly identifies what is an authentic Bollywood dance movement. She makes it clear that people from a variety of ethnic, geographic, and cultural backgrounds can perform Bollywood dance, but it's unclear what an inauthentic movement would look like. The Bollywood dance community is as transnational as its choreography and its style. So I was able to attend the Namaste India Festival in 2016 and 2019. I watched rehearsals and interviewed participants, dancers, festival organizers, and audience members. I was impressed by the enthusiasm and investment of time and money that dancers pour into their performances. So they're in a place with very few Indians, right? Much discussion among the different dance groups, as I mentioned above, revolves around the problematic and contentious issue of authenticity. There's clearly value placed on cultural exchange by both the festival organizers and individual dancers, along with defensive arguments asserting that their group, unlike others in Japan, did not engage in surface or token appropriation of Indian dress or movement. So here I'm going to talk a little bit about what the authenticity means to the dancers that I spoke with. The dance is intricately connected to Indian culture, language, clothing, jewelry, movement, food, and film. And the significance of these markers is critical to Japanese participants and dancers as they construct their individual hierarchies and criteria and present their performances of Indian film dance at the festival. So the festival is economically and politically motivated. It's run by a nonprofit organization called the Society to Promote India-Japan Cultural Relations. It's also sponsored by the International Foundation for Arts and Culture, as well as a number of for-profit countries, including Air India, Sainan Company, Ambika Trading Company. You can see some of them here. The amateur performances happen to support the political economic agendas of both Japan and India as regards strengthening their relations. But these young Japanese women are not learning Bollywood dances primarily for that reason. Most of them started because it's global, fun, glamorous, and excellent exercise in a fitness-conscious world. It's also true, as Claire Croft reminds us, that diplomacy happens, quote, in physical interactions between people, that the governments involved cannot control. So the dancers I interviewed each had a different story about how they started, how their group formed, and the connections the dancers and teachers had to the subcontinent. So I'm going to talk about a few individual ones here. So this is Sahelia. They started in 2008. The manager, Steve, is an Indian who migrated from Australia to Japan 20 years ago. His Japanese wife, Yukari, is the principal dancer. And their claims to authenticity are based on his heritage connections, as well, even though the dancers are all Japanese with one American woman, as well as their travel to India and sustained associations with the Bollywood industry. So Steve and Yukari travel to Mumbai every year to work with Bollywood choreographers Sudha Chandran and Tejaswini Shetty, and to source costumes and props for the group. Yukari teaches classes in Tokyo and trains the Sahelia performers in semi-classical, modern fusion, and dandiya dance. Like Monica Gandhi, Sahelia's leaders see semi-classical and folk dance as foundational for Bollywood and make sure their dancers are solidly trained in these forms to bring authenticity to their movements. And when they're ready, she teaches the dances choreographed specifically for them by real Bollywood choreographers in Mumbai, with whom the group has a sustained relationship. Their website says, "Our aim is to dance Bollywood, so it enables the exchange of cultures and serves as a bridge between Japan and India." So this is just a few seconds of their performance in 2016, and I'm sorry somebody stands in front of me. So stop there so you can see a little bit of that one. Also at the top of the hierarchy is the Foxy Steppers group, which has a very different model and claim to authenticity than Sahelia, though equally valid. Instead of the connection with real Bollywood choreographers, their claim to authenticity lies in the fact that most of the dancers in this group actually had the shared experience of living in North India and taking Bollywood dance classes from an instructor there. I was able to interview the instructor, who's pictured here, Victor Samson. He had traveled from India to perform with his students in the 2016 festival. In India, he runs dance studios in Delhi and Gurgaon. He also teaches Bollywood dance classes in Delhi at the Japanese school and the American Embassy School. He has more than 500 students there, nearly all of them foreigners. So most of the Japanese dancers that are part of Foxy Steppers in Tokyo are people whose jobs had them posted in Delhi for a time, and they took classes with Vikram there. One of the group members is an Indian who migrated to Japan. This group is predominantly male, unlike all the others at Namaste India, and better reflects the gender balance of Indian groups. They loved Bollywood dancing so much they didn't want to stop after leaving India and coming back to Tokyo, so they've kept it up on their own. Vikram will post videos for them to learn from and Zoom sometimes to help out with difficult moves. They'd been preparing for this particular dance for the 2016 festival all year and invited him to come and perform with them. So this group has a sustained connection to a dance studio and teacher in India. Nearly all the dancers spend extended time there learning with him and being immersed in Indian culture, which gives them credibility in Tokyo. Foxy steppers like Sahalia talk a lot about making cultural connections and the importance of cultural exchange, and their respect for and appreciation of Indian culture is palpable in every aspect of their performance. And many of the dancers in this group have gotten interested in Bollywood film and culture through the dance and their time in India. There are many different avenues to authenticity, but my interviews revealed a clear bias against the groups Bindu and Sandosham. They were considered lower on the Japanese Bollywood hierarchy, even though their claims to authenticity through travel to India and sustained connections with the film industry would objectively appear just as valid as the groups discussed above. So they're separate groups who perform together at Namaste India due to the overlap between their members. So Bindu's claim to authenticity comes from sustained training with an assistant film choreographer from Chennai, from the Kollywood Tamil film industry, who was based in Tokyo for 5 years. And it's their affiliation with a regional language film industry rather than the dominant Bollywood one that devalues their work in the eyes of other groups. So after training with the Kollywood choreographer in Tokyo, Mikan, in the center here in pink, grew to love Tamil films and the dance associated with them, and she has continued teaching, forming the group Sandosham. There were 3 men and 18 women in that group that performed at the 2016 festival, most of them trained by her. She makes regular trips to Chennai to work with her teacher in Tinagar and to buy costumes for the group. She would love to do all Tamil songs, but she says that the festival goers really want Hindi, so their performance was a mix with 2 Tamil and 1 Hindi song. All right, so I'm gonna play you just a little bit of theirs. This is them. So those 2 guys, Takeda and Shinji, I had heard of them before I ever went to Japan because they are the faces of superstar Rajinikanth's fan club in Japan, which has over 3,000 members in Tokyo alone. And they have traveled to Tamil Nadu regularly, becoming quite famous here. I don't know if any of you recognize them. They have also imported an auto rickshaw from India that they drive around Tokyo. I don't know, I'm gonna, I think, skip the videos there, but they're easy to, if you search Rajinikanth Fan Club Tokyo, you will find videos of these guys, dancing at their restaurant with their auto rickshaw, doing, scenes from Rajini's films. They're fabulous. So Bindu and Sandosham, through Mikan and Takeda and Shinji, have a lot of connections to India and are considered a very authentic dance group, though marginalized in Japan because their connections are South Indian. They get their costumes directly from India, and while Mikan does her own choreography, she has trained extensively both in Japan and in India with a teacher who works as a professional choreographer in a regional Indian film industry. So authenticity, as discussed earlier, can be read onto specific bodies. What am I getting? Okay. Kathleen Matsui leads the group Tahia, and she learned Bollywood dance by imitating the film dances she watched on television with her grandmother and cousins in Pakistan. So she's in the center there in the pink. She brings cultural authenticity of growing up in South Asia watching Bollywood films, but she's had 0 formal dance training in Indian styles. She learns the group Tahia, So her formal dance training is as a belly dancer, and she goes to Egypt every year to learn belly dance. And she's been teaching belly dance in Japan since 2004, but her students found out that she knew Bollywood and asked her to teach them. So in 2011, she started teaching Bollywood, and she performs at the Namaste India Festival. She does her own choreography, and she says, quote, "When I make the choreography, I don't use mudras because I did not learn a classical Indian style. I use my hands almost like belly dance, and I like to put some combination from the movies. Because when I was young, we enjoyed it very much when people would do the same steps of Bollywood, so I try to put the main steps from the movies, same like the movie, so the dancers who are dancing and those who are watching, if they know about the movie, will enjoy together." So she's dismissive of her own choreography as inauthentic because she doesn't use mudras or have classical training, but it's based on the films that she loves, and she grew up in a culture where those films were the most popular on television. She's fluent in Hindi, and she shares her love of Indian culture with her students, some of whom have now become fans of Bollywood film. So if authenticity is measured by the ability to win hearts and minds in true cultural diplomacy style, Matsui is creating the most effective emotional intercultural bonds for her students that I observed at the festival. And I'm going to give you two more pathways. This is the group Love Bollywood Tokyo. Yuho Saka, who's front and center there in the green, first got interested in Indian culture and dance when she saw the 2013 Bollywood film Goliyan Ki Ras Leela Ram Leela, starring Deepika Padukone and Ranveer Singh. And she says, "Before I didn't like dancing, but when I saw the Bollywood dancers, I feel like I want to dance. I don't have any background, but I feel like I want to dance because everyone is dancing together, smiling, and so much confident. So I organized Bollywood night for dancing on a weekend, and then 3 years ago I started to have a dance team." So I spoke with her, that was 2016, so 2013 she started her team, and I saw her in Tokyo last year, and she is going very strong. Now she's offering masala fitness workshops in addition to her classes. And then Fumi Mori, who's from the same group, started her journey towards authentic Bollywood dancing by surviving cancer. As part of her rehabilitation, she joined a yoga class in Japan and loved it so much she decided to go to India in 2010 and stay at an ashram and practice yoga. She says, "I stayed at a yoga ashram. I never watched a movie on TV, but after I left the ashram, I traveled many places in India. And one day I stayed at a small hotel and there was a TV, and I put it on, and wow, it was the first time to watch Bollywood dance, and I loved it. So when I came back to Japan, I went to the Indian Embassy, the Vivekananda Cultural Center, and I took a Bollywood dance class. And since then, she traveled to India regularly. She was just here in Chennai for the music festival. She gained her yoga teacher certification and developed a love for the film, clothing, and culture." And then the final person I'll discuss just quickly is Lika Taminaga, who is someone who tries to perform the dance as close to the film version as possible, right? So that, there's a lot of groups that do this, and it's not very valued, but it's certainly valid. So she's a belly dance teacher, and she started performing at the festival. She learns directly off of YouTube, but does source her costumes from India, and she's an excellent imitator. Her dances are very close to the original film dances and are easily recognizable and very popular with the audiences. So just to conclude, given that so few people are exchanged between Japan and India, it's remarkable that there's a dedicated population of amateur Japanese performers who have kept the Namaste India Festival active for more than 30 years. The stories of the dancers illuminate their own claims to authenticity as well as their fears of inauthenticity in relation to shifting criteria. I've argued here that their efforts reveal multiple pathways that end in multiple authenticities, each of which is valid and produces some degree of meaningful cultural exchange between Japanese and Indian people. I'll stop there. I hope that's related enough and helpful to you all, but I enjoyed sharing it with you, so thank you. And I'll leave the clicker. I don't know how to get rid of that, but you'll manage, okay?
Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to call upon Mr. Prabhu Chawla, sir, to address the gathering.
Good morning, Chennai. Vanakkam. Namaste. Jai Shri Krishna. So this is diversity of India which I am reflecting here. We speak all sorts of languages. We believe in a various faiths. So we have to follow that Indian culture, the Bharatiya culture. I am a journalist of 45 years experience. Before that I was a lecturer in Delhi University, taught economics. From economics to journalism is a big journey. For me it was a big change. I'm addressing 600 students here, 500 students, most of them like my grandchildren. I've seen the evolution of media and the society as I have aged, but society has revolutionized, evolutionized, whatever you want to call it. As a journalist, today after 45 years when I'm asked to speak on the subject which is media and social responsibility, I can't figure out where do I start, how do I start, what does it mean? The subject is so wide. First, media. What is media? I don't know now, because when I started media, there were newspapers, there was one TV, Doordarshan. And what is social responsibility? I don't know. How many social responsibilities, so much diversity, so much multilingualism. And I was just listening to what Professor was presenting her presentation here to the visual, because the Department of Visual Media you have got here. I was thinking it was a very good presentation, well done, well crafted, very good research has gone into it. But I was looking at one slide, which was Shah Rukh Khan with 6 abs, surrounded by 4 foreigners, and that slide was there for about 7 minutes. What social responsibility we were performing through that ab? I don't know. Is that part of media? Because I'm totally confused these days whenever I go to address anybody else, because the subjects are very interesting. Subjects are as old as the media is. But the content is nothing to do with media. It is all entertainment, political entertainment. Somebody used the word in somebody. When you're showing Shah Rukh Khan, Taj Mahal, dancers, is that the job of the media now? I don't know. It's a visual content, the department is visual content you are talking about. When you ask me as a keynote speaker or chief guest to speak about media and social responsibility, I'm totally confused. Because our secretary, when he was speaking, I heard him, that this is an era in which media is not a tool, it is a force. I was listening to you use the word that we are not a tool, we are a force. I'll answer these questions by one. He raised those questions as a part of the social responsibility, as a part of my job as a responsible editor of a paper and a magazine for 30 years. I have to answer these questions to him now. Second question, responsible media is required now. That is what we have to be responsible, he says. Then he says, media should educate and not manipulate. These are very powerfully chosen words. That what does it mean? That we are educating or manipulating? I don't know. These are the answers I'll give. First I have to define what is media. For me, earlier media was conventional media, newspaper, and one television channel. Now I am dealing after 45 years with 5,000 newspapers and 800 news channels. Each one of them is run by some different political party or different corporate people or different kind of sects. Ramdev Baba also runs 5 channels. There are other Babas who are also running channels. They are also media. There are entertainment channels. So if you have got 900 news channels, another about 10 million YouTubers in this country, each one of them, you saw that Ranveer controversy yesterday. He was facilitated by the Prime Minister, the kind of statement he made. That is also media, Ranveer. He has that many followers on Twitter that I have got. But he is a big hero. And now everybody is attacking him because he made some miscalculation, misstatement, which he should not have made. Because if you make some people, I have been in journalism for 45 years, Prime Minister doesn't meet me anymore. He used to meet me when he was Chief Minister. He was an old friend of mine. But he meets 26-year-old fellow to 30-year-old fellow because he knows how to make jokes. Is that the media? All of you are sitting here, I don't know what kind of media you are going to be in. Have you chosen the subject or its discipline in which you believe what you are going to do? My job as a journalist is just what I say, which I've used the word, my job is only to communicate. My job is only to inform and not incite, not ignite. My job is to enlighten. What is social responsibility for me? Because the problem with media these days is you have to choose between good economics and good social cause. What is social cause? There should not be riots in the country. There should not be any kind of a attack, murder, criminal rapes and whatever. What is good economics? But I have to produce a newspaper. The newspaper which I give you every morning for 4 rupees or 6 rupees, it costs me 20 rupees every day. If I start doing social responsibility, if I start printing something which is good news, nobody wants to read it. For example, you want to read it only on the phone. Phone has become the best medium of getting information. The conflict arises, our conflict is these days between media and social responsibility is between economics and social welfare. Because if I have to survive as a media, I have to compromise. Like this Ranveer fellow wants to become the most popular, he's earning millions of rupees on YouTube or whatever. Is he giving an information making you enlightened? Anybody of you remember any YouTuber that he has given you good information that will use for becoming your life better? You are better informed, you can handle the decision better. Infotainment, political attainment, whatever you want to call it. So first we have to be very clear that you are putting responsibility on the media that as if we are responsible for reforming the society. I'm sorry, we will not accept it. Responsibility of reforming the society lies on the shoulders of political leader whom you elect, rightly or wrongly. Social responsibility lies on the people who are in the social service. Our job is to collect information, give it back to you as it is, without any distortion, without adding your own masala, your point of view to it. That is my responsibility as a journalist, but that definition has changed. Now I am competing with Shah Rukh Khan also as a communicator. I am competing with Ranveer also as a communicator. He is also a media person. People want to watch him more. The question is, are we preparing our next generation which is better informed, better equipped, better knowledge to handle the current situation in the country? Are we preparing only entertainers? They will laugh at the video, they look at the WhatsApp, they look at the YouTube, laugh it away. Wow, what fun he has created. Social responsibility is that I must, as a media person, give you the information which makes you better informed, which makes you to take better decisions, which makes you understand what is good, what is bad. I don't have to tell you. Problem arises because everybody blames media for everything, that as if we are responsible for changing the society. We have not created 45 political parties in the country. We are not creating anything which is dividing the people on the caste lines. We are not encouraging any rapes happening in the society. We are just reporting. And after reporting, what happens, that is in the hands of the rulers and the judiciary. How can you blame us? So what do you expect from media? I have to make money. My proprietor or owner, I must admit, no proprietor of a media house is in a missionary mode. It's not a mission. It is also a business. For some media houses like ours, profit is not the motive only. But there are many business houses where the profit is the motive. Now, government, for example, gives you 80% of the revenue now. How do I survive? If I write against the government, that government stops the advertisement. And you don't want to pay. Media has not been able to do its responsibility as a good journalist because people sitting in front of this hall are not willing to pay for the information they want to consume. Go to America, everybody has to for the TV channel. Indians who are staying there, for Indian channel, they pay $15 a month, $20 a month for one channel. Here, you are not willing to pay 15 rupees for one channel per month. You want to see everything free. What do you do? Indian media has been destroyed because people of India don't want to pay for the newspapers. They don't want to pay for the TV they want to see. Everything they want to get it free. This freebies in terms of whatever you call it, news information is also freebie, I call it. But question is, nature of information is changing. You don't want to read newspaper. I want to just ask, I ask everywhere, that how many of you read newspaper every day for news? Raise your hand, please. Behind, but hardly 10 people. That's selfish. So what do you expect from us? When they don't want to read anything, why should I do the social responsibility? Then they will be divided account. How many of you watch TV for news? Little more than print. And the TV is what? Entertainment only. There is no news in TV these days. People are fighting, same panelists are sitting on the TV in the night, they are fighting against. You know what A person is going to say, what B is going to say, which anchor will say what will say, it is known. The job of the media has been changed by electronic media, not by print media. The visual media, which you are talking, department of visual media, which is your important thing, where the responsibility lies, what you want to say. You want to show Shah Rukh Khan with 6 abs, or you want to say a politician, corrupt politician making money on the side. Choose. Because Shah Rukh Khan gets more traction, more eyeballs than any good educationist sitting in this hall. That's the problem. I used to do a show Seedhi Baat, which is this is one of the shows at that time, most popular show, because that was the only show happening at that time. I did a talk show with Nandan Nilekani, the famous person, you know it. His TRP was only 2,000. People watched it. And I did a show with who? Rakhi Sawant. She was watched by 1 million people. Is Rakhi Sawant more important than Nandan Nilekani? That's the taste of the people. So what is my social responsibility? Show a person who has done good thing for the country, or show a woman whose job is to entertain all of us in a different style. That's all. So what is the social responsibility? I have interviewed Shah Rukh Khan 5 times, 6 times. My job is when, for example, I am doing as a journalist, people ask me, as a TV journalist, I became famous because I did Seedhi Baat. I was an India Today journalist, editor for 25 years. I wrote so many stories. One of the stories which you wrote, Inder Kumar Gujral, who was the Prime Minister, he had to resign on the basis of a story which we wrote in India Today. I carried the story. I was editor of Indian Express earlier in 91-92. We wrote a story about Madhav Singh Solanki, who was the Foreign Minister of India. I went to Davos with Narasimha Rao, came back with documents, wrote about the story, he had to resign. Now if you write a story in the newspaper or a TV channel, not even a peon resigns. Forget about the Prime Minister then. It doesn't make a difference. That's the credibility of media. That's the support we get it. Social responsibility definition is defined. You attack an industrialist. Every media today, 90% of Indian media is now owned by corporate sector. You have Ambani who own the entire TV18 network. You have Adani who owns NDTV and whatever. There are very few media houses left which are not owned by industrialists. Social responsibility defined is very difficult to define. I have addressed on the same subject during the last 10 years at least 50 times. Social responsibility, this word is coming out of my ears. Nobody defines. I look at the paper, this is a beautiful exercise. I think whoever produced it is very good research paper is done. I congratulate the college principal and whoever done it. They are very interesting articles, but they're academic articles. I don't know if this kind of ideas need that kind of thing or not. But I was reading something here. It talks about role of politainment in shaping political engagement among first voters, a qualitative study. Interesting. I first time read this word, political attainment, whatever you, political attainment. It says, the study examined the impact of political memes, trolls, viral content on electoral outcomes and democratic engagement through qualitative focus group discussions. If politics is becoming entertainment, those who are supposed to change the society, those who talk about will make India great, will Tamil Nadu great, will make Karnataka great, everybody is talking about that. If they are creating entertainment, what will the media do? There's young boys and girls sitting here who want to become future journalists. You have to define first, again coming back to what is the media and what is social responsibility. Now a different kind of media is there. I told you, you have YouTube, but you're talking about whom? I got it here. Visual media you have got here, this is your department. You have YouTube. How many billions of YouTube? You have got TikTok. You got Facebook. You got podcast. You got many other ways of communicating with people. Which media you are talking about? Visual media, even which media you are talking. TikTok is a different kind of people. People are sitting in front of, standing in front of the train, trying to shoot to get the reel, and after some of them die. That's a different issue. That's also media. There are people who are creating TikTok reels because they want to be, there is a source of income as well. Young boys and girls are now driven towards TikTok making reels because they get money out of that. Some of the journalists I know who could not find job in India today or any of the newspaper or sacked from there, they are making more money through these YouTubes than they were making as a journalist. But because there is a market for that. The demand for that kind of a content. Filthier the content is on visual media, the more money it gets for you. The competition is not for healthy journalism, healthy information, but the filthiest, ugliest journalism happening in this country. I call it journalism because giving information is journalism, is the core definition of journalism. If you are giving wild podcast, like the person who did it, you are producing filthy YouTube, you get maximum, that's what the Western media influence technology is doing to us, to all over the world. Social responsibility finishes because it is now the Zuckerberg type who was controlling the media, and they are the people who are deciding what content you will see, what content you will write. If they don't like algorithm, for example, there is an article here on algorithm also. If you write a good article, if Google decides, okay, Prabhu Chawla article will not be circulated, it will not be circulated. Where will the media responsibility is? Outside people are going to control the rest of the world what kind of information, or Elon Musk is going to control what is going to be given there. I am talking about because you will not get information which you want to read. You will see only filthy product. For them, you are a market. You are not a citizen of a good country where you have to be informed better things also. How many TikTok reels you see which give you information? All the film stars give their choti choti shadi ki clips. Look at the Mani Shadi clip, which got billions of things. The person who got the rights to distribute must have made more money than the money spent on the wedding. Is that the information? So when Zuckerberg, Google fellow, this fellow decides what is going to be seen, I've seen it here. I've done the study on social media. Your article is published, they will not show you the article because they want to show a particular kind of artificial intelligence. You are talking about it. Everybody is going gaga over here. Interesting. Is biological intelligence inferior than artificial intelligence? Were you born without a mind? Artificial intelligence can be a tool, yes. But it can't dictate you. This is one, I'm very extremist that way. You may not like it. Artificial intelligence is a tool developed to just dehumanize the society. There should not be human contact. I am dealing with a faceless person. I can talk to you as a journalist sitting here, understand your physical understanding, what kind of person you are, what kind of behavior. What will your artificial intelligence give you? If you study that thing, artificial intelligence I have done, I want to give you some examples. What kind of content they create for you. They will create a content which is available on the website. They can't create anything else. I asked them first, when the GB chat started, I asked the question, who started the Sidi Bas show? Who started it? They said VP Singh, who was the Prime Minister of India. Because I did Sidi Bas with him, somebody must have punched sitting somewhere. I said, no, it's not Sidi. Then they gave some other name. He said, sir, we're sorry we can't give you information because we don't have any information before 2014. So whatever is garbage into the computer, that garbage comes out of it. Computer language is garbage in, garbage out. Whatever information they have fed into the system, artificial intelligence will pick up that information. On the basis of that information, they will give you the analysis. I asked about something about, they suggested an article I was writing for the newspaper. I was talking about what's the impact of artificial intelligence on it. I was asking about what's the intelligence of Trump policies. Very tailored, dry, neither here nor there. And they say, reference 15 web pages, and they were the same, Washington Post, New York Times, and they lifted from there and analyzed their own self. Somebody is using the mind and giving you the information. So where is the social responsibility here? When I don't have control on what I want to tell you, I lose the purpose. I lose the motive. So artificial intelligence, since word itself is artificial, why should I trust it? The person who is selling it, and our Prime Minister, our Chief Minister, everybody, Mr. Naidu, selling every day artificial intelligence. I said, why you are becoming artificial in your life? You are artificial as a politician, I know. But you are becoming artificial as a human being also. Use artificial as one of the computer like you have got it. Yes. The kind of memes they produce, the kind of information they give you, it is based on the kind of people they have recruited, because ultimately machines are being operated by the human beings. And what is the nature of those human beings? That will depend what you are getting. The media responsibility can even now, it was yesterday, it is today, it will be tomorrow. Responsibility is to inform, and inform. It is not my responsibility that I have to have the social welfare in mind. Because information which I give should be such that it must tell the people what is good, what is bad, without me telling them. Let the opinion be drawn on them. My voting intentions should not reflect in my writing or in my views. That is what is happening in the channel. You know which anchor is going to say what. You know everybody. There are 4 anchors, these people are going to support a particular party. They will not allow anybody else to speak. It never happened. When I did my Siddhi show, my producer asked me, sir, who is your guest? I say, my dear producer, who is a very famous person now, Uday Shankar, you must be knowing, he runs on Disney World and he is one of them. He was my producer. But he was a brain, very sharp brain. He said, sir, aapka guest kaun? Who is your guest? I said, sorry, I am a TV host. I have no guest, I have got only target. I have to get information out of it. And tell my viewers, this is the person looks like this. I have to introduce Shah Rukh Khan, so I must get the worst or best part of Shah Rukh Khan, which people don't know. That is job. Because Shah Rukh Khan influenced the society very much, and people must know what kind of personality is he. Then in contrast, Amitabh Bachchan. I am the only journalist in India who was interviewed Jayalalitha here in Hindi. If you go on YouTube channel, you will find Hindi interview with Jayalalitha. He spoke to me in Hindi. And it was news for others that she speaks very better Hindi than the Hindi walas do. That is information. You have an impression about the rulers. The media starts because you have to depend on your sources first, what you want to do. Now look at it, how much civic humanities are bad in this country. Do we ever write about civic humanities? No. I was in Indian Express 91, 92 in Delhi, editor when it was same edition in Delhi and Chennai. Every day there is a problem in Delhi. What is the road problem? What is the electricity problem? For example, you widen the road, you put electricity pole right in the middle of the road but don't remove it. In 1 year, we got about 900 poles removed from the middle of the road by writing every day. That is social responsibility. But we didn't say they didn't remove, we just put a picture of the road and traffic jam. Nothing else. In Delhi University colleges, most of the teachers didn't go to the colleges. They were bunking classes. I sent 4 reporters to 4 colleges every day, go on the timetable, see the name of the teacher, go to the class, find the teacher is there or not. I used to print the names of the teachers. These were the teachers who were not on leave but did not go to the colleges. And one day I found 10 women lecturer of Delhi University sitting in front of my office in Delhi, Indian Express office. My secretary asked me, they are come to see me. Who were they? They were from the college. I'm giving this example. All the 3 women, 3 of them married, they started crying. I said, what happened? He said, you had written our name, we didn't go to the college, we had gone to see our friends or whatever. You are forcing divorce on us. Our husband said, where were you? I said, why didn't you take the leave? I've given an example, the impact, the society you are talking about, social responsibility. My social responsibility is to inform that colleges are there, their teachers not going to the college, these are the teachers, principal doesn't have the leave application, I wrote the name, class and full stop. And after that, attendance of teachers in those colleges went up by 50%. So this is what has happened. You have to define what is social responsibility. If our rivers are bad today, it is because of what? We don't write about it. Earlier we used to write about it. We have forgotten. Social responsibility, which is good for the society as a whole. I am writing more about Shah Rukh Khan or Amitabh Bachchan and Ranveer and writing less about what is happening in the city of Chennai. I am forgetting my responsibility. So when I am looking at these papers, because these people are talking about modern things, there is another subject which they have handled, which is very good again. It talks about the erosion of free expression under political media ownership. It is by Dr. Vasant. She is here, I think. Very good topic. At least she has understood what is happening. If this is, you are talking about erosion of free expression under political media ownership, where is the social responsibility of mine? Once the owner becomes the political leader, I lose my freedom to express myself. So we have to write about these things, discuss about these things. Media is not an NGO, I accept that. It should not be an NGO, non-governmental organization, which is working for the social cause. Even the US idea stopped giving aid to them now. There won't be many NGOs working anymore. So this is a very good subject. She is talking about political ownership influences editorial decisions, narrative framing, and public perception. So my role is over. So look at these subjects which they dealt with. The other subject they have dealt with, driven content, AI-driven content, moderation and spectrum media diversity. This is the most dangerous thing going to happen in this country, where the AI will decide what meme you want to see, how they want to interpret, how you want to use it. Our Prime Minister yesterday warned about it because there is something wrong about him, also published somewhere through AI. The point I am to make, you as a journalist, all of you are from journalism. Basic question which will remain for media, alphabet Q. It's a fight between Q and W. What is Q? Question. My social responsibility is when I start questioning the power. Media is forgetting the question word that I have to question. They say only what? Q has been spelled by yes. Minister says anything? Yes, sir. Bureaucrat says anything? Yes, sir. Q has become yes, and Q is fighting with W. Earlier, W was what in media, now it has become wealth. That how will the money come? Is it Q versus wealth? Q versus yes. Media social responsibility to me is that I must maintain my basic principle of asking question again and again. I should not accept what is given to me served on a plate or sent to me on WhatsApp. This is what the story is. You publish it without questioning from anybody else. So W's are becoming more important. For me, media is what is happening, why is happening, where it is happening, and what does it mean. Next. The 4 W's are important for media, for social responsibility: what, where, why, and what next. If you get these 4 answers right, you have done your social responsibility. You are the media, you are the communicator. If you start repeating yes, 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 why, the media is over, social responsibility is over. So all of you, I will advise, remember 4 words. Q first, 4 W's, and you will do the social responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to call our faculty, Mr. Arvind G, to give away the vote of thanks.
It is both privilege and honor to stand before you today for proposing the vote of thanks as we are bringing close of this first inaugural session. I extend my gratitude to our esteemed chief guests, one, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, sir, and Dr. Kristen, madam, for having readily accepted our invitation and being with us and sharing their expertise and the invaluable knowledge which we will be carrying forward for the upcoming sessions. I'd like to thank our college secretary, Sri Ashokumar Mundraji, and our principal in charge, Dr. Sheshadri Nathan sir, for having gracing this occasion. I'd like to thank our organizing team for the effective conduct of this event. I thank you once all present here. Jai Sri Krishna.
In a few minutes, we will be starting a session 1, which is Media Ethics and Standard. I request the participants to be seated. We will have a speaker from Malaysia joining online very soon. Drop the curtains and then take the sofas. Drop the curtains and then do it. அவ்வளவுதான் முடிஞ்சு.
Amrita.
Check. We'll have a 5 minutes break and then we'll start the session 1 at 12:10. Thank you.
Check.
జివ్వుమని లాగే బాధ నుంచి వేగంగా ఉపశమనం పొందండి సెన్సోడైన్ ర్యాపిడ్ రిలీఫ్ తో పాటు.
కొత్త బిర్లా ఓపస్ ఇంతకు ముందు వేసిందే వేయాల్సిందిగా. కొత్త బిర్లా ఓపస్ వాటర్ ప్రూఫింగ్ యొక్క క్రాక్ ప్రూఫ్ టెక్నాలజీ తడి నుంచి కాపాడుతుంది. వీరిని కాలానికి వెనక నడవనివ్వండి. చూస్ కొత్త బిర్లా ఓపస్.
எப்பவாவது அடுத்தவங்க சந்தோஷத்துல கூட இருந்து கொண்டாடி பாருங்க. கேட்பரி டெய்ரி மில்க்.
Ever since the 101 couple bought an Amazon Prime membership, whatever they order is delivered on the same day.
Really? Hey, latest smartwatch with 5% cashback on Amazon Prime. Really? But this hasn't even released. It has only on Amazon Prime though. This Amazon Prime membership is truly too much.
Let's get it today.
Plan starting at rupees 399.
Check. The participants are requested to assemble. The session 1 will start in few minutes. Thank you.
చల్లటి పదార్థాలు
I request everyone to settle down. We'll be starting the session soon.
Hello, check. It is with great pleasure that myself, Anirudh, and along with Ashwin, welcome you for this critical session on media ethics and standards, a cornerstone of responsible journalism and a vital component of any thriving democracy. In an era characterized by the rapid dissemination of information through a multitude of channels, the ethical considerations surrounding media practice have never been more pertinent. The power to inform, to shape public discourse, and to hold those in power accountable rests squarely with the media. This power, however, must be wielded with the utmost responsibility, guided by a steadfast commitment to ethical practices. Over to Ashwin to introduce our first chairperson of the session.
I would like to welcome Dr. Bahia Omar, Associate Professor, School of Communication, University Sains, Penang, Malaysia. She specializes in online media, fake news, online journalism, media credibility, and quantitative research. Dr. Omar holds a PhD in Arts from Monash University, Australia, an MSc in Communication Technology from University Putra, Malaysia, and a Bachelor's in Human Sciences from the International Islamic University, Malaysia. Currently serving as the Dean of the School of Communication at USM, she has also held multiple leadership positions in academia. Her research focuses on misinformation, digital resilience, and media engagement with numerous publications in high-impact journals. Over to you, ma'am.
Can you hear my voice? Yeah, we can hear you. Just a minute, ma'am. Okay. Give me a minute. I can proceed, right? Yeah, just a minute. We'll let you know. Just a minute. Please hold on. Can you see my slide? Yeah, we can see you. Yeah. Just a minute, yeah. I can start now, is it? No. Just a minute. Please hold on. Right. I'll let you know. Okay.
I kindly request all of you to bear with us for a few minutes while we set up the online session. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead. Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Greetings from Malaysia. I'm Bahia Omar from University Science Malaysia. It's a pleasure for me today to share with all of you a presentation on the topic of
Media Ethics in the Information Age, Challenges and Evidence-Based Solution. So what I'm going to present today is about media ethics, and I'm going to talk about challenges and some evidence-based solution, meaning that I look into research that provides solution to media ethics in digital age. So first of all, we need to know what is ethics all about. So ethics is, I believe everyone know. So ethics is what is right and wrong, and ethics guide human behavior based on moral principles, values, and social norms. And it's different from law, where we have punishment if you do not follow the laws and regulation. Ethics is more on societal approval of our action and behavior. So in the context of this presentation, we are going to talk about media ethics that refers to principles and guidelines that govern the media. And this includes journalism, broadcasting, advertising, and digital communication. So it's about guideline and principle that guide media behavior. And when you look at media ethics in digital age nowadays, so it deals with most often responsible reporting and content creation. Why? Because now that everyone can create content, so there's a phenomenon where user generated content is very rampant in media. So that requires us to ensure that media professionals, platform, as well as audience to uphold ethical standards and public trust. So this is more about, I'm going to talk about media ethics in digital age that involve not only media practitioners, also the platform, social media platform, and also the audience who use the social media. So when digital media evolves, as we all know now, ethical consideration must adapt to new challenges. We have many challenges, ethical challenges today as digital media evolves. So among them, these are not all, but among them are misinformation and fake news. Okay, this is a very pertinent problem in our society, especially now that social media is very popular. So misinformation and fake news is one of the ethical challenges. Clickbait and sensationalization. This happen why? Because when people start creating content on social media, most often we want to make it viral. So we have people make it sensationalized, and this become an ethical issues as well. And data privacy, as we all know, social media users tend to share our data openly, and that involves invasion of privacy. And today also we have these algorithmic biases, as we know that we often use TikTok, for example, that has algorithm with it and personalize our content, and therefore we have biases. We tend to have our bubbles, our own internet bubble. And nowadays, most problems that involve ethical issues are fake news in AI-generated content. So these are some ethical issues that happen in digital media today. And if you, as a researcher in media, we can find a lot of studies actually tackle these issues, because research is about understanding things and solving problems in societies. So I have looked into some evidence-based solution of how to actually address these ethical challenges in society. And believe it or not, researchers always want to find solution, right? That's what we do in our research, to find ways to actually solve the problem. And I'm going to talk about few of the ways to solve the problem based on research. Okay, so what I observe is that people do research. I also do research on fake news, and most often when we write our research, we always suggest practical solution, practical implications, but sometimes people ignore what have been proposed by research. So what I aim to do today is to look at various research approach in dealing with ethical issues in society. So the first one is combating misinformation and fake news. The issue is that the rapid spread of false and misleading information on social media platforms. So this is, we know it in Malaysia, I believe in India also. There are problem of spread of fake news, and it has been rampant because social media allow us to share any information at our fingertips. And most often, we do not check whether it's true or not. So what are the solutions that research have provided to actually combat misinformation and fake news? So if we look at, generally, there are two broad solutions. It's based on user-oriented approach that focus on users, and also platform-driven solution that focus on the platform. So if you look at research in this field, those who focus on users-oriented approach tend to look at how can users of social media become a forefront to overcome this problem. And most of the time, they look at pre-bunking strategy. Pre-bunking strategy means we provide you with, research tend to suggest that we need to provide people with knowledge and skills to actually pre-bunk misinformation. And this involves research that look into the role of critical thinking, the role of fake news awareness, the role of media literacy. All can be grouped into media literacy. And there are a strand of research that look at user-oriented approach through media literacy as a solution. And there are also studies that look into fact-checking and verification. Research tend to look into what are the conditions that make people fact-check and verify their information. And some of my studies also look into this, and we also found that what we found is the importance of looking at individuals as someone who spread the fake news also can stop it from happening. And there are also a strand of research that looks into platform-driven solution. And most often, this kind of research comes from computer science studies. They look into look at data mining, look at detection approach, AI-based detection systems. There are a lot of them. A lot of studies that look into developing detection, how to detect fake news. And there are also studies within computer science research that look at platform accountability, okay? And how that suggests social media companies should implement stronger content moderation policies. So content moderation policies are also one of the issues that research has been focusing on, to look at how can we fight fake news through platform-driven solution. So if some of you are in research, so these are the things that you might open your mind on how to actually look into this issue. And there are also issues. One of the challenge in media ethics is clickbait. Okay, so we have to prevent clickbait and sensationalism in digital media. And if you look at these issues of clickbait and sensationalization, most studies, there are also solutions provided by studies. Okay, as you see in my slide, some focus on promoting ethical journalism. Okay, this is one of the issues that encourage how news organizations should prioritize truth over virality. And there are also studies that focus on regulating false claim, okay, that try to make it unlawful, and also on user reporting system, how to make users prone to report this unethical behavior online. And there are also studies that look into ethical AI in content curation, okay, where AI should prioritize credible sources over engagement-driven content. So there are some studies that I put here in the slide to show you that there are various studies that look into different issues of ethical problem in digital media. And there are also a group of research that look into privacy and data protection. And most of these are driven from law, from legal perspective. Okay. And if you look at some of the solution that studies have been proposing is that we need to have a stronger privacy law. Okay, and some even look into the Europe General Data Protection Regulation, and developing country also tend to go into this, because when research tend to show that laws can actually help in preventing all these ethical issues as well. And there are also topic on transparency in data collection, user control, privacy setting, and secure encryption technologies. So most often these studies look into ways how to make people, how to ensure privacy. And there are also studies that look into users' perspective, how they look at severity of privacy problem, and how these different social phenomenon, social variables that can affect self-disclosure on social media and whatnot. So these are some of the things that have been done in research to actually address ethical problems. And there are also current trend now that AI bias and algorithmic transparency. So if we don't, if you are not familiar with AI bias, is more about algorithm. Okay, when you tend to love to watch sports, so all your contents are about sports. So there are algorithm that within your search personalize your interests and whatnot. And there are several suggestions given by past studies to actually include fair and inclusive AI training data. This is ongoing. It's more recent studies on this field. And there are also algorithmic transparency. Has been derived. I mean, if you look at some of the example I gave is more of not so recent studies. So it has been there for quite some time. And they're also about audits, need to audit, AI need to be audited. And also there are also research that tend to suggest that users should control over algorithm. Not algorithm control us, users should control algorithm. So all these studies open our eyes on how to address this kind of problem, ethical problem. And most importantly now, I mean, not every issues are important. One of the things that being we talk about a lot is deep fake technology, okay, which is used for misinformation, identify fraud and political manipulation. This is quite common, I believe. In Malaysia also common. I'm not sure in India, but I think globally this has become a problem when AI technology has become so rampant, right? And as studies being done to actually address deep fake and AI generated content, there are some suggestions that being forwarded that deep fake detection, watermarking and digital signatures. Some also focus on legal regulation, and some look into public awareness campaign. So need more campaign to actually educate people about deepfake and AI generated content. And there are also issues on promoting media literacy and digital ethical education. This is one of the many studies that actually focus on this, because the issues is that many users lack the skill to critically access digital information and ethical concern. So there are many suggestions to promote media literacy in research as well, like integrating digital literacy in education, focusing on public awareness, okay, ethical AI. So we need to train developers to create responsible digital products, and also cross-sector collaboration. So one of my book chapter talk about the need to collaborate, the need for journalists, ordinary people, the policymakers, and also many sections of the society to actually collaborate to actually solve this problem, to address the problem. So as a conclusion, I can say that ethical media practice in the digital age are not solely the responsibility of journalists or technology companies, but require a collective effort from society. Okay, we can work towards a more informed and accountable and ethical digital media environment by integrating evidence-based strategies. So we need to look into what have been found in past in studies, in research. Okay, and based on that, if we have evidence-based strategies like what I'm trying to propose today, we can actually advocate for stronger policies, and we can promote ethical media consumption. And as we move forward, so we need to have a continuous research, education, and collaboration. These three things, research, education, and collaboration, are the key things to ensure that ethical principles remain at the core of our rapidly evolving media ecosystem. So I think that's it from me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mom. So we'll move on with the next online session. Over to Anirudh to introduce the next online speaker.
Manisha Shalal is a professor at MICA India, specializing in communication, media, and digital platforms. With dual PhDs in mass communication and education, she focuses on media literacy, gender studies, and digital engagement. She chairs the Center for Development Management and Communication and edits the Journal of Creative Communications. A global researcher and educator, she collaborates with institutions like UNESCO and UNICEF, receiving accolades like the Global Media Education Council's Lifetime Achievement Award. Through her work, she bridges media, education, and social change. Let's dive right in.
Ma'am will be joining in a few minutes in the online session. We request you to bear with us. over to you, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you. You can start.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation to share my ideas with all of you. Most of them are based on my research. And what I'm going to do is talk about media representation and young people from the global south and what we can do to support them to tell their own stories. So first of all, I just want to reinforce that media representation is very important in the mediated world today. Media images, media narratives, media reinforced stereotypes, right? All of this have material impact on people's lives, their lived realities. So when, the late prominent Nigerian novelist and essayist Chinua Achebe he said this in a 1994 interview with Paris Review. And he said that, that until the lions have their own historians, the story of the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. So it's very important that who gets to tell the story, right? Because the story will be told from that person's perspective. Similarly, another Nigerian author, Chimamanda Adichie, has talked frequently about the danger of a single story, right? Because she says that, the single story is not always wrong or incorrect, but it does create stereotypes. And rather than saying that a single story is untrue, we should say that a single story is incomplete. A story is complete only when, it is told by many different voices who have experienced something from very different perspectives. And at the same time, we also must remember that, diversity is inadequate without authenticity. And if we don't create the right kind of spaces for people to tell their stories, there is not going to be, proper self-representation. So in my talk today, I'm going to talk about how young people from countries of the global south, in countries like India, are striving to get their due representation in the global media venues, especially in the global digital spaces, and how these young people use digital storytelling and culture brokering to find a global audience for their voices. The talk also deliberates on what we can do to strengthen the voices of these young people, to strengthen their capacity to use their public voice. We all know that countries of the global south, including India, have seen unprecedented rise in the digital media use, with the growing ease in getting, at least some data, depending, of course, on your financial situation and your geographical location. But it's definitely getting easier. And with cheaper digital devices, especially the smartphones getting cheaper, more and more young people from these countries are now getting online. But here is the important point. So far, we have only seen these young people as consumers. But now more and more of these people are not getting online just as consumers, but many of them are also content creators. So until the internet become a fairly accessible medium in countries of the global south, young people were, and from these countries especially, were identified as passive recipient of digital cultures and technologies from the global north. Now the young people from the countries of the global south are also actively producing content,
generating new meanings, and contributing towards the global cultural practices and norms. They have a chance to infuse global communication flows with their own cultural sensitivities and also take charge of their own representations. So instead of, being represented as victims or subjects of global, especially Western development projects, and as grey market consumers, these people really want to be presented as content creators and storytellers in their own right. Now, before we get into, some more discussion on the digital participation of these young people, it would help to place this in a historical context, because there has been a long history of discussion on global information and communication system and how imbalanced and unequal, these systems have been. So those who remember this history, the McBride Commission report, Many Voices, One World, published in 1980 by UNESCO, started an important debate on the World Information and Communication Order and the global media flows. Later, these debates continued under the umbrella of the World Summit on the Information Society, WSIS, in Geneva in 2003 and in Tunis in 2005. The report drew attention to the inequalities across the world and imbalances in global communication and information flows, and especially between the countries of the global north and those in the global south, the rich countries and the comparatively poorer countries. Digital media, when they first became accessible to common people, they raised, and that time they were called new media. They raised much hope because they were seen as more democratizing. They were seen, it was seen that, there is not much gatekeeping in this media like the legacy media. Citizen journalism became a buzzword, and this media became synonymous with empowerment of the marginalized, where everyone had a chance to tell their story. So let's see if this hope has really materialized in at least the last 2 decades. So we've recently, last year, my co-author Kiran Bhatia and I published a book called Gen Z Digital Media and Transcultural Lives at Home in the World. And then Kiran also wrote another book on Jugaad that young people, perform to be active on digital media. And both these books are based on ethnographic research in India. And in both these books, we claim that, young people from the global south are actively using digital media to archive and document local systems of knowledge and cultural practices. And in doing so, they want to popularize the living heritage that they inhabit. So they have gained more confidence about telling, about their own lives, about proudly telling the global audiences about their own cultural heritage, their living heritage. So this youth from such countries have started developing the confidence, and they have started shedding the victim identities. So far, they have, in the digital industries, they were represented more as cheap labor. But instead, they want to be known as people proud of their heritage, cultural practices, and values. And this is how they want to be represented. So we find youth from these countries actively representing themselves in gaming communities, and all this globally spread. Gaming communities, social media such as YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, civic engagement communities, and also communities built around special interests like technology, fan fiction, or sports. And more young people are now participating there, this very different kind of communities. We also recently conducted a study on Indian influencers who have found a global reach. And we wanted to know that, okay, what have they done, what strategies they use so that, they can tell their stories to not just national but global audiences. And we found that representing themselves and their cultures online involves a lot of individual negotiations for these people. They negotiate with the platform of audiences in creating content, uh, and doing so, they foreground their cultural realities and aspirations while still remaining relevant to global audiences. So they have learned how to negotiate the platform of audiences to make sure that they produce stories, for which they will find relevance in countries beyond their own. Also, this requires constantly being updated with technology, software, global trends, and platform metrics. And that's why it's not easy for every young person to be able to do this. Also, one of the other strategy that this influencer use to remain globally relevant is what we call culture brokering. Culture brokering is a negotiation strategy to foreground their local cultures, carve out a unique identity, and create spaces of collaboration. Through this strategy, they broker a space where different cultures, values, lifestyles, and identities can coexist. So, when I'm talking about these examples, you would say then it's time to celebrate, right? So I would say not quite. My response would be a mixed response of yes and no. So I would say that, the current scenario is hopeful, but it's far from perfect. And several issues that the McBride Commission report actually raised remain far from resolved, even now. So, for example, there is still unequal distribution of symbolic power, what Bourdieu called the power to construct reality between the countries of global north and the global south. Also, we have observed that the designers of digital technologies and spaces do not always prioritize ethical and democratic values and often perpetuate or even amplify existing biases and prejudices. So these remain important issues. Also, the influencers from the global south that we studied, they have found in some success in reaching global audiences, that's a fact, but they have to constantly negotiate with the global north-centric design, norms, and practices. They are compelled to package their persona and content in the forms that are unique and interesting enough to catch and sustain the attention of global audiences. Then again, the poorest parts of global south, they still lack full access to skills, devices, data, and information. Of course, many of the middle and upper income young people have got, substantial access to all these things. There are numerous young people, from still not so privileged backgrounds for whom data and devices still remain out of reach. There are also other issues like surveillance from governments, corporations, families, and communities. And that is spreading, in fact. The more there is an uptake of new technologies, more the surveillance. And though men and women are equally susceptible to institutional and market surveillance, when it comes to family, we have observed that girls like they are, especially women from poorer socioeconomic strata, they face the maximum assault on their privacy. And this happens in their homes and in their local environment. So the research also revealed that though there is a sense of power in being acknowledged as legitimate consumers and skilled professionals, and also experiencing and enjoying the agency of self-representation, the balance of power ultimately skews in favor of multinationals and corporations. And the precarity and conflict in all aspects of life for Gen Z are on the rise. And this was again, one of the findings of our ethnographic study. So within this limiting conditions, the young content creators from the global south still use the affordances of social media like user-generated content, multimodality, archiving, networking, and documenting to create narratives about their heritage, about their aspirations, about their lived realities, and they influence the global communication flows. And in this way, they create ruptures in the long existing global north centered one way communication flows. But I would argue that they would need our support if we really want to promote media representation that reflects diversity, inclusivity, and equity. And I know these terms have become controversial recently, but I still do believe in them in their true essence. When they are practiced in their true essence, these are still very important terms. So, what can all of us do? From the academic point of view, I recommend the practice of multiliteracies to support young people in exerting a sensitive, ethical, and yet bold public voice. We really need to help our young people to develop a strong public voice. And to help them to claim the right to tell their own stories and shape their own representations. So here I would like to broaden the concept of multiliteracy. This concept was originally developed by the New London Group in 1990s in response to the changes in how people communicate. Multiliteracy acknowledges the changes brought about by the new media technologies and the diversity in language that we use across different communities and cultures. So we propose that young people would benefit by consciously including multiliteracies, and by multiliteracies here, I mean geopolitical literacy, historical literacy, critical media and information literacy, and ecomedia literacy. And this could be done in formal as well as non-formal pedagogies. Let me quickly just walk you through some of these literacies. So by historical literacy, I mean that, young people both in global north and the global south need to be exposed to the histories of colonization, conflicts between different regions and communities, because it is these histories that are affecting their present lives and they might not know about it, and the marginalization that different communities have suffered. Also, cultural practices of South-South interactions, because again, the young people today mostly would not know about this. This requires investigating history with the intent of analyzing the links to the modified or new forms of discrimination that we see today in the world. So young people need to know that what they are experiencing positively or negatively is very much linked to their histories. histories of their countries, histories of their cultures and communities, and this should become part of the literacies. Not in a way that make them feel angry or helpless, but in a way that can help them find, solutions to conflict. The second, I would say, would be geopolitical literacy. Because one thing we found in our conversations with young people in many cities of India, also some of the small towns, is that they often see global as Western. And they ignore the diversity that actually makes the world. So our students should also understand that global means there are many other countries that are not part of the global north. They should also understand the current global power dynamics and the practices of neocolonialism. And they should be aware of the new debates surrounding global communication and information flows. The third is critical media and information literacy. So media representation, online safety, digital literacy, such as practical skills in multimedia production and expression, multimedia storytelling, multimodal storytelling, and developing a strong public voice are all part of critical media and information literacy. So my argument is that making multiliteracies a part of our education system will foster an ethical and democratic exchange across the world and reduce the danger of single stories. They will build more cross-cultural empathy through witnessing and actually acknowledging multiple life stories, because everybody's life story is important and everyone should get a chance to tell their own story. So I strongly believe that multiple and synergetic actions are required from all different stakeholders. What happens in our neoliberal society is that we leave a lot of things to the individual and we say, well, it's your life, you take care of it. And young people are doing what they can, but they need support from everyone, their parents, their families, also government, public institutions, UN agencies, and not the least corporations and private sector, civil society, policymakers, as well as, us, the educators. Okay, may I know how much time do I have? Hello? Would someone tell me how much more time do we have?
Hello. Yeah, ma'am, you can wind up in 2 minutes.
I
Can
don't
you
want
hear
to
me?
overstep the time.
Unmute my mic. Yeah. Ma'am, you can wind up in 2 minutes. We can take it over to Q&A sessions if you want.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, the floor is now open for questions. Requesting the discipline team to assist the audience with mic for Q&A session. We'll take 2 questions at a time.
Okay.
Discipline team, please give the mics to whoever who wants to ask questions. Anybody who wants to ask questions can raise their hands. We'll pass on the mics to you. Yeah, ma'am, we can conclude then.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, one second.
To respected ma'am. Ma'am, you talked about women from marginalized sections face assault even in their surroundings, in their mere surroundings. So, ma'am, and then you also talked about self-representation and balance of power. So, ma'am, like we have seen, stories usually are not coming up when they are required to, and we read stories when the things are all over the place. So, what's your take on that? Because there is a lot of observation that goes around, but then it's not coming up due to fear of people not wanting to take up others' lives and not wanting to share it up. So, how can we make it more common among people to support lives of these marginalized sections, ma'am?
So, first of all, I believe that everyone has a right to decide whether they want their story to be told or not, right? So, if somebody doesn't want their story to be told, I think we should respect that desire. But if someone wants their story to be told and they are facing constraints, I think that is where we can really help. So, what we have done with young women is that we have directed them to safe communities, where they are not trolled or they don't become victims of sexual abuse. Because, see, digital spaces can do both. They can empower you with connecting you to like minded people, but they can also break you because there are all kinds of people. So we direct them to communities that are safe because that is where they can actually hone their skills and get more confidence in telling their stories, right? So, like non judgmental communities, moderated communities of young women from all across the world. So those are some of the spaces where we can direct these girls. That is one thing. Parental education is also very important, and that's why I said critical media literacy, because we can't say that there are no risks involved in digital media participation. So we have to make these girls aware of the risks, not to spread panic, but we have to equip them with the right tools so that they can safely tell their stories, right? So those are some of the things I think we should be doing.
Thank you, ma'am. Just, ma'am, I would like to add on and wants to take your opinion in that. Ma'am, can we talk about empowerment of voice to these marginalized sections and also societal sensitization? What's your take on that? Because if we take societal sensitization and also empowerment of voice to these sections who are actually facing harassment, so how would you define it and what should be the right choice?
See, that's the thing, right? Why is a community disempowered or marginalized? Because those in power, whether it's gender or class or whatever, I mean, those in power don't want, these voices. They want to keep their own voices dominant. So social awareness is very important. Also, as far as digital media are concerned, what we see in media are mostly very sensational stories of harm. And again, I'm not saying that harm doesn't happen or there are no risks involved, but and that's why I'm such a strong advocate of media and information literacy, because we can't say that, look, there is this risk, so don't use it, right? It's like telling everyone that don't cross the roads because there is a risk of accident happening. We have to teach people right from their childhood how to cross the road. And this is what we need to do with both, all the three groups, parents, teachers, and children, that yes, there are risks, yes, there are harms, but you can also do wonderful things when you use digital media in the right way. And I think that's the sensitization we really need.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot for the lot of clarity you bring up in the discussion. Thank you, ma'am.
We actually have written a paper called Good Girls Don't Go Online. And this is based on our work with young girls, who got this very strong message from their families that if you are a good girl, you shouldn't be online. And we have to counter that.
Right, ma'am. Like you mentioned, it's very scary, ma'am, because we read stories where young girls are being chopped up by people, who are getting into relationships. Then again, stories are not being covered when they are going to police stations, when they're already facing harassment. We have got such stories, ma'am.
So right stories need to come out, and as I said, like digital media are very powerful in both ways. So unless we equip them for the right kind of use, then they cannot make, actually the right use of this media.
Right, ma'am. I believe we need people like you and a lot of others who take up these stories, ma'am.
Yeah, stories, and also I again would say like critical media and information literacy.
Right, ma'am. Right, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. Now we close for media and representation. Thank you, ma'am. That concludes our session. Over to Sorry, ma'am. Over to Ashita for the next following offline sessions.
Thank you, ma'am. I feel elated to introduce the next resource person for the session. Dr. Uma Vangal is a film professor, filmmaker, and scholar with over 3 decades of experience in journalism, communication, film studies, and gender studies. She has led programs in visual communication at Loyola College, as well as direction and media entertainment at LV Prasad Film Academy and Kenyon College. Known for creating the Vangal Fitness Test, a framework for assessing female representation on South Asian screens, she is also a 2-time Fulbright Fellow who has taught courses in film writing, direction, and documentary filmmaking. Her film, In God We Trust, an ethnographic study spanning 9 years, was an official selection at the Eikoigi Imphal International Film Festival 2025. Additionally, she has pushed the boundaries of documentary storytelling through innovative projects, including a collaborative reverse gaze exploration with Professor Annette Danto. I would now like to call upon our faculty, Ms. Gayatri, to felicitate Dr. Uma Vangal. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. The hardest thing is to be the speaker when everybody's stomach is growling. So, me and Manjula have that honor. Hopefully, we won't make you want to run out quickly for lunch. Can we have the presentation? I will try not to touch on every point because the previous speaker has already touched on many of the points that we all want to discuss. So I'm going to quickly run through some of it, just flagging some points for thought. I don't know about discussion and all that, but definitely for some thought for all of us. Yeah. It's working. The keynote speaker in the inauguration also said something about a few people control all that we eat and all that we do in our lives. So in a way, it is the same. 10 companies, 10 corporate brands literally dictate what we eat, what we wear, what our lifestyles are going to be, all of that, right? The prime example of that, what we think is also being controlled sometimes. And the prime example of that is Elon Musk and the kind of power he has today. Yeah? So much so people are saying, oh, we have 2 presidents in the United States. Is it one person making the decision, or is it the tech companies making the decisions, right? So that is the level of danger one has when diversity or diversity, depending on whether we want to be American or British in our pronunciation. So diversity and representation, when we start giving up on that agenda, we end up having only unidimensional media. And so that's the biggest danger we need to fight. Okay. So what do we mean by this word diversity? Everybody keeps talking about this word, but often we don't even know what that means. It's become such a buzzword. In the past 10 years, all we hear is DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. And I was just looking at the new definition yesterday, post-MAGA coming to power. DEI, it means they didn't earn it. They do not deserve our time. So before we move into that space, let's understand what diversity is in the first place, yeah? You can see the usual definitions about heterogeneity, how we need to have different people being shown, all of that. For us, I think the one that's at the bottom, the fact that diversity refers to human differences is what is important for us, yeah? And it's not just about race and ethnicity. It is about points of view. It is about gender, identity, cultural practices, all kinds of things that are so complex and layered that it's very hard to really say, oh, I've managed to bring in diversity in all my work or in workplaces or in media and all that. So looking at how can we talk about this, when we say diversity in media, we are talking about, first of all, ownership. Today, a lot of the media is owned by media oligarchs, not even moguls. In our days, we used to talk about media barons and media moguls. Today, it's become media oligarchs. These guys control varied business interests and literally want to run the world. So whether they're owning television stations, factories, industries, all of that, but also they want to control our mind, and all the more propelled by technology. And the tech guys are the ones today at the top of the media chain. And so that is something we really need to worry about. Yeah? Second, when we say sources, the previous speaker was talking about who gets to tell their stories. So who do we approach? What are we talking about? Are we talking about informed consent? Are we asking people, can we tell your stories? Or do we have the right, just because we have this mic and a camera and all of that, just go and start filming, just start writing because I have the power? Or do we give the people the power on their stories and who gets to tell their stories and how and where? Which leads us to what that content will be. How is this story being told? Is it being told from a very defined format where they say, this is a success story, so we'll push this success story? Or are we showing it as an experience of that individual and allowing them to control the tone of that story? Right? And then we move, I'm just going to quickly go all over these points, but very quickly. Yeah? So what are those formats? In what forms are we telling these stories? In what media? In what media formats? How do we tell this? Who has access to these stories? Whom are we allowing to read these stories? Because access is also about affordability. Who can afford to access that particular medium? Who can afford to bring those stories to us and who can read those stories, right? Which means then, we are then moving into perspectives and what the goals of each of those people with different perspectives presenting those stories. Look at the number of mics, this is nothing, it's just a representation, right? But every time you watch anyone talking online, it's either a single mic, which means then it is that one perspective being presented, or it is multiple mics, but the perspective still stays the same. It's just one perspective, even though there are multiple mics. The sound bites are going to be tweaked just a little to adapt to the agenda of that particular media outlet. But ultimately, it is that one unidimensional perspective only that is being presented. So are we really getting to see the truth, or are we getting only a minuscule part of the truth that they would allow you to see, right? So somewhere we are also looking at, are all these media formats naturally, organically coming out, or are they pre-packaged? Most of them are pre-packaged. I'm sure when you study, your faculty will teach you about hot media and cool media and all of that stuff. Today, there is no hot media. There is no room for you to decide as an audience what you want to see or how you want to respond. A lot of it is pre-packaged, designed, and just thrown at you. You're expected to be passive, not an audience alone. You're a passive consumer. There's a big difference between those two words, but that's what we become. We become passive consumers, right? So a lot of times, media houses also live in echo chambers. They just keep talking to the same people again and again and again. So rarely getting younger or newer audiences to reach out to them. We heard this, right? What are we supposed to do? We are doing all that we are doing. We are giving you all the information. But how are you packaging that? You're packaging it in a world that is today very different. It is not what it was 30 years ago. It is not what it was 40 years ago. Not even what it was 2 years ago. Yeah? Everything is shifting. Every single day it's shifting. Today, last month, we had the Hindu Lit for Life short story competition with a promise that the best award-winning short story will be made into a short film. Sitting on the jury, I get 1,700 entries, and I'm really very excited because I think, oh my, so many creative minds sending so many entries. And then I kept getting stories which had Clara as the protagonist. And I'm like, who is Clara? All these people are writing from Chennai and from Raipur and from Delhi, and what is this? Who is this Clara in so many stories? So we ran it through Quillbot. We ran it through 2-3 detection software, and then we found we had to throw out at least 1,200 of those entries. Yeah? But it made my job easier. I had fewer stories to go through and decide the winner. Whether that's going to be made into a film or not, we're not yet sure, but because the director has to approve of it. So yeah, in an increasingly top-down kind of media practice, we want to do what we are all talking about when we say media diversity. We want to do counter-narratives. We want to counter the overarching dominant narratives that are there. The second word that we are talking about in this session is representation. So what is representation? Diversity on the one hand, and then we're talking about representation. Representation is the symbolic way in which we present an identity or an idea or an ideology to audiences. Yeah? How are we representing it? We talk about also representing someone. So we were talking about whose story is being told by whom. So we have, on the one hand, we have someone like P. Sainath, who has Pari. Anybody heard of Pari? And what Pari is? People's Archive of Rural India. Yes, very nice to know that you are aware. Good for you. But again, who is telling those stories? Have any of you accessed Pari? Are you listening to the stories? It started out with a very good intention, that we want people to tell their own stories. But often the way it is presented has become very similar. It can't be that people all tell stories the same way. Yeah? When we talk to each other and when we are saying, okay, how did you get here to the venue? Each of us has a different story. Each of us has a different way of saying. Some of us will start with, I woke up in the morning and had a coffee and rushed out. Or someone else is going to say, I got stuck in traffic. So there's different ways we tell these stories, right? But these stories are now beginning to sound the same. Which means somewhere it is the technology that is deciding how we tell our stories, whatever those stories are. So how are we representing? We in the media, those of us who want to become media practitioners, have to keep that last line in mind. You are speaking, acting, and you're going to be officially there for another person or a group of people, and you are presenting for them. You're not presenting your notion about them. You're not presenting your perspective. You're supposed to be representing them. There's a big difference. Unfortunately, we have very bad examples with representatives in our country and elsewhere across the world. Yeah? So what is media representation? What do we want when we say diversity and representation in the media? We want portrayals that are aware of differences about nuances, that each individual or each group has specific identities, cultural practices, beliefs, value systems, all of that we want to present. Do we want to have issues that are presented? Yes. But at the same time, within a particular context, without explaining someone's context, you cannot talk about issues. Right? So always keeping track of in what milieu am I telling this story and to whom am I telling this story? What context is that of the audience also in mind as we keep, which means that side, the words that are there are what should guide us. We're supposed to be non-judgmental. We're supposed to remove our inherent biases, unconscious biases, remove them and be sensitive and fair to the people's story that we are telling. Yeah? It talks about, we are talking about multiple program formats and multiple ways of telling those stories. Yeah. These are the standard functions of the media that we all talk about when we first start studying journalism and media studies, and we say we all want to go out there and bring about massive changes in the society because we put ourselves in this superior position, like I know what is the problem in the society and I want to correct it. And these are all our jobs as the media, right? But again, she referred to it in the previous talk. We are aware that all said and done, between the global north and the global south, the western hemisphere and the eastern hemisphere, we have an imbalance of flow of information and images often. I do have 3 videos, but they are all on YouTube, and I don't think we have a net connection that can enable that immediately because they are also dealing with other tech issues. So I'm not going to play those videos. But the fact that gender gets the least representation in many ways. We have a Women's Day, we have gender studies, we have people talking about gender and women, but often it is only one type of imaging and icons that we hold up for people to follow about women's success stories. People of color in the US, Europe, China, Russia, Scandinavian countries, all suffer from this problem. The people of color are not getting the true representation of their lived realities on media. They have representation which is required of them, but not really with a purpose of telling their story. So for instance, even if you have something like Wakanda, and all African Americans are rallying around Wakanda, a lot of it is about profiteering. It is about using the black alignment to African nation and using that to make money with spin-off merchandise and whatnot, right? People were all dressed up like the Wakanda tribe. So these are all small things for us to start thinking about. I don't need to tell you too much about LGBTQIA and how they are also stereotypically represented across media. Hopefully that changes with social media, or that's what we think, because many of them have become social media influencers and have these reels and stuff that they put up. But what happens is, again, people with disabilities, same thing. We have now newer ways of being more sensitive to disabilities, but again, a lot is left to be desired. The colonized people of Africa, the South America, Australia, Asia, all the global south, literally if you look below the equator, all of us have been colonized by Europeans and Americans. We have still not learned to remove that colonial baggage from our news values and our news reporting and our media practices. So what is happening? Today the movement in Europe, again, how interesting is that? These were the biggest colonizers, but they talk about dismantling the colonial gaze. And I'm in my head going, you don't know anything about what it is to be the oppressed part of the colonial game. So what are you telling me why I should dismantle or how I should dismantle that gaze? So the gaze becomes very important for us. What is that gaze that we are applying? What are the lenses we are applying to our cameras, to our mics, to our pens, and to our keyboards? What are those lenses that we need to start using? Instead of the mind lens that we need to shift. Instead of that, we are only trying to use words and language to cover up all of that. So we need to start thinking about that. The marginalized, religious minorities, social minorities, cultural minorities, all of that. Standard stories, we've been hearing about this, that there's always a stereotypical way of presenting the marginalized stories. We also know that today, because of globalization, supposed liberalization, supposed development of the entire world, we still have many, many issues. We still have the disenfranchised. We barely hear about them. How many of you know where the first Indian national flag was hoisted in India on Indian soil and when? Can anybody tell me? I can hear some sound over there, but I'm not sure if they're talking about the answer. Yeah, tell me. Which year? 1960. Indian tricolor after independence. Indian national flag, first time hoisted on Indian soil. 1942 in Manipur on the border, because Subhash Chandra Bose and his INA enter India with the help of the Japanese through Burma into Manipur. They hoist the flag. There's a beautiful space there where they still hoist the flag every single day. 1942, before we gained independence, the tricolor was up there. How many of us know this story? We will never get to know this story. Why? Because we never represent the seven sisters of the Northeast in mainstream media. If we do, we only show them as violent tribes, internecine warfare, struggles, conflicts, those kinds of things. We never show them in a positive light. We never show them in a prideful manner. Yeah? That is no diversity in our media. That is no representation. Forget marginalized stories being told. There is no mention of this anywhere. You don't know unless you go to Manipur. Yeah? How many of us will go to Manipur? Today we had 3 guests who were invited from everywhere in the world, Iran, Germany, for the film festival. They didn't come because there is an advisory by their government saying, please don't go to Manipur, there's violence, you're likely to get killed. I spent 5 days. Absolutely no problems. Everything is peaceful. Of course, the Chief Minister resigned while I was there. But the point I'm trying to make is, we don't even do mind travel to these places because the media does not do it or doesn't deem it important enough for us to know these things. Yeah? So who gets to decide all of this? Is the media for entertainment? Is it for empowerment? Does it endanger? Does it elevate? These are some questions for you to think about. Like I said, the Seven Sisters, we hear about the women's struggle. The video I had was Irom Sharmila giving up her 16-year protest. How many of us know today she doesn't have a home? This is a woman who stood there and fought for her people. She doesn't have a home because nobody cares. Media doesn't care to follow up her story. Yeah, there's no follow-up, which is the biggest issue in our representation politics in media. Africa, nobody is talking, everybody is talking about Ghana, everybody is talking, everybody is talking about Gaza, everybody is talking about Ukraine, but nobody is talking about Ghana. Why? It doesn't suit American interests or Russian interests or Europe's interests to talk about this war, which is a direct result of oppressive colonialism by European countries. They will spotlight only what they want to spotlight, not what needs to be spotlighted. Yeah? I'll wind up soon. So the idea of tokenism, erasure of trans lives, all of these are also things we need to start discussing. Othering is the easiest game that media plays while paying token respect to diversity and representation. What do? They will villainize some communities. They will what is the word I'm looking for? They make some communities seem like they're violent or disruptive, right? So these are all identity politics that are played on screen, in television, in film, in social media, in legacy media, as we call newspapers and so on. Blaming becomes the easiest way. We keep blaming everybody else. I'm getting out of that. We keep blaming everybody else. We keep saying, you have to do this, you have to do this. I think it starts with you. Each one of us has to remove all these biases and lenses, start looking at the world differently and saying, what do I want as an audience? Do I want to be a consumer or do I want to be an active audience? If so, what kind of stories will I support? What kind of stories do I want to hear? Become active audiences. I think that is where we start. because then the media will listen. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I feel elated to conclude the final session on media ethics and standards. The next resource person of this session is Dr. Manjula Venkataragavan, an accomplished academician with over 15 years of teaching experience. She currently serves as an associate professor and is the head of PG diploma programs at the Manipal Institute of Communication. Her expertise spans multiple domains, including media laws and ethics, marketing and consumer behavior, integrated marketing communication, public relations, and health communication. Dr. Venkataragavan has an extensive research portfolio focusing on new media and development, PR, and health communication. She has presented at prestigious international conferences, including the Media Futures Conference at the London School of Economics. Her scholarly contributions include several publications on mobile phone usage in healthcare, cyberbullying, and media studies. She has also received the Erasmus Plus Mobility Award teaching at IHECS Brussels with a PhD specializing in mobile phone use among community health workers. She continues to contribute significantly to academia and research. I would now like to call upon our faculty, Ms. Lalita ma'am, to felicitate the resource person, Dr. Manjula Venkataragavan. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all present here. I understand that all of you are affected by the hunger pang, and I'll try to finish as soon as possible. So as I was introduced, my research area is in the area of health communication, but I've been teaching media laws and ethics for quite some time. And what I would be presenting today is largely to do with the existing ethical concerns in the Indian media. And most of the problems which I would be talking about shortly, the solutions were, spoken about by Professor Bahia Omaz in her first talk. So moving on, I'd like to start off with the definition of media ethics, but I'm going to keep it really fast. So media ethics, it's a very crucial area. So I have to begin with the definition so that even if you're hungry, I hope you take something from the definition. Media ethics is a crucial field of applied ethics that encompasses the moral principles guiding journalism, public relations, media marketing, and entertainment. Ethical issues in media involve questions related to transparency, privacy, harm minimization, conflict of interest, graphic content, and the evolving role of media technology like the AI. Right. These ethical dilemmas shape the behavior of journalists, PR professionals, advertisers, and digital media creators, and all of this influences the public interest, public trust in media institutions. So I'm not going to go into the role of media. All of you are aware of the role of media, which is, the watchdog, and it's the fourth pillar of the society and leads to, mobilizing public opinion and so on and so forth. But the ethical practices in journalism is absolutely important and plays a fundamental role in ensuring fairness, accuracy, and impartiality in reporting. However, this role is increasingly being challenged. I'm sure you've heard enough about it. Misinformation, sensationalism, and corporate political influence. This is also because of today's media scenario where you have social media and 24-hour news cycles which dominate, and hence the media's ethical responsibilities have become more complex. Ethical violations can create widespread consequences, which we have already seen in terms of, what happens to public perceptions, leading to, influencing elections and even inciting social unrest. So there are several ethical challenges affecting journalism. I'm going to jump that slide because apart from all of these, transparency, truth-telling, harm minimization, privacy concerns, and conflict of interest, you have other things which definitely needs dwelling into. Not that the previous slide is not important, but we've heard enough about that, and I'm sure you're aware of it. And so is the case with problems like sensationalism and TRP-driven journalism. Think of a most talked about and heard about example of Sushant Singh Rajput. How the media discussed the tragic demise of Sushant Singh Rajput, and where certain channels conducted intense media trials, spreading conspiracy theories and violating privacy of immediate family. This particular case demonstrated media's unethical tendency to presume guilt, exploit public sentiment, and use unverified sources for higher engagement, audience engagement. This is one example. I'm sure you're aware of, plenty of examples which can be, which could come to your mind when you talk about media trials. Fake news and disinformation and misinformation. Disinformation and misinformation are among the biggest ethical threats to modern media. The digital era has made it easier for false narratives to spread rapidly via social media platforms like WhatsApp, Twitter, and Facebook, often leading to a lot of real-world consequences. For example, I think the most common example that you can think in terms of misinformation, disinformation was during the COVID-19 pandemic, where a lot of fake claims, were floating around, such as drinking hot water or cow's urine as a cure. That was circulated so widely and misled the public and, of course, endangered lives. Similarly, during the farmers' protest in 2021, during that protest as well, there were a lot of false narratives which were spread to label protesters as anti-nationals, using manipulated images and videos. So such instances demonstrate the power of misinformation and disinformation, right? So the manipulated images also included, a farmer holding a Pakistani flag. So, such instances demonstrate the power of misinformation and disinformation to polarize society, mislead citizens, and shape the political discourse. So like Professor Hamad had spoken about, the best way to combat would be to strengthen fact-checking organizations, promote media literacy, we have been talking about it over the last two discussions as well, and regulate misleading digital content without infringing on press freedom. Political influence on media. In many countries, including India, we all know, right? A prominent, the political influence in media is definitely a growing concern. Certain news channels have been accused of favoring ruling parties. So all of you would have heard of Godi media, the term, right? Certain news channels have been accused of favoring ruling parties while downplaying dissenting voices. A prominent example, it's a little old, but a good one, is the Balkot airstrike coverage, where certain media outlets exaggerated nationalist narratives without verifying facts. Such biased reporting has led to concerns about a lot of neutrality investigative depth, and independent journalism. In contrast, journalists who challenge political narratives have often faced legal actions. I'm talking about Siddiq Kapan and Ravish Kumar, right? These are journalists who challenged political narratives, and they have faced legal action, harassment, or fund cuts. Corporate influence and paid news is another area of ethical concern. Many a times, corporate ownership of media presents another ethical dilemma. As business interests often dictate editorial decisions, large conglomerates often they own significant portions of new media, which can result in biased reporting. I'm sure you've heard that enough number of times. So I'm talking about, organizations, groups like Reliance, owning Network 18 Group, and the Adani, which acquired NDTV in 2022. So all of this have raised concerns about editorial independence. Way back in 2010, there was this paid news scandal involving former Maharashtra CM Ashok Chavan, revealed how politicians paid news organizations to publish favorable electoral coverage. So there was this commission, a two-man commission set by the PCI, which unraveled this particular scandal. So such cases exposes the conflict of interest, selective reporting, and the erosion of journalistic integrity. Media ethics in public relations and advertising. The ethics, of course, play a crucial role in these disciplines as well. They raise significant concerns, including deceptive practices, corporate propaganda, and misinformation. Ethical PR. Ethical PR demands transparency in messaging, responsible crisis communication, and fair representation to maintain public trust. Representation has been spoken about enough as well, but these things are absolutely important to maintain public trust and uphold industry integrity. Just to cite an example, the Radia scandal, in the corporate context, in the context of PR and ethics, is a very good example where leaked conversations exposed a PR professional's involvement in manipulating media narratives and political lobbying. This incident compromised journalistic integrity and highlighted the ethical pitfalls of unchecked PR influence. In advertising, surrogate promotions by liquor companies, right? We have been hearing about this for a long time, but now government has tightened laws relating to surrogate advertising and is imposing hefty fines and endorsement bans to curb this misleading practice. Similarly, another issue is that of paid news, where media outlets accept payments to present promotional content as editorial news, which continues to mislead audience. Of course, the ethical issue of that as well, the paid news. So the rise of digital media is introduced further, which was spoken about by the professor, I forget her name, Professor Bahia. Earlier had discussed a lot about the ethical concerns rising with the rise of digital media and of course the solutions. So things like fake social media engagement and bot generated interactions, unauthorized data exploitations are increasingly being used by brands and PR professionals to manipulate public perceptions. These deceptive tactics create a false sense of popularity and credibility, so which emphasize the need for stricter ethical guidelines and training. Right. Okay. Privacy and media responsibility, the balance between public interest and private rights is another crucial ethical debate. Investigative journalism often conflicts with an individual's right to privacy. Here, the examples that you can think of you can relate to the Pegasus spyware scandal in 2021. And Plenty of other examples are there. One example that I've put there is the Arushi Talwar case, where media speculation violated the privacy of the victim. The Pegasus spyware scandal, I don't know how much you're familiar with, but anyways, the allegations that government used spyware to monitor journalists and activists, that's what raised the concerns of the freedom of expression and privacy, and led to privacy violations. So, digital journalism, again, the problems such as clickbait journalism, deep fake technology, and algorithm-led or algorithm-driven misinformation is a huge problem. One good example can be Manoj Tiwari, the BJP leader. Manoj Tiwari's deepfake video during the 2020 Delhi elections. They had used the deepfake technology to create videos featuring him. In both these videos, Tiwari appeared to speak in Haryanavi and English, languages he hadn't originally used. The BJP disseminated these videos across approximately 5,800 WhatsApp groups to broaden their outreach. So this was one of the first instances of a political party employing deepfake technology for campaigning, raising significant ethical concerns about the potential for misinformation and manipulation in political communication. So the need of the hour is definitely implement better content moderation policies to curb misinformation while maintaining free speech. Okay, so ethics in entertainment media. I'm going to talk about the last one, which is here. I'm sure all of you have heard this guy, right? Ranveer Allahabadia and Samay Raina. Anybody who has not heard about this news? Anybody? Okay. If there was, then you must have been under a rock. Anyways, this particular scandal highlights the critical ethical concerns in digital content creation, particularly regarding responsible speech, platform accountability, and boundaries of free expression. While content creators have the right to express opinions freely, they also bear the ethical responsibility of ensuring that their content does not promote obscenity, degrade societal values, or offend public sensibilities. The episode in question, that particular episode in question, of course, was criticized for its vulgar and offensive nature, and as you have witnessed, sparked widespread backlash, raising concerns about the increasing trends of sensationalism and shock value content in the digital media. Right. Governments often have imposed regulations to curb misinformation, but there's a very thin line between regulation and media censorship. The example in case would be Twitter, now X, right? Versus the Indian government in 2021-22 was, that particular case was centered around Indian government's enforcement of the IT rules 2021, which required social media platforms to comply with content takedown requests and appoint compliance officers in India. Twitter initially resisted, citing free speech and user privacy concerns, leading to tensions with the government, which warned that non-compliance would result in loss of its safe harbor protections under Section 79 of IT Act 2000. So while Twitter eventually complied, the conflict escalated when it challenged certain government takedown orders, arguing that they were excessive and politically motivated. In 2022, Twitter filed a lawsuit in Karnataka High Court, questioning the constitutional validity of the government's directives, while the government defended them as necessary for national security and combating misinformation. This particular case highlights the struggle between digital free speech, platform accountability, and government regulations, setting a significant precedent for technology government regulations in India. The IT
Rules 2021, IT Intermediary Rules 2021, sought to hold social media platforms accountable for misinformation, but critics argued that they could be used to suppress dissent. So that's the concern, right? Fact-checking and media literacy. So strengthening fact-checking mechanism in this digital media environment, digital news, etc. So strengthening fact-checking mechanisms like alt news, boom live can help combat misinformation. Additionally, educating citizens, of course, again, all this was spoken about, and research conducted by Professor Bahia Omaz has also revealed that these things are, effective in controlling controlling and curbing misinformation. So educating citizens on media literacy can empower them to identify propaganda, bias, and fake news. Recovering trust in media requires a commitment to editorial independence, ensuring that journalism remains free from corporate, political, and government influence. Many media outlets face pressures from advertisers, political entities, and ownership structures that can compromise objective reporting. Encouraging autonomous newsroom decision-making and minimizing external interference can help maintain journalistic integrity. Additionally, stronger regulations against paid news are crucial, as practice of disguising advertisements as news misleads the public and erodes media credibility. Enforcing strict penalties and disclosure norms for sponsored content can prevent manipulation of news narratives and promote transparent, unbiased reporting. Furthermore, ethical training for journalists and media professionals is essential in an era of fake news, sensationalism, and digital misinformation. Regular training on fact-checking, responsible reporting, and media ethics can help journalists navigate complex issues while upholding public trust. Supporting independent investigative journalism is equally critical, as it plays a crucial role in exposing corruption, human rights violations, and corporate misconduct. Financial and legal backing for investigative reporters can ensure they operate without fear of intimidation or retaliation, fostering a media ecosystem that prioritizes truth, accountability, and public interest. By addressing these areas, media can reclaim its role as a reliable pillar of democracy and informed discourse. In conclusion, ethical journalism is essential for safeguarding democracy and ensuring public trust. The future of media ethics depends on balancing press freedom with responsible reporting, curbing misinformation, and promoting media literacy. Ultimately, ethical media practices must prioritize truth, accountability, fairness, and independence. As Walter Cronkite famously said, freedom of the press is not just important to democracy, it is democracy. The responsibility lies with journalists, media houses, policymakers, and audiences to uphold these values and ensure that media serve the public good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was quite an insightful session. I would now like to call upon our faculty, Ms. Soumya ma'am, to felicitate Dr. N.C. Krishnapriya, who was the chairperson for yesterday's online session on media and AI. Thank you, ma'am. Now we will have our lunch break near the data center. Our discipline committee will guide you through. I request the other college students to move first and the DG Vaishnav college students to stay for 5 minutes and then leave. The participants are expected to gather back by 2:45 p.m. for our awaited panel session on media and AI.
பணம்ன்றது ஒரு ஆயுதம், அது நம்மளை ஆட்சி செய்யும். அந்த பணத்தை நான் ஆயுதமாக எடுத்துருக்கேன். அப்போ நான் தான் இல்லை, நான் யாருன்னு கடைசியில் சொல்கிறேன். ராயபுரம்ல ஒரு பெரிய திருட்டு நடந்திருக்கு. எல்லா கேமராவையும் டிஸ்ட்ராய் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. எங்களுக்கு கிடைச்ச இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் படி மொத்தம் 20 கோடி பணம்.
தங்கச்சி பணம் கிடைக்கும்னு தெரிஞ்சா பகவான் கழுத்து அறுக்க கூட தெரிஞ்சவனுக்கு பேர் தான் மனுஷன்.
இன்னும் அது அண்டர் கவர் வரலையா?
இன்னும் 15 நிமிஷத்தில் வந்துடுவார் சார்.
சரி, வெளியே போயிட்டு வெயிட் பண்ணு.
சரி சார். என்ன படம்டா இது, புகைப்படம்னு? நான் எடிக்டரா? நான் நல்ல படம் எடுப்பேனான்னு பார்த்தா. சார் 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 ஏன் சார் போகிறீங்க? சார் உள்ள ப்ரே பண்ணிருக்காரு சார். உள்ளே போனால் அவர் ரொம்ப கோவப்படுவார். ஒரு 5 நிமிஷம் மட்டும் வெளில இருங்க சார்.
சரி. உள்ள வாங்க சார். அந்த பேக்ல 20 கோடி பணம், டாக்குமெண்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் பென் டிரைவ் இருந்துச்சு.
ஓகே சார்.
ஐ வாண்ட் யூ டு கெட் மீ மை மணி பேக்.
20 கோடி பணம், டாக்குமெண்ட்ஸ், பென் டிரைவ்னு எடுத்துகிட்டு வர சொல்கிறீங்க. ரொம்ப பெரிய வேலையாக இருக்குது. எவ்வளோ தருவா?
எவ்வளோ வேணும்?
50-50.
சரி, ஓகே. அவனை கூட வச்சுக்கோ.
சரி,
சேஃப்டிக்காக.
அப்போ ஓகே. எந்த சார்ஜ் இல்லை, ஒரு நம்பருக்கு கால் பண்ணு. சொல்லுங்கள். ஹலோ.
ஹலோ, நான் தான் ரசூல் பேசுகிறேன்.
வீட்டில் பெரியவங்க யாராக இருந்தால் கொடுப்பா.
நான் தான் பெரிய பையன்.
ராங் நம்பர்.
ராங் நம்பர் கூட பண்ணல சார், கரெக்டான நம்பர் தான் பண்ணிக்க. இன்னைக்கு நம்ம நிஃபே ஃபர்னிச்சரில் சூப்பரான சோஃபா வந்திருக்கு. 2000 ரூபாயிலேருந்து 1 லட்சம் வரைக்கும் நம்ம நல்ல பட்ஜெட்டில் குவாலிட்டியான சோஃபா பண்ணி தரோம். பெஸ்ட் ப்ரைஸில் பண்ணி தரோம். உங்களுக்கு கஸ்டமைஸ் பண்ணி தரோம். ஏன்னா நாங்களே ஓனாக செய்கிறனால தான் சென்னையிலேயே உங்களுக்கு பெஸ்ட் ப்ரைஸை தர முடியும். நிஃபே ஃபர்னிச்சர் வாங்க, பெஸ்ட் ப்ரைஸில் குவாலிட்டியாக நல்ல சோஃபா பெஸ்ட் ப்ரைஸில் வாங்கிட்டு போங்க.
சரிப்பா சரிப்பா, ஏதாவது வேணும் நான் சொல்கிறேன்ப்பா. நான் என் ஃபோன்லேயே பண்ணிக்கிறேன்டா. சரி.
ஹலோ
என்னாச்சு ரமேஷ், ஏதாவது கிடைச்சதா?
சார், நீங்க சொன்ன மாதிரி செக் பண்ணி பார்த்ததுல ஏரியால இருக்கிற எல்லா கேமரா ஃபுட்டேஜும் டெஸ்ட்ராய் பண்ணிருக்காங்க சார். ஆனா ஒரே ஒரு வீட்டுக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கிற கேமரால மட்டும் சஸ்பெக்டோட ஃபுட்டேஜ் சிக்கியிருக்கு சார்.
ஓகே
ஓகே சார், நான் உங்களுக்கு இமீடியட்டா செக் பண்ணிட்டு உடனே சென்ட் பண்றேன் சார்.
ஓகே ரமேஷ், அந்த சஸ்பெக்டோட ஃபுல் ஃபேஸ் ஃபோட்டோ கிடைக்குதான்னு செக் பண்ணி பாருங்க.
ஓகே சார், செக் பண்ணிட்டு நான் உங்களுக்கு உடனே சொல்லிடுறேன் சார்.
சார், ஒரு ஃபுட்டேஜ் ஒரு மாட்டிருக்கேன்.
ஆமாம், நம்ம நல்லவங்களா கெட்டவங்களா?
நான் நல்லவன்னு சொல்ல மாட்டேன், ஆனால் நல்லது பண்ணுவேன். கெட்டவன் கிடையாது, கெட்டவன் சொன்னாலும் கவலைப்பட மாட்டேன்.
நெக்ஸ்ட் என்ன பிளான்?
நம்ம ஒரு கேமராவில் மாட்டேன்.
அதான் மாஸ்க் போட்டுருந்தோம்.
Go and get him back soon. அவனோட சாவே கையில தான்.
Then the game ends.
Now the game starts.
ஹலோ சார், அவனுடைய ஃபுல் ஃபேஸ் ஃபோட்டோ கிடைச்சிருச்சு சார். அதை நான் உங்களுக்கு இப்போ உடனே சென்ட் பண்ணுறேன் சார்.
ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ ரமேஷ்.
ஓகே சார், ஆல் ரைட்.
சார், இவன் எங்கள் ஏரியா தான் சார். இவன் எனக்கு நல்லா தெரியும்.
ஓஹோ, இப்போ எங்கே இருக்கான் இவன்? இன்னைக்கு இவனை தூக்குறோம். சார், அவனை பிடிச்சிட்டோம். ஒரு சின்ன மீட்டிங் இருக்கு, உங்கள் அடியாள்கிட்ட விட்டு போகிறேன்.
Wait, I'll be there in few minutes.
இல்லை சார், ஒரு முக்கியமான மீட்டிங் இருக்கு. சாரி.
You go, I'll take care. டேய், என் காசு எங்கடா?
சொல்ல முடியாது. உன்னால என்ன பண்ண முடியுமோ பண்ணிக்கோப்படா.
என்ன திமிரா பேசுற? இவனை சுட்டா சொல்லுவியா? என் கூட இருந்துட்டே ஏமாத்திட்டல.
முதல்ல இருந்து உன்னை ஏமாத்திட்டு தானே இருந்தேன்.
பணத்தை ஏடா எடுத்தீங்க?
இந்த பணம் உனக்கு எங்கேருந்து வந்துச்சோ அங்கேயே போய் சேரும்.
என்னை கொன்னுட்டு நிம்மதியா இருப்பீங்களா? என் பின்னாடி ஒரு நெட்வொர்க்கே இருக்கு.
சுத்தி முத்திலாம் பார்க்காத, நீ எடுக்கிற ஒவ்வொரு ஸ்டெப்பும் எனக்கு தெரியும். ஆனா நீயே கொலை பண்ற அளவுக்கு உங்களுக்கு தைரியம் இருந்துச்சுல?
இதோட முடிஞ்சுன்னு நினச்சேன். திரும்பவுமா?
ஒட்டகனை நான் விட்டதா சரித்திரத்திலேயே இல்லை. இது பிரச்சனை மேல பிரச்சனை ஒண்ணு தேடி வந்துகிட்டே இருக்கு.
அரவிந்த் பின்னாடி நீ இருக்க, எங்க பின்னாடி யார் இருக்கான்னு தெரிஞ்சுட்டு பேசுறா.
நீங்கள் போங்க, நான் அண்ணாட்ட பேசிட்டு வரேன்.
சொல்றா, முடிஞ்சா?
முடிஞ்சுண்ணா. ஆனால்
என்னாச்சுடா? ஆனா நீ இழுக்கிற.
இது அவனோட முடிய போகிறது இல்லைண்ணா. அவன் பின்னாடி இன்னொருத்தன் இருக்கான்.
ஓ, ஆட்டோல முடியலையா? ஆனா கேம்ஸ்ல சீர் முடியல ரொம்ப பிடிக்கும். முடிச்சிடலாம்.
முடிச்சிடலாம்.
This short film throws a limelight upon corruption and abuse of power. It has also been submitted for a few competitions and we are waiting for the results. Suryan's other short film named Pugai Padam got selected from CBCID office, got a cash prize and recognition from the SP in front of media. Let's give a big round of applause for Suryan. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you have all had an engaging and insightful day so far. Now, it's time for the final session, where we delve into a topic that's reshaping industries, redefining creativities, and revolutionizing the way we consume content, media and AI. From personalized recommendations to AI-generated content, the fusion of media and artificial intelligence is not just a future, it's happening now. This session aims to explore AI's role in misinformation, bias, and job loss, while also discussing the ethical and creative challenges that come with it. To kick things off, let's dive straight into our much anticipated panel discussion. Over to Ashwin to introduce our panelists, and I expect the audience to be remain silent. Thank you. We are honored to have with us a panel of distinguished experts who bring deep insights and diverse perspectives on AI's role in the media landscape. Joining us today are Mr. Venkatragavan Srinivasan, Mr. Ayan Karthikeyan, Mr. Deborah Raj, Dr. Jay Krishnan, and our moderator Manjula Venkatragavan ma'am.
Can we have some silence, please?
Apologies, it's Dr. Deborah Raj. Thank you.
Mr. Venkatraghavan Srinivasan is a seasoned AI and data science professional with a career spanning multiple ways of AI evolution. His journey began in 1996 with a BTech project on fuzzy logic, followed by early explorations in neural networks during .com era. In 2002, he launched his first AI-powered product, earning recognition from the Economic Times. But his startup was short-lived due to the .com crash. In 2013, he founded Parivadini, a pioneering platform leveraging recurrent neural networks for live streaming Carnatic music, later donating his stake to an independent trust. By 2018, with the rise of transformer models, he taught a semester at Manipal University, deepening his expertise in AI applications. Recently, he has been immersed in large language models, LLMs, working on AI-driven content optimization at leading newspaper and now spearheading an AI-first newsroom initiative at the Federal. Committed to open source AI, he shares his models on Hugging Face, fostering collaboration and innovation in the field. I would now like to call upon Dr. G. Vasant, Head of the Department, to felicitate Mr. Venkatraghavan Srinivasan.
Mr. Ayan Karthikeyan is an engineer turned journalist currently serving as the mission director of the fact check unit for the government of Tamil Nadu. He co-founded U-Turn, a fact-checking organization recognized by the International Fact-Checking Network (IFCN) in 2017 and has been its editor-in-chief since then. His career highlights include delivering a TEDx talk on the power of fake news, directing the documentary film Adayalam, and writing the story and dialogues for the short film Vidiyin Mozhi. He has also participated in various TV debates and spoken at IIT Madras on combating fake news. Additionally, he has received Google News Initiative GNI training in Singapore and was interviewed by the BBC about U-Turn's operations. Ayan is actively involved in fact-checking misinformation, training students and journalists on media literacy, and conducting workshops in collaboration with the GNI India Training Network. He was recognized as one of the 40 under 40 by the New Indian Express edX for his contributions to responsible social media. I would like to call upon Dr. G. Vasant, Head of the Department, to felicitate Mr. Ayan Karthikeyan.
Dr. Deborah Raj is the head in charge of the postgraduate department of communication at Madras Christian College. She possesses a strong passion for education and sharing knowledge with the students. With 11 years of teaching experience, she specializes in public relations, advertising, new media management, research, photography, and sound design. Additionally, she holds 8 design patents. Notably, she orchestrated 7 successful PR campaigns at Madras Christian College, significantly impacting Chennai's landscape. Her expertise has led to numerous invitations as a resource person to various colleges. Furthermore, she has authored several articles and has served as the editor of 2 books. She also serves as a social media consultant and design advisor, offering her expertise in website development and company branding to various organizations. She has also undergone various leadership training with organizations of repute. I would now like to call upon our faculty, Ms. Lalita, to felicitate Dr. Deborah Raj.
Dr. Jayakrishnan Narayanan is an academic specializing in media semiotics, visual culture, film studies, and Indian music. He holds a PhD in media semiotics from IIT Madras and is currently an assistant professor at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Coimbatore. His research explores the semiotics of Carnatic music videos, examining media's role in reinforcing cultural narratives. He has published in reputed international journals, presented at global conferences, and won awards including the Best Research Paper Award at Anna University. Beyond academia, he has industry experience in print media, contributed to the Hindu, and is an All India Radio graded Carnatic musician skilled in vocal, veena, visual arts, and digital design. I would now like to call upon our faculty, Ms. Soumya Ma'am, to felicitate Dr. Jayakrishnan Narayanan. This discussion will be moderated by Ms. Manjula Venkat Raghavan ma'am, who will guide us through key conversations on AI-driven content creation, ethical considerations, and the future of digital storytelling. I would now like to call upon Dr. G. Vasant, head of the department, to felicitate. Sorry, we welcome you on the dais, ma'am. So without further ado, let's begin the panel discussion. Over to Dr. Manjula Venkat Raghavan ma'am.
So, good afternoon to all present here. I'm deeply honored to be amidst professionals here working in the AI space as well as academia. So, since morning we have been talking about media ethics and we've discussed the, coming in of fake news and manipulated images and all of that. So, now we are going to discuss how AI has affected all forms of media, and the question is directed to all present here, and we will take it from there. AI is being integrated into journalism, content creation, and audience engagement. I would specifically target it to Mr. Venkat Raghavan because he's working in the media space. AI is being integrated into journalism, content creation, and audience engagement. From your fields, how have you seen AI reshape the media landscape?
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, DG Vaishnav, Dr. Vasan. So, it's not exactly a small plugin, but I'm just going to tell you what's happening right now. As you can see, I'm from the Federal, and two of my colleagues are over here. They don't have your camera. They have 3 iPhones, all right? And they are recording this in multiple angles, right? We're not doing it directly to the cloud, but they could do it to the cloud. And this particular video, there's a custom AI model which has been built way back at the Federal, and based on a bunch of prompts which Blessina, who's a video journalist, she runs a bunch of prompts, and the story gets automatically generated from that, right? Now, of course, are we going to just go and publish it out there? No, definitely not. There is this, we are not yet there where, this morning the chief guest said, I went and asked GPT something and gave me wrong information. Of course it is, because it's hallucination. What large language models are essentially doing is guessing the next word in a sequence, right? And so that's where you need to get guardrails and prompt engineering and things like that to, you get what you need, you're looking for or what. And most importantly, there's always a human in the loop, right? So at Federal, and nothing goes out to the reader, which has not gone past the eyes of the journalist or the editor. So it's not like some content just gets created by, I mean, everybody here, I'm sure, do their homework using GPT, right? So, it's now become commonplace. There's no doubt about it. But yes, there's always human in the loop. One more thing is, especially at the federal, and there's a best practice that we are trying to put in place, is that there will be a disclaimer after every such story, right? So the story would say, this is being generated using our custom federal AI model, and it has gone through an editorial feedback, and we strive to give you the best journalism, but there is definitely a human in this. So this is one aspect or one use case. The federal also has multiple, we are now into multiple languages. We are looking to scale into multiple languages. So this whole thing about 2017-18 is when this attention mechanism attention mechanism came out. It actually came out as a solution to the translation problem, because it could do translation more accurately. So that's one use case which we are seeing at media. We've been able to scale quickly. The federal was launched 2019, but now with Gen AI, we are into Telugu, Kannada, and Hindi, and we essentially use these tools. We use multiple tools to scale. And of course, there are a bunch of other use cases like generating scripts, generating podcasts. We are looking at audio and things also. I'm sure over the conversation, we could be discussing more on this, and I really look forward to this discussion, especially with academics, especially with fact-checking. One thing I was just telling Uni, which has been, they've left out that he's a great singer. He does amazing Carnatic concerts in the month of December. And one thing is for sure, people talk about AI replacing jobs and things like that. Certainly, Uni's singing is not going to be replaced. I'd like to wind off by saying this. People have always been doing things. When there are tools with which those things you can do better, people then start doing better things. So I think things like job loss and stuff like that might be, it's there, it's a concern, and which as a society we will have to address, but I don't think we should also fall for the hyperboles in that. So I'm preempting on this. Thanks.
Okay, I have another question, maybe a little naive, because I'm, like many of us here, are still new to the technology. I would like to direct a question directly to you, Mr. Venkat. This is about, so AI and algorithms, both are a problem. So if when a lot of us are talking about the same thing, how do you ensure what throws up, in spite of you using AI and things like that, when people are searching to find the relevant information? Whatever you are sending may not be, whatever you are putting up on the forums may not reach people.
So you're talking essentially about bias associated. First and foremost, when you're looking at algorithms, we have had these algorithms for quite some time, right? So it's not like Google has suddenly last couple of years decided what goes out or what does not go out, right? It's a tough question. There's no doubt at all about, there are no easy answers also to what you put. Right now, there are, I think, elements of crowdsource which is involved in this, right? But, I really honestly don't have a correct answer, so to say, to this. So.
It was out of curiosity because you had mentioned about hallucination and things like that. So I was also thinking what contributes to all that, because there is a lot of information out there.
So I'll deal about the hallucination. So hallucination, essentially what you talk about. So what is this whole large language model, right? So it has been, your models have been pre-trained or exposed to large amount of text, right? And then it sees sentences or phrases in a particular pattern, right? And it has analyzed that these words or these phrases go about in this pattern in a particular sentence, and hence uses the same logic to predict what the sentence is going to be in the next case, right? So I'm not even sure whether you should be using large language model as a tool for things like I mean, real-time search, or of course they are now included into that, right? Basically, my take is there are essentially 5 use cases or 5 things for which we use language for, which I call as the GISTS model, which is generate, instruct, summarize, translate, speak, bar chat. Right? Essentially, this is what you do with language. Right? You use language, you generate content, right? And the same thing applicable to large language models. You generate content, you give it instruction to the model to give you something. You summarize a whole lot of text into a smaller entity. You translate, and then you speak or chat. Right? So this is the starting point of these large language models, and essentially that's what.
Right. I think I asked the question in a, that was the wrong question. I got confused between the search engine part and the AI, because we would be, I think to prompt a right answer, maybe we could also give the sites and, content and ask the...
Context, context.
Right. To Mr. Ian, I'd like to pose a question. Are there instances where AI-generated misinformation has been particularly difficult to tackle at the government level?
Oh, thank you. Thanks for asking the question. So, yeah, of course, AI is a new threat to the media in a way, and for public also. நிறைய ஃபேக் நியூஸ் வந்துட்டுருக்கு. ஐ திங்க் பசங்க டிஸ்ட்ராக்ட் ஆகிறாங்க, தமிழ்லேயே பேசாதனால நினைக்கிறேன். ஸோ லெட் அஸ் கோ வித் தமிழ். ஸோ ஏஐனால நிறையா ஃபேக் நியூஸ் வருதா? நிறைய வருது. நிறையா ஸ்கேம்ஸ் நடக்குதா? நிறையா ஸ்கேம்ஸ் இருக்குது. எஸ், அஃப்கோர்ஸ். ஸோ ஏஐயில் என்னெல்லாம் நடந்துகிட்ருக்கு அப்படின்றது நம்ம தின வாழ்வில் என்னவெல்லாம் நம்ம சந்திக்கிறோன்றதையும் சேர்த்து தான். இந்த ஸ்கேம்ஸ் இன்றைக்கி நிறைய ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்குது. அந்த வாய்ஸை நம்ம ட்ரெயின் பண்ணிட்டா, நிறைய வாய்ஸ் உள்ள ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் பர்சனோட வாய்ஸ் ஆன்லைனில் இருக்குன்னா அதை எடுத்துகிட்டு வி கேன் ட்ரெயின் அண்ட் அவங்க பேசாததை பேசினது போல் நம்மளால் உருவாக்குறதுக்கான வாய்ப்பு இருக்குது. அது ஒரு பெரிய பிரச்சனை. ஸோ ஸ்கேமாக இருக்கட்டும் அல்லது ஃபேக் நியூஸாக இருக்கட்டும், அது ஈஸியாக ஜென்ரேட் பண்ண முடியும். இன்னொன்று, இன்றைக்கி இருக்கிற அந்த ஜென்ரேட்டிவ் மாடல்ஸில் லைக் ChatGPT ஆர் அதர் ரிலேட்டட் சிமிலர் திங்ஸில் what challenges we can, real challenges, like we can ask whatever the question we want, and we can generate fake news also. That is a serious threat. People may ask a question to create a fake news about a person or about a particular issue, and even நம்மளால் ஒரு ஆர்டிக்கிள் எழுதணும் அப்படின்னா நம்ம அந்த ஆர்டிக்கிளை ஒரே விஷயத்தை பாசிட்டிவாகவும் எழுதி தர சொல்லி கேட்கலாம், நெகட்டிவாகவும் எழுதி தர சொல்லி கேட்கலாம், நியூட்ரலான ஸ்டாண்ட்லையும் எழுதி தர சொல்லி கேட்க முடியும். அப்போ இஃப் அ பர்சன் ஹியூமன் எழுதுனா வர்ற ஒப்பீனியனை விட ரொம்ப கம்போஸ்டாக டார்கெட்டடாக ஒரு ஃபேக் நியூஸை ரொம்ப அழகாக புரிகிற மாதிரி கன்வின்சிங்காக கூட எழுதிட முடியுன்ற ஒரு பெரிய பிரச்சனை இருக்குது. ஏஐ இஸ் நாட் ஜஸ்ட் லைக் ஏதோ ஒரு வீடியோவை மார்க் பண்ணிடுவாங்க, வாய்ஸ் மார்க் பண்ணுறாங்கன்றதையும் தாண்டி இருக்கிற ஒரு பெரிய சிக்கல் இருக்குது. அண்ட் எஸ், அஃப்கோர்ஸ் லாங்குவேஜோட ஒரு அட்வான்டேஜ் என்னென்னா, இன்னும் தமிழில் அவ்வளோ ஃபேக் நியூஸை ஜென்ரேட் பண்ண முடியல. அதே நேரத்தில் நீங்கள் இங்கிலீஷ் ரொம்ப கம்ஃபர்டபுளாக இருக்குது. லிப்ஸிங்காக இருக்கட்டும் அல்லது இன் மெனி வேஸ் லைக் நம்மளால் ஈஸியாக ஒரு இமேஜ் ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணும்போது எந்த ஸ்பெல்லிங் மிஸ்டேக்கும் இல்லாமல் ஒரு கண்டென்ட்டை, ஒரு மீமை இங்கிலீஷில் பண்ணிட முடியுது. தமிழ் ரொம்ப ஒரு கடுமையான லாங்குவேஜுங்கிறதுனால அது அவ்வளவு எளிமையாக அதை பண்ணுறதுக்கான வாய்ப்பு இல்லாமல் இருக்குது. அது ஒரு முக்கியமான விஷயம் நினைக்கிறேன்.
Very interesting. So, Dr. Jayakrishnan, would you like to say something about your thoughts on AI and media?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, DG Vaishnav and Vasant ma'am, for having invited me. Before I begin to respond to ma'am's point there, let me just tell that it's a very, very opportune moment for me to come here, because this is where my guru, Sri Nevili Santana Gopalan sir, did his course way back. So, some way it's quite nostalgic for me to come to the place where my guru did his course. That is to do with my Carnatic side. Now, coming back to answer ma'am's question. So, I thought I'll focus a little bit on film and the AI part. That's what because given that we have experts in all areas, so this is where I thought I can just look into what is happening currently. So, I'll just give a few introductory statements in that angle, and then as and when the discussion pursues, we can take it forward. So if you look at the current scenario, we can see that we are at this juncture where film as an industry is changing. We have had Google Veo, Sora AI, and many other video generation platforms as an AI text to image, image to video generation platforms are bringing up really, really brilliant videos, as you can see. And recently, I don't know, the film aficionados sitting here, you might have seen there is a lovely new film called Greyhound, which has been completely made using Google Veo. It's an animation film, but now can we call it an animation film? I mean, an AI-generated film, can we call it an animation film? That's a very interesting question, but it is promoted as an animation film made through Google Veo. Then again, there are many other interesting platforms which have evolved. One is this Halio AI, which is a Chinese platform, which has come up with some very interesting thing called director mode. So what is director mode? It lets you create video through it and also gives you complete control over how you want it generated. As in, you can bring in, if you want a tight close-up, if you want a tilt, or if you want to add a track shot, whatever it is. So it gives you complete control of the visual that it has generated, and the way you want it done from a directorial point of view, it lets you do it. And there are many more. There is Pika Pika 2.1, I think. They have some brilliant, if you just Google about it, you can find some lovely videos created through it. Even professional advertising agencies have started using Pika to create advertisements where, it gives you much photorealistic, feel through what it generates. And also there are many other such evolving platforms to which we'll come later. This is on the one side. You see development from the image production, video production angle on the one side, and on the other side you see the ethical issues coming in, which I think would be the crux of what I'm trying to put in here. So there what we're seeing, say for instance, US, if you look at the US copyright laws, recently was, it has included that AI generated text content with minimal amount of AI, that is if it has been used for AI assistance to write, if be it script, be it book, can still be within the purview of copyright, as in the human who has authored it with AI assistance can claim for authorship there. In the same document, they're telling that if you've just entered the prompts and if whatever has generated out of the prompts is your text, then you cannot claim authorship. So you can see there is a dilemma in the very same document, on both sides of the story.
I didn't get the contradiction. Could you repeat that, please?
On the one side, it says that if the person has used the assistance minimally, then he can claim copyright for it. Yeah. At the same time, it is telling that if the human behind the system has done very minimal job and if it is a prompt-based complete thing, then copyright cannot be given. So where do we draw the line? Where do we draw the line? So the same thing is applicable to image generation and everything. I think we'll take that discussion forward as and when the opportunity rises.
Thank you. Very interesting and very thought-provoking. As in, where do we draw the line? Because everything, to get anything out of AI, GPTs, any kind of GPTs, it's the prompt that works. So, how do you measure as to, the prompt versus, what can be given copyright? Yeah, so we'll come back to that. Dr. Deborah, I'd like to give your views on AI and, your thing, AI and media, AI and social media.
Yeah.
And we'll take it from there.
Right. So good afternoon to the esteemed panelists on the dais. My thanks to Dr. Vasant for inviting me over. So this might interest you. I know a bunch of students are all very disturbed right now, being the afternoon. But I think you'll have to take this into consideration when it comes to social media right now, because all of you right now are surviving on social media. You do not even need food or water when it comes to social media. And you get really agitated when we deprive you of your Wi-Fi or your internet, and it really disturbs you. So you need to question yourself right now where you guys stand, because AI is right now have taken completely over social media. And do you know that Facebook, if you go to a social gathering and you don't even tell that person's name, but you've just met that person, and you get back home, or you don't even get back home, you stand there, you open your Facebook or your Instagram, immediately it pops up saying, you know, your friend's suggestion comes over. How do you think Facebook or Insta, for that matter, really does it? So there's facial recognition that happens even when you are talking with another person, even while you are conversing with another person. Right now, as we speak, there are so many devices that pick your words, or even pick your language, or even understands what you want in life, right? So I feel that is pretty scary out there right now, because AI has completely taken over, and as we speak, there is so much of data privacy issues that is happening. There's a lot of threat that is going on. So many data has been compromised. Our own personal data has been compromised by larger companies, right? Like Facebook, for example, and things like this are going on. So as students, I definitely put a word of caution to all of you right here, because all of you are living on that. So it's high time that as individuals we take responsibility to use this social media or AI-driven media to be really cautious, right? And to use it with utmost responsibility. Thank you.
Right. One question, I'm back to Mr. Ian. Do you think that AI-driven fact-checking can replace human expertise?
I don't believe AI in this way. Like, yeah, it can be helpful to verify the data when we use if there is a data, if we need a data comparison, we can go with that. And if we want to extract detail from the data which a human cannot read, it maybe have many pages to read or understand, so we can use that. In that way it will be helpful to fact checking, but I don't think it will replace the human. So fact checking involves of course it involves the journalism and the tools. It's always in that way. So it's not easy to replace a human with AI. So இதில் நிறைய சிக்கல்களும் இருக்குது. Ethical questions like what he raised, like copyrights. இன்றைக்கி வந்து ஏஐனா நம்ம வந்து புதுசாக பை இட் செல்ஃப் அது சிந்திக்குதுன்னு நினச்சிட்ருக்கோம். அப்படிலாம் கிடையாது. ஏஐ எங்கேருந்து சிந்திக்கும்னா இட்ஸ் அ ரிஃபைன்ட் சர்ச் அண்ட் அதோட இன்னொரு ஸ்டேஜ் இருக்குது, அவ்வளோதான். அது என்ன ஸ்டேஜ் அப்படின்னா, இப்போ கூகுளில் நம்ம தேடி நிறைய வெப்சைட்டில் தேடி நமக்கு தேவையான தகவலை எடுப்போம். அதை எல்லாத்தையும் எடுத்து நம்ம ஒரு மாதிரி அதை கம்பைல் பண்ணிக்குவோம் இல்லையா? வேறு சைட்டில் தேடி அதெல்லாம் கரெக்டான டேட்டான்னு நமக்கு தேவையானபடி கம்பைல் பண்ணுவோம். அந்த கம்பைலையும் சேர்த்து பண்ணித்தர்ற ஒரு டூலாக இன்றைக்கி வந்து இந்த ஜென்ரேட்டிவ் ஏஐ நமக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுது. அவ்வளோதான். அது தனியாக புதுசாக சிந்திக்குமானா கண்டிப்பாக கிடையாது. பட் வாட் இட் வில் டூ இஸ், ரெண்டு இடத்துல சிந்திக்கிறத கம்பைன் ஒரு நமக்கு சேர்த்து நமக்கு காட்டுறதாக இருக்கலாம், அல்லது வந்து நிறைய டேட்டாவிலேருந்து அனலைஸ் பண்ணுறதுனால இட் வில் கிவ் அ நியூ ஐடியா. பட் it will not be a completely new one. With whatever the inputs we are giving, whatever the data it been get trained, with that only it can give a புதுசை போல நமக்கு ஒரு விஷயம் தர வேண்டியது தவிர கம்ப்ளீட்லி நியூவாக ஒரு விஷயம் தர்றது இல்லை. அதை நம்ம அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணிக்கணும். அதனால் ஏஐ பார்த்து நம்ம பயப்படுறதை தாண்டி ஸ்டில் இட் வில் ரெக்வயர்ஸ் த ஹியூமன் இன்டர்வென்ஷன். நம்மளோட இனோவேட்டிவான தாட், புது வேர்ட்ஸ். இப்போ ஃபேக்ட் செக்கிங் இன்றைக்கி வந்துருச்சு, உலகம் முழுக்க ஃபேக்ட் செக்கிங் பற்றி பேசிகிட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஸோ இஃப் வி சர்ச் எனிதிங் அபவுட் ஃபேக்ட் செக்கிங், வி வில் கெட் ஐடியா அண்ட் வி வில் கெட் ரெஸ்பான்ஸ் ஃப்ரம் த ஏஐ டு வாட் எவர் ஜெனரேட்டிவ் மாடல்ஸ் ஆர் தேர். பட் இப்போ ஃபேக்ட் செக்கிங்னே ஒன்று இல்லை, இன்டர்நெட்டில் ஃபேக்ட் செக்கிங்கிற வார்த்தையே இல்லை. வி ஆர் ஸ்டார்டிங் நியூ அப்படின்னா அதால் சொல்ல முடியாது. நம்ம தான் வந்து அந்த இன்புட்டை தர்றோம். ஸோ அந்த விஷயத்தையும் சேர்த்து தான் நம்ம ஏஐ புரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
பட் பாசிபிலிட்டி ஆஃப் பயஸ் இஸ் தேர் இல்லையா? இப்போ நீங்கள் எந்த இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் எடுத்தாலுமே அது வந்து அன்பயஸ்ட் இருக்கிற பாசிபிலிட்டி உண்டா?
அஃப்கோர்ஸ் அது ஏஐலேயே நம்ம ட்ரெயின் பண்ணுறதை பொறுத்து தானே. நம்ம ட்ரெயின் பண்ணும்போது அஃப்கோர்ஸ் இன்றைக்கி இருக்கிற எல்லா சோஷியல் மீடியா மேலேயும் ஒரு குற்றச்சாட்டு இருக்குது. இப்போ உதாரணத்துக்கு இஸ்லாமோஃபோபிக் கண்டென்ட் அப்படின்னா அதை வந்து ஏஐ ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணுது. ஏஐயில் ஒரு இமேஜ் ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணுறோன்னா இஸ்லாமோஃபோபிக் கண்டென்ட்டை ஒரு முஸ்லீமை தவறாக சித்தரித்து மோசமாக சித்தரித்து அதை வந்து வெளியிடுறாங்க. இப்போ வெளியிடுறாங்கன்னா மெட்டாலையும் வருது, அல்லது வந்து எக்ஸ்லேயும் வருது, அல்லது வேறு சைட்ஸில் வருது. வாட் ப்ரோட்டோகால் வி ஹேவ்? ஸோ இந்த ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணுறதே தப்பு அப்படின்ற அந்த நாலேஜ் எப்போ வரும்? இட் வில் டேக் டைம் அண்ட் வி வாண்ட் டு ஃபைட். அந்த மாதிரியான கண்டென்ட் வந்து இன்றைக்கி நிறைய இன்டர்நெட்டில் இருந்துகிட்டே இருக்குது. ஹேட்டை ப்ரொபகேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு டெக்னாலஜி ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குது, நம்மளால் ஸ்டாப் பண்ண முடியல. அதே மாதிரி இந்த பயசஸ் வந்து இருந்துக்கிட்டே தான் இருக்குது. த்ரூஅவுட் இந்த சோஷியல் மீடியாவோட வளர்ச்சிக்கு பின்னால் ஒரு பொலிட்டிக்கல் கலர் திரும்ப வந்துக்கிட்டே இருக்குது. ஹவ் இட் பீங் யூஸ்ட் ஃபார் த எலெக்ஷன்ஸ், ஹவ் தே மேனிப்புலேட் பீப்புள், ஹவ் தே ஒர்க் ஃபார் ப்ரொபகண்டா, எதை ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் பண்ணுறாங்க, எதை கொஷின் பண்ணுறாங்க, வாட் தே ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ட், வாட் தே கொஷின், வாட் தே அலோ. These are all the major things we want to think about. So it's about the mentality of the, it's not about just the mentality of, it's just the skeleton of the technology. It's about the mentality of the people who owns the companies and how they politically aligned with various countries and how they are communicating with them. What are all the business plays in this? அதெல்லாம் வந்து ஒரு பெரிய ஃபேக்டராக இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
Thank you. Dr. Deborah, so what do you think should be, what kind of skills should media students and professionals develop to stay relevant in this AI integrated media?
Okay, so I'd like to take off from what Mr. Ayan Karthikeyan said. So he just spoke on election and politics and how it's been manipulated. I would like to remind you of something that happened at the US during the 2016 Trump's election. Okay, so this was called as the Cambridge Analytica. So what happened was, you're all Facebook users, and there was a survey that popped up on Facebook, and because of that survey, 87 million users' data was compromised. Can you imagine? 87 million users' data was compromised. And when that data was compromised, they used that particular data to actually manipulate the voters, to propagate politics after the survey. And this was sold to the UK Cambridge Analysis, and there was a whistleblower who worked for Cambridge Analytica who came forward and he said, this has happened and this needs to stop. Only after he said, did it come to the limelight, and Mark Zuckerberg was put on the spotlight, and to everyone's awe, he said it happened. He accepted. And he had to pay $5 billion USD. Okay, money is money. He's gonna earn triple or how many ever times more through Facebook or Instagram or whatever content we are giving him, right? But imagine 87 million users, not only my data was compromised, it also compromised my friends' data without even me giving proper permission. Right? So you will have to be very, very careful as students, answering ma'am's question here right now. So when you and I take the survey, as a student or as an individual right now, you may take the survey, or you may, happily do whatever you want on social media or whatever, forum that you are in. But are you questioning yourself that whether your data is compromised, or are you socially responsible by knowing what it is and then indulging yourself in it? So I think as media students, more than others, you will have to be very, very careful when it comes to AI and technology and media. Because your sense of responsibility, because when you go outside after your studies, the world is going to pressurize you to the maximum. And it's going to tell you, this is not this is not wrong, you can do this. You can be carried away with all that because it's going to give you name, fame, or whatever. It's going to make you a multi-millionaire. All that is going to come. But ask yourself whether you're doing the right thing or not in the process. So if you answer yourself, if you, I think, be true to yourself by learning what it is, by actually understanding what the pros and cons of AI will be as a media professional, I think you'll be able to do justice to what you learn. Thank you.
Right. I'm coming back to both of you, Dr. Deborah and Dr. Jayakrishnan, shortly. But before that, because you mentioned Facebook and Cambridge Analytica, I can't but talk about this thing which happened just in January. And that is Meta shelved fact-checking and policy reversal ahead of Trump administration. Mr. Venkat, what do you have to say about that?
That should rightly be answered by Ayan. But yeah, that's so I actually have a contrarian or a different view for 2 points, and like to say one is on the aspect of copyright that was brought about based on the training data, right? Now, let's look at it this way, right? So when is it a copyright violation? If there is a textbook of yours, I take and I reproduce it that way, which, to be honest, in 90s, we used to, my engineering, I mean, you should know, we used to take photocopies of books. You could get away saying, you know, we were a poor country then, nothing about IP. But let's look at it, what's happening in the AI context. It's actually it learns, so that's exactly how the models are doing, right? So let's say as a professor, you are a lecturer, you are learning a concept, and then as a teacher, you're going and teaching that to your student, correct? Is that copyright violation? I don't think so, right? Now, applying the same with AI models, right? That's what the AI models are doing. It's actually learning. And let's be honest, actually, the other aspect which is not taught about is this whole thing about this deep learning. It's still a black box. We still don't know how it does what it's doing. I mean, we all know this, what everybody here is, I'm like certain 99% here are doing their homework with ChatGPT, okay? Let's not even, but
that's where my next question is coming to.
Right, but so this is learning. As long as it's not regurgitating whatever is over there, it is content which has been learned and it's being put out in a particular format. So I do understand there's a tricky gray area. There are a lot of, Europe has come out with regulation on this, but we don't know. We don't know as things are unraveling, and I think we should have that humility to say, look, we don't know, let's figure this out together, right? And I think that's where we are as far as this technology is concerned. Definitely I envy the people, students doing things, because I think this is one of the most exciting times. Of course, there is responsibility and we need to get that imbibed early into it, but I think the question should be for Ayan on the fact.
Rightly so, yes. Mr. Ayan, your views on it.
Again, I want to add points also, like copyrights are very tricky. We have to understand something else also. I'm creating an original content, and many people over there will write some content that is their own work. They will go to the field and understand the situation, and they will write an article about a particular thing. And what AI will do is, or the generator will do is, that will compare all the data and they will use it. So if we want to read about a particular issue, what we will do, if we are going to use the prompt and we are going to give an prompt instruction, and what we will get it, all our 10 data will be compared and they will get a compile idea. So they will not come to my site, they won't come to read what my view is, but they will use ChatGPT or some AI thing, right? So 10 பேரோட உழைப்பும் அங்கே காணாம போகும். So that is a serious issue. அது வந்து yes, that's how it worksங்கிறதோட அது முடியாது அப்படின்றது தான் அதில் முக்கியமானது. இந்த 10 பேரோட உழைப்பு, 10 பேரும் வேறு வேறு இடங்களுக்கு போய் கான்டாக்ட் டெவலப் பண்ணி அந்த ஸ்டோரியை ஃபீல்ட்லேருந்து ரிப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறாங்கல்ல, அது தட் கேனாட் பி கில்டு இல்லை. அது வந்து இட்ஸ் a சீரியஸ் இஷ்யூ ஆல்சோ. இன் ஃபியூச்சர் மீடியாவோட ஒர்க் எல்லாமே வந்து இப்படி காணாமல் போகிறதோ அல்லது ரிசர்ச்சாக இருக்கலாம், வாட் எவர் மேபி, அது வந்து ஒரு சீரியஸ் இஷ்யூ தான். அண்ட் ஐ எம் கம்மிங் பேக் டு யுவர் கொஷின், லைக் ஃபேக்ட் செக்கிங் அவங்க என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி ஃபேக்ட் செக்கர்ஸை வச்சு if there is a fake news they will mark it as fake. If it is a misleading information they will mark it as misleading. இப்போ நீங்கள் ஒரு செய்தி பார்க்குறீங்க, அந்த செய்தி பொய்யா இருக்குது அல்லது தவறான தகவலோடு இருக்குது அப்படின்னா ஃபேஸ்புக் யூஸ் டு மார்க் யூஸிங் த தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி இண்டிபெண்டன்ட் ஃபேக்ட் செக்கர்ஸ். அதை இப்போ டேக் டவுன் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. Due to the political scenario of US believes that there is no requirement for fact checking itself. They do have different idea. Trump itself used to post many fake information in the history. So தலைவன் எவ்வளியோ அவளியே அப்படின்ற மாதிரி நம்ம வந்து அதற்குள்ளே போகிற மாதிரி ஒரு நிலைக்கு ஃபேஸ்புக் தள்ளப்பட்டுச்சு. இன்னொரு விஷயம் என்ன அப்படின்னா, கண்டென்ட் வந்து ஜென்ரேட் ஆகும். சோஷியல் மீடியாவில் நிறைய கண்டென்ட் ஜென்ரேட் ஆகும். நீங்கள் ஒன்று போஸ்ட் பண்ணுவீங்க, நான் ஒன்று போஸ்ட் பண்ணுவேன். ஃபோட்டோவாக இருக்கலாம், வீடியோவாக இருக்கலாம், டெக்ஸ்ட்டாக இருக்கலாம். அதில் ஒரு நிறுவனமாக பார்த்தா அவங்களுக்கு என்ன இருக்குது, அது ரைட் ராங் இஸ் நாட் தேர் ஹெடேக். Some content should be there in the social media. Someone should read, someone should comment, someone should share. That's what their requirement. So fact checking is unwanted for them. It's time consuming. They want to spend on that. Why they want to fact check? Why they want to do that and all? That is not the necessary thing for a technology. Where comes the user is, உலகம் முழுக்க வந்து இந்த ஃபேக் நியூஸ்னால சில வேறு கொள்வது மாதிரியான விஷயங்கள்லாம் வந்துச்சு. குழந்தை கடத்தல் கும்பல் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி பிரச்சனை வந்துச்சு. இந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு வேர்ல்டு செனாரியோ வரும்போது அவங்க ஒரு அழுத்தத்துக்குள்ளே வந்தாங்க. நிறைய நாடுகள் கேள்வி கேட்டுச்சு, உன்னோடதுல இருந்தால் கலவரங்களை வந்து அது தூண்டுற மாதிரி இருந்துச்சு, வயலன்ஸ் இன்ஸ்டிகேட் பண்ணுற மாதிரி இருந்துச்சு.
நிறையவே நடந்திருக்கு.
ஆமாம், அதை வந்தோடனே பீப்புள் ஸ்டார்ட் டு கொஷனிங். நிறைய கவர்னிங் பாடி கொஷின் கேட்க ஆரம்பித்தாங்க. கொஷின் கேட்க ஆரம்பித்தோடனே இந்த உலகத்தில் இருக்கிற எல்லா அமைப்புகளும் என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா ஃபேக்ட் செக்கிங்க்கு இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் கொடுத்தாங்க. ஃபேக்ட் செக்கிங் ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ஸுக்கு வந்து இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் கொடுத்தாங்க. அவங்களோட இன்கார்பரேட் பண்ணாங்க. அடுத்த செட் ஆஃப் இஷ்யூ என்ன வந்துச்சுன்னா, கவர்மெண்ட்ஸுக்கு வந்து எங்களால் ப்ரொபகண்டா பண்ண முடியல. இஃப் வி ஆர் ஸ்ப்ரெடிங் எ ஃபேக் நியூஸ் யூ ஆர் கண்ட்ரோலிங் இட், ஹவ் கேன் வி அக்செப்ட் அப்படின்ற அந்த கேள்வி வந்துருச்சு. ஸோ பேஸ்ட் ஆன் த பொலிட்டிக்கல் சுச்சுவேஷன் தே ஆர் சேஞ்சிங் தேர் பாலிசிஸ் நவ் அண்ட் தென். ஸோ இப்போ இந்த ஃபேக்ட் செக்கிங் டேக் டவுன் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. தட் இஸ் நாட் அ ஃபேர் திங். At least we should know that what is fake, what is misinformation. We are not able to control everything. எல்லா ஃபேக் நியூஸுக்கும் ஆன்சர் கொடுக்க முடியுமானா முடியாது. At least to some viral content we have a disclaimer. Even they are not ready to remove the content, but we are just adding some more angle is there. So அதுவுமே டேக் டவுன் பண்ணுறதுங்கிறது ஒரு ஆபத்தான விஷயம் தான்.
India right now I think we can take down content because it has resulted in mob lynching and all. There was a child kidnapping thing and all that. So as of now, I think they under the IT intermediary rules, content which is seen to cause such situations can be pulled down. But again, for that we will need this fact checking.
Again, we should not remove content also. Like how can we remove the content? That is not fair thing.
No,
that will affect this free speech. Sorry, I'm overlapping.
No,
like if you are writing something, you have an opinion or you know the fact. And I am denying.
No, I am talking about fake news, sir. So
yeah, I can understand. Answering for the same only. You are claiming it as true. I am claiming it as fake. If it can create a violence, I can add points and I can take action. Yes, that is fair. But if you are giving a criticism about government or a person or who is in power, so if you have the power to remove also, that is an issue. That is an issue.
Infringement of free speech.
Yeah, that is an issue. So I won't support removing the content from social media.
So the recent case of this one Ranveer Allahabadia on Instagram, I have now jumped to another thing, has been so there are people arguing that he is exercising his right to free speech, but then where is the line? So anyways,
yeah, we do have our constitution doesn't support full free speech. We have certain limitations,
restrictions. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing on this, which is of course Elon Musk. There was a mention. Now Twitter has this method where for fact checking they put out the news and they crowdsource, so people could come and say this is true, this is incorrect, right? So Facebook has now started, that's what they're planning to do. So definitely, I mean, do you think that's a way forward? Do you think that's a solution? Because you're relying on the power of crowd to come and give their views whether it's a right fact or not. So ஒரு fact போடுறாங்க, there are people who come and say instead of one body, right? Because so that is the problem why Meta fact checking was removed. Was the question that was asked is who will fact check the fact checker, right? And right.
To interject there, I think we had that similar issue with the case of PIB fact check. So we had PIB fact check that was kind of, you know, biased when it comes to news, and yeah, that issue was there. So to add to what you just said. And I think crowdsourcing is how most fact-checking organizations now work, if I'm right, isn't it, sir? So the crowdsourcing of the data checking, and yeah, most of the ones work on the individual fact-checking, yes, but they collect the information from various sources and double-check.
Exactly. We can add context, but I don't think that is a fact check. We can add context.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Now.
Yeah, and sorry. So who will check the fact checker is a fair question again. Unfortunately, we are having a lot of fake news pleaders, and who is daring enough to spread hatred and challenge the very own country's sovereignty or peace. And if we are going to hire the fact checkers to give the context, we are going to fact check based on the facts. And they have particular set of rules and signatories there. There is a protocol, and IFCN is there. There is an international fact-checking network. They have set of bias checking, and of course, and whenever we do a fact check, we have to give proper citation, proper data, and like that they do have a lot of criteria to check the fact checkers. That is the standard they set already. So within the standards, we are not going to deliberately reject a claim or say that is fake. We have the own responsibility, and with that only everyone can fact check. The thing is, it's more political again. People don't want to love the fact checkers because they are doing the fact check.
Right. Now to the media academics here. I'm an academic myself, but this question of AI and its use to do research, what is your take on that? Dr. Jayakrishnan, and followed by Dr. Deborah.
Yeah, so let me also just add to one point before I come to your question, ma'am. So I think you had mentioned about bias that is existing, and that it learns the bias through the inputs given, right, as in the AI generating platforms. So one example recently was with regard to the DeepSeek one. So someone had posted a question to it asking about details on Tiananmen Square massacre, and very happily the AI platform said, I don't have information. So see, it's again on the basis of which country to which the the platform belongs, and the inherent biases that are there, the protective mechanisms that are in. I think that in some way reflects in the outputs too. Okay, now to answer your question, ma'am. Okay, so see, research has been evolving with technology. We have seen research earlier, say for instance, while my dad did his PhD, I mean, we can go on to go beyond that too, but while he was doing his PhD, for him, he had to depend on actual libraries, go sit and read for a very, very long time, and if books were not available, he had to, send letters to foreign universities, get copies. I mean, that was through the university, that is, yes. So a very roundabout mechanism by which he got his books and all that. But when it came to us, I think, yeah, we did go to libraries, but large number of our data was more, everything that we did with regard to reading was either through, the guys don't, take it seriously, LibGen, yeah, and many other mechanisms too. And we had so much of resources of online content, and yeah, so I think, but then someone can question, is that research? Yeah, coming from the orthodox point of view of what research is, then sitting at a place and reading is not research anymore. I mean, for them, you have to go around places, and that is research. So the definition of research when it comes to lit review or data collection, I think it changes from time to time, and I think we are in that defining moment while we are looking at how AI comes in.
In fact, that brings me to another question, which maybe I should have asked earlier to academia. Do media students need to be trained in AI use? I mean, how important is it?
Indeed. So I think that also is a very relevant question. I'll just sum up the first part and then come to this too. So I think as long as the mechanism is not where the AI gives you the research itself, it's fine. Because for instance, Jenny AI, if you're looking at that level, or our research, I think, yeah. Anyway, these are all lit review mechanisms that does, that kind of speeds of the process of reading very, very fast. So it kind of gives you the entire academic network. You are doing your literature review, yes, in the proper manner, yes, but at greater speed. What took you 6 months to do, you can do it in 1 month or lesser, which is a good part. But if you are just depending on the AI to do your research, yes, then there is a lot of problem. That's one. Then to answer your second question, for me, see, there are multiple courses that I take, and one of that is English for journalism for the introductory batch students. And I ask students to write, various sorts of assignment, including gibberish. And you won't believe, ma'am, everything comes from someone doesn't want me to speak, I guess. Yeah. So, but then I have to go about a roundabout process, ask them to come stand, read, re-narrate everything that they wrote so that I can double check what they wrote and what they have. We have to go about all these mechanisms. But if you are training them to properly use it, say we are anyway incorporating that into design, we are anyway incorporating that into editing, color grading, everything's DaVinci or Photoshop and anything that you look, we have the AI integrated into it. So why not also look at language that way, so that people with poor language skills, if they can be helped to write as long as the content is original. So yeah, the training can be given is what I think.
Training, especially the prompt engineering part.
Yes.
So that they are able to use the right prompt to get what they are looking for. All right. Dr. Deborah?
So to answer to your question, I think ethics come into play a lot when it comes to AI and research. So, most of the students, they actually do, we receive a lot of assignments, right? And they actually do a cut, copy, paste work from ChatGPT. And since you know how they've taken it, and they don't even they're gracious enough to even remove certain words that it is from ChatGPT, right? So they take technology for granted. So I should say that as students, you'll have to be more responsible enough rather than, depend on the technology to get the best use of it, but not at the stake of, selling your own brains. I don't believe in that, right? So you will have to basically know what you're doing, and you will have to have a master over AI and not be a servant or a slave to AI, right? So that is where your role comes in. So are you going to earn a degree which is generated by AI at the end of the day, or is your degree really valid, or is it true to your conscience that you have earned your degree, right? So, and also when you do research, I think your basic research, your analysis, your data collection, all that has to be done by you, and then looked up to AI for condensing your work, to polish your work. I think there the AI comes in and not completely. Yes. Okay. And to also structure your research, like ma'am said. So you will have to know where you will have to use AI and where you shouldn't use AI, right? And please, always, even if AI is going to help you out to doing your work, make sure you read after AI generates. The saddest part is that, we come across so many students who don't even have the patience or don't even mind to take a second look at what AI has generated, and they just submit, right? So don't just read up just for the sake of getting your marks, or just finishing it off. I've lost time, and I should make it up, and I should look up to AI to do my work. No, don't do that. Be true to yourself. I think everything boils down to the values that you have at the end of the day. So I think that is where you and AI should stand apart. And as an educationalist, this all.
Yeah, I'd like to add something to it because there is so much of information available. How to put the technology to best use would be, would be something that we can teach our students. Like, what is the best way to use it, and take content from relevant sources and use that to, condense it. And if you have a work, how you can structure the work, what aspects can be looked into, can be. The GPT tools could be used for all those as well. All right. I'd like to now ask one question which any one of you all can answer, or I could have all of you all, answer to that as well. So, what do you think is the biggest risk AI poses to media, and how can we mitigate it? Would you see that as a risk in the first place? And if that is, how could we mitigate it?
Okay, actually I will say it is it's not a threat, it's an opportunity. But how we going to use is an important thing. Like, நம்ம வந்து இப்போ ஏஐ வருது, ஏஐ வந்தோடனே நம்ம கான்டென்ட்டை ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஆர்டிக்கிள் எழுதுறதுக்கு நீங்கள் ஏஐ பயன்படுத்த போகிறீங்கன்னா அது உங்களுக்கு பெரிய மோசமான விஷயம். உங்கள் க்ரியேட்டிவிட்டியை கொண்டுட்டு நீங்கள் ஒரு ஸ்டோரி எழுதுறதுக்கோ அல்லது வந்து ஒரு ஆர்டிக்கிள் எழுதுறதுக்கோ எஃபர்ட் போடாமல் நம்மளால் ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணிக்க முடியும்னு பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா தட்ஸ் எண்ட் ஆஃப் ஸ்டோரி, எண்ட் ஆஃப் யுவர் ஸ்டோரி. ஸோ அதே நீங்கள் என்ன பண்ணலான்னா, டு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் த கான்செப்ட், வேரியஸ் சைட்ஸை தேடி ஒன்றுலையும் கண்டென்ட் எடுக்கிறதுக்கு பதிலாக இட் வில் கம்பைல் அண்ட் கிவ் இட் டு இன் யுவர் ஹேண்ட்ஸ். It's easy if you want to understand a concept, and if you want to learn a technology, what are the questions you have about the journalism or screen play writing எப்படி பண்ணணும், screen play ஆன ஸ்ட்ரக்சர் என்னவாக இருக்கணும். If you ask the question, it will answer and you will use it. அப்புறம் நீங்கள் படித்த டேட்டாவை அதிலிருந்து ஒரு 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 chat வரையணும் அப்படின்னா you can use it. This is the data you have, and இதில் வந்து ஒரு chat ட்ரா பண்ணணும், அதுக்கு நீங்கள் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். மேக் யூஸ் ஆஃப் ஏஐ இன்ஸ்டெட் ஆஃப் அதை ஃபுல்லாக டிபெண்ட் ஆகிறதுங்கிறது வந்து டேஞ்சர். ரைட், நம்ம ஆர்டிக்கல் எழுதுறதுக்கே அதை தான் பயன்படுத்த போகிறோம்னா யூஸ் இல்லை. பட் ஆர்டிக்கல் எழுதுறதுக்கு அதிலேருந்து நம்ம இன்புட் எடுத்துக்க போகிறோம், அல்லது ஆர்டிக்கலில் ஈஸியாக நம்ம அந்த சேட் வரைகிறதுக்கோ, அந்த டேட்டா பாயிண்ட்ஸை வந்து வேறு மாதிரி ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்கோ, அதுலேருந்து ஒரு இமேஜ் ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கோ நம்ம யூஸ் பண்ணிக்க போகிறோம்னா that will be very useful. So in that way, as you said, like best way of using AI என்ன, இந்த அப்ளிகேஷன் நமக்கு எப்படிலாம் ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும், ஜேர்னலிசம் என்ஹான்ஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு, நம்மளை என்ஹான்ஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு என்னவெல்லாம் பண்ண போகிறோன்றதை பார்க்குறது தான் பெஸ்ட் ப்ராக்டிஸ். அண்ட் அஃப்கோர்ஸ் ஃபுல்லாக கட் காப்பி பேஸ்ட்டுக்கு இணையானது தான் சேட் ஜிபிடியில் நம்ம வந்து ஒரு ஆர்டிக்கல் எழுதுறது. இன்றைக்கி வந்து ஃபேண்டாஸ்டிக்காக ஆர்டிக்கல் எழுது. இஃப் தெர் இஸ் கான்டென்ட் அந்த ஹெட்லைன்ஸ் இருந்துச்சுனாவே ஃபேண்டாஸ்டிக்காக ஆர்டிக்கல் எழுது. இன்னொரு விஷயம் என்னென்னா, நான் ஒரு ரைட்டிங் ஸ்டைல் இருக்குது, நான் ஒரு 10 ஆர்டிக்கல் எழுதியிருக்கேன் அப்படின்னா என்னோடய ரைட்டிங் ஸ்டைலை அப்லோட் பண்ணி என்ன மாதிரியே இந்த ஆர்டிக்கல் எழுதி கொடு அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் என்னோடய ஸ்டைல்லையே அந்த ஆர்டிக்கல் எழுதி தர்றதுக்கான சான்சஸ் இருக்குது. ஸோ அதெல்லாம் எப்போ யூஸ் பண்ணணும், எப்படி யூஸ் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்றது வந்து நம்ம கையில் தான் இருக்குது. நம்ம க்ரியேட்டிவிட்டியை காலி பண்ணி, நம்மளோட அறிவை காலி பண்ணி கம்ப்ளீட்டாக நம்ம சேட் ஜிபிடியை ரிலே பண்ண போகிறோம் அப்படின்னா ஷுவர்லி தட் வில் நாட் ஒர்க். புதுசாக எதையும் எவால்வ் பண்ணாது, இருக்கிறதுலேயே நம்ம திரும்ப சுற்றிட்டு இருப்போம். தட் இஸ் அ சீரியஸ் த்ரெட் டு ஹியூமனிட்டி, ஐ கெஸ். நம்ம யோசிக்கிறத இன்னோவேஷன்ஸை இது ஸ்டாப் பண்ண போதுன்னா தட் இஸ் அ பிக்கஸ்ட் த்ரெட். பட் இஃப் யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு மேக் யூஸ் ஆஃப் இட், திஸ் இஸ் த பெஸ்ட் திங்.
Okay, so I would like to understand it this way, that finally அதில் வந்து ஒரு ஹியூமன் டச் இருக்குது. லைக் ஹவு we are using it. இப்போ content வச்சு like you need to identify what all needs to be there in that article, and then if you have also fed data to make it understand that this is my style, and then you have everything in place. Right? Finally, like what you said, if we use the technology in the right manner, it will be good rather than seeing it as a threat as well. Right? So I think today's
I want to add one thing to this. We have not yet touched about this discussion. So first of all, for research, OpenAI வந்து deep research னு ஒரு model it has just launched. It's not yet come in India. So that exactly. So what were you doing in research? You went, you read multiple sources, you assimilated that source, and then you put them out in your words, and there's a model that is doing it for you, right? we like it, we don't like it, but that's what it is doing. But this is the bigger point which we have missed, and I'm glad towards the end we are coming out, is this whole thing about AGI and about human intelligence, right? So with 2 years back, when we did bunch of experiment with 3.5 GPT or even Gemini, it was called DaVinci. It couldn't do mathematics. It couldn't do engineering problems, right? But right now with DeepSeek Math was one of the first models, or with GPT 4o1, fantastically it's doing those mathematical problems, right? So actually, even as educationists, I would like you all to question about, I mean, let's be honest, the student out there is going to say, why should I be reading this? Right? Why should I? Night before the exam, I should sit and be doing it. So I think we should be viewing, I mean, whether we like it or not, AI at least forcing us to way in which we are going to ask them, right? Do you want them to just repeat what is there in a book for an examination? Or do you want to see what their critical thinking is? Is it the way in which...
So it can be used to make them think critically as well.
That is the thing. And of course, if this whole thing of AGI, I think this year they expect it to be a big year where, at least the models are showing data, right? So it's going to be much more complicated. As you said, in media, there are style guides. I don't want to name, so there are style guides which have been made with training data. So what literally the input is, a journalist in the press conference pay notes that can never be replaced by AI, at least as things stands right now. What he has to cover. He takes down those bullet points. He comes back, or in case of this video, it's going to be the chat transcript or the video. You put the chat transcript and you still say, I'd like you to highlight on what Ayan Karthikeyan said. I'd like you to highlight on what Unni said or Venkat said or whatever, and then it generates. So that aspect, so that's not there. But these are absolutely valid questions, and I don't think we have answers as yet. And we need to find out the answer together. We need to know where we are. We don't know where we are going. So let's figure this out together is where I'm coming from.
Just to add to what you said, so you had asked a question, what is the biggest threat that you think, that we think AI is posing? So one thing that I wanted to add that is with regard to the art value part. In the beginning, Sir said about AI not replacing music, and he's saying that, very optimistically and thankfully, that my career in music is probably safe.
That you have a plan B in place. Okay.
Yeah, but there also the danger is already there. One of my good friends, he had just developed a violin. You saw that, I guess? Yes. So the violin, it's an AI-based thing, so it's able to, as in Carnatic music, we have a violin accompaniment. So what you sing is all reproduced by the violin. So now he has come up with this machine that can listen, repeat, also improvise a little bit depending on the raga necessity. It follows you. Now completely, if you're looking at, say, if you're practicing as a solo in your room, then if you have this machine, it's going to cost, I'm sure. Still, if you're able to get that, then it might do the accompaniment part for you. And today it's just the first step. 10 years from now, we don't know where that is going. So one thing that seems to be, the biggest debate for me at least is, what is art? Be it film, be it music, be it painting, be it anything, design, anything that is generated with the help of AI, can we still call it art? So if you look at Cézanne, the great artist, he once said that anything that does not have emotion in it, that's not art anymore. So going by that, even if a little bit tweaking has been done with AI, can we still call it art? Because, after this Hollywood strike and other things, 2 recent films, they're now going through this problem. See, I think it's, the two, I forget the name of the film. So both of them had some dialogues, mere dialogues that were tweaked, that's all. But then the question is, if you go back to 1993, where Shobhana won her national award for a Malayalam film, she performed as a dancer, and all the dialogues in that film were dubbed by another artist. So the national award was given to her. Questions were asked, how can she claim her award because she only acted? The sound acting was done by somebody else. So similarly today for, be it, facial expression enhancement or dubbing, we are using AI. Now there is a contribution of AI, so that is eating into what we call as the human genius, which is by which we describe art. So there, I think that is where the very definition of art and art aesthetics may require to be recalibrated looking at where AI is coming at this point of time. And I think that is quite a bit of a danger.
So I would like to add two more things to what you said very closely, is about the transhumanism and digital immortality that can happen very soon, because even after we die, you know, when we kind of feed to AI our thinking process, or what we are reading, or what we want to do, or what we are researching upon, and when we kind of store this into the cloud spaces, and you know, people can actually access our thinking pattern and neural networks even after we die, and take on research or take on whatever we have left behind from there. So that part is actually happening right now. People are actually experimenting with the transhumanism and you know, digital immortality. So a person actually really never dies, and there is no death when it comes to thinking or whatever research that particular person is doing. So for example, Einstein may not be dead at all. Yeah, what he has done forever, from whatever he has thought or whatever he has conceived or whatever he's been doing, might be done 100 times more from the patterns of thinking that he has stored in for us. So this is happening, and AI is actually helping, especially in the educational realm that we're having right now.
Interesting. Very interesting perspective. Yeah, AI is being used even to create a lot of, even in the archaeological space and so on and so forth. Right. I think we have come to the end of the time permitted to us. We had a very interesting discussion on AI and media from the professionals working in this space, as well as from the academia. Dr. Vasant, do I open it for a Q&A, or do I? If there are any questions, no. Yes, I see one hand go up. Please come forward. I'll give you this.
Actually, my question revolves around the student's perspective. Like everyone, or the way the pattern where the glow world is going on, or the way it is moving, it seems like only AI will be leading the next generation. It is looking, or it seems like humanoid is going to be like something which is being adapted to a setting. Like we work daily, we sleep, we eat, we work. That is the routine going on after the COVID period. But after coming of this AI, it seems like it has been inbuilt inside the human being. We get up, we wake up by setting an alarm. We have a timer in that. That is itself an AI, which makes us, or which makes the work driven. It makes us think that we need to do some work after that set of time. Then after this period, I do think that we would even have a timing that it would suggest us what to do next. Then we don't plan ourselves what we need to do for the next generation. It seems like everything is being driven by some technology, and we adapt to it, and we change ourselves with the nature. But every day sun wakes up at the same time what it has to, the same time moon comes, everything is being parallelly done with the universe. Then why does human goes in this path? What do you see this as?
It's too philosophical, but I do, I mean, you're saying, if a question, I didn't still get the question. So if you have a question, I would, but yeah, I do understand. You're saying that we are doing a monotonous machine kind of repetitive stuff.
Do you ask like, why AI?
Why AI is not my question. It is a part and parcel of our life. Like what I'm asking is, we do use our calculator, simply making it more simple, we do use our calculator in our phone or a general pattern in formulated way. But we don't have it for like daily use of pattern. Sometimes we go to shop, we pay, we do have our own calculation. Okay, he is having this, then there is a price inflation or there is a recession in the prices. We have our own calculation. But when it comes to our work, we set everything. Like we have a daily goal, daily plan, daily task. We do according to that. But in coming this, after the COVID period, I do analyze many people, they have, like there are many apps in phone which have the goals, tasks to be tracked daily. But why do we go in that path? We don't come in the, like how the nature is going on. Like what previous 10 years it was. We do have everything to be simplified with ChatGPT, AI, Meta, and Facebook, Twitter, everything has been handled. But why only this? We don't make our own routine, our own study plans by ourselves or with the nature. Like for simple texting or having an ideology pattern, we don't refer text. We go in the media pattern. Why is that going so? Or is this correct to be adapted by the coming generations?
See, we have to adapt whatever the technology, new technology is there. We have to upgrade and update. That is inevitable. Okay? லைக் இந்த மாதிரியான கேள்வி எப்போல்லாம் புது டெக்னாலஜி வருதோ அப்போல்லாம் வரும். ஏன் அதை நம்ம யூஸ் பண்ணணும், அதை ஏன் நம்ம எடுத்துக்கணும் அப்படின்ற கேள்வி. ஃபஸ்ட்டு இஃப் ஐ எம் நாட் ராங், ஒரு வீல் கண்டுபிடிச்சது தான் உலகத்தை மாற்றுச்சுன்னு சொல்கிறாங்கல்ல, அந்த வீலை கூட கொஸ்டின் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. எதுக்கு வீல், எதுக்கு அதை யூஸ் பண்ணுறீங்க, இதெல்லாம் தேவையா அப்படின்னு. இப்போ நம்ம ஊர்லலாம் பெண்களுக்கு கிரைண்டர்னு ஒன்று வந்துச்சா, அது பெரிய அளவுக்கு பெண்கள் தான் யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க இல்லையா. ஃபஸ்ட்டு கொஸ்டின் என்ன கேட்டாங்கன்னா, கிரைண்டர் யூஸ் பண்ணாதீங்க, கையில் ஆட்டுங்க, அதுதான் ஆரோக்கியம் அப்படின்னாங்க. கரெக்டாக? அந்த கிரைண்டரு நீங்கள் பயன்படுத்தாமல் இருக்க போகிறதில்ல, அது வந்தே ஆகும், அதை நீங்கள் தவிர்க்கவே முடியாது. அது மாதிரி இப்போ இருக்கிற டெக்னாலஜியை யூ கேனாட் இக்னோர் அண்ட் லிவ். திஸ் இஸ் த நியூ டெக்னாலஜி, யூ ஹேவ் டு லிவ் வித் இட். நீங்கள் அதை கற்றுக்கிட்டு தான் செய்யணும், அது உங்கள் பயன்பாட்டில் இருக்க தான் போகுது. நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கிறத தவிர்க்கலாம் அல்லது தவிர்க்காமல் போகலாம். உலகம் அதை நோக்கி போயிட்டுருக்கு இல்லையா. டைப்ரைட்டர் யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்குது கேள்விப்பட்டீங்களா? டைப்ரைட்டர்.
Yes, a keyboard, mouse, everything.
There was typewriter and there was typewriting class in all the town cities. Everyone will learn in past and all, right? After computer is the new technology. Typewriter யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தவங்களாம் என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா, மைக் ஆஃப் பண்ணிடுங்க. கம்ப்யூட்டர் யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தாங்க, டைப்ரைட்டர் யூஸ் பண்ணவங்களாம் என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா, கம்ப்யூட்டர் யூஸ் பண்ண மாட்டேன் அப்படின்னாங்க. எதுக்கு கம்ப்யூட்டர், எனக்கு தான் டைப்ரைட்டர் இருக்குல்ல அப்படின்னாங்க. அவங்களாம் என்ன இருப்பாங்க 10 வருஷம் கழிச்சு? கம்ப்யூட்டரை கற்றுக்கிட்டவங்க தொடர்ந்து ஃபீல்டில் இருந்திருப்பாங்க, தொடர்ந்து வேலை செஞ்சுட்டு இருந்திருப்பாங்க. டைப்ரைட்டர் மட்டும் எனக்கு போதும்னு சொன்னாங்க, காணாமல் போயிருப்பாங்க. இஃப் யூ வாண்ட் டு மூவ் ஃபர்தர், யூ வாண்ட் டு அடாப்ட் த நியூ டெக்னாலஜி. எனக்கு பட்டன் ஃபோன் தான் யூஸ் பண்ணுவேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நிறைய பேர் இருப்பாங்க. இன்றைக்கி பட்டன் ஃபோனே கிடையாது. யுவர் டச், ஃபெதர் டச், இந்த ஃபோன் தான் நம்ம யூஸ் பண்ணுறோம் இல்லையா. ஸோ எப்போ ஒரு புது டெக்னாலஜி இருந்தாலும் வேணான்னு சொல்கிறதுங்கிறது நம்மளை இந்த பழையதுலேயே நம்ம இருக்க போகிறோன்றதுக்கான அடையாளம். நம்ம புது டெக்னாலஜி அடாப்ட் தான் ஆகணும். அதில் லிமிட்டேஷன்ஸ் இருக்கும், சிக்கல் இருக்கும். பட் நம்ம புதுசாக அடாப்ட் ஆகிட்டு தான் ஆகணும். ஷர்ட் போட்டோம்ல, ட்ரெஸ்ஸு போட்டோம்ல, அதே ஒரு நியூ டெக்னாலஜி தான் இல்லையா. நான் பழைய மாதிரியே இருப்பேன் அப்படின்னா அது கன்சர்வேட்டிவ் ஐடியாலஜி. அந்த கன்சர்வேட்டிவ் ஐடியாலஜியை நம்ம உடைக்க தான் செய்யணும். புதுசாக போடுறோம்ல, ஏன் கண்ணாடி போடணும், நம்ம பழைய மாதிரியே இருக்கலாம்ல, அந்த மாதிரியான கொஸ்டின் தான் அது. ஸோ we always want to adapt. Human race evolves. We have to accept the evolving idea, technology, and we want to know, right? அப்படிதான். Thank you.
Just last question. Sorry for the disturbances. So as you stated earlier that we have worn a shirt.
இந்த கொஸ்டின் எனக்கு தானா?
No, it's general question, sir. As you stated, whoever has a doubt they can ask. So as a second question for this, so you said that we need to adapt according to the climate, what it is been going on. If it is rainy, we need to have raincoats and umbrellas likewise. Like in this case, as you suggested earlier, like we need to adapt to the changes. Then cancer is coming. Use a smartphone, button phone is not there, hacking is coming. As you stated, wearing shirt. I do understand, but our evolution is
கண்ணா எதில் வந்தீங்க?
Motorcycle, sir.
Motorcycle.
Yes.
சைக்கிள் ஆடலாம்ல.
Good for health, sir.
ஏன் ஹெல்த்தை மீறி பண்ணுறீங்க? ஏன் பண்ணுறீங்க?
We need to survive, sir.
It saves your time.
Yeah.
World works in that way. நமக்கு நேரத்தை மிச்சப்படுத்துறதை தான் பண்ணுறோம். நம்ம பண்ணுற எல்லா வேலையும் நம்ம வேலையை குறைக்கும். இப்போ எல்லாம் யோசித்து இதெல்லாம் பண்ணி முடிச்சுட்டு இப்போ என்ன பண்ணுறோம்னா, நம்ம யோசிக்கணுமான்னு யோசிக்கிறோம். நம்ம யோசிக்க வேறு செய்யணுமா, அது ஒரு வேலையாக இருக்கே அப்படின்னு யோசிச்சுட்டு நமக்கு பதிலாக கம்ப்யூட்டர் யோசிக்கிறதுக்கான வேலையை செஞ்சிட்ருக்கோம். ஓகேவா? நம்ம தங்கிட்டோம்னா அங்கேயே தங்கிடுவோம். இப்போ 1/2 மணி நேரம் ஆகுது நீங்கள் ஊரில் இருந்து உங்கள் வீட்டிலேருந்து வர்றதுக்கு, மோட்டர் சைக்கிள் வந்தீங்கன்னா 5 மினிட்ஸில் வந்துடலாம். அஃப்கோர்ஸ் அதில் வந்து கார்பன் எமிஷன் இருக்கா இல்லையா, பிரச்சனை இருக்கா இல்லையா, ஆக்சிடென்ட் ஆகுமா இல்லையா, வழியில் யாராவது இடிச்சிருவீங்களா இல்லையா, எல்லாம் இருக்குது. வி ஹேவ் டு அடாப்ட். அதெல்லாம் தாண்டி தான் நம்ம அடாப்ட் பண்ணுறோம் இல்லையா. இஷ்யூஸ் வரதான் செய்யும், ஹேக்கிங் இருக்க தான் செய்யும். வீட்டை பிரித்து ஓட்டை பிரித்து உள்ளே குதிச்சு திருந்தாங்கல்ல, பிக் பாக்கெட் அடித்தாங்கல்ல, இப்போ கார்டு மேலே 16 நம்பர் இருக்குன்னு சொல்கிறோம், அவ்வளோதான். அதுக்கு நீங்கள் யூ ஹாவ் டு அவேர், ஓகே இதெல்லாம் ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்குது, அந்த ப்ராப்ளம் எப்படி நம்ம சால்வ் பண்ண போகிறோம், நம்ம எப்படி வந்து சேஃபாக இருக்க போகிறோன்றதை யூ ஹாவ் டு லேர்ன். சிஸ்டம் அடாப்ட் பண்ணணும். நீங்கள் இப்போ நீங்கள் நோ சொன்னீங்கன்னா ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸாக இருக்க டீப் சீக்கை மூடிடுவாங்களா? கிடையாது. யூ வில் பி இன் அ பர்டிகுலர் பொசிஷன், யூ வில் சே நோ அண்ட் யூ வில் நாட் அடாப்ட். There is no other possibility to overcome this, right? You have to understand. You have to accept. Accepting technology is fine.
Yeah, I do understand, sir. What my core point is, today's generation is moving in the same direction as you're stating, like adapting and renewing
What direction we can
thing.
go? What direction we can go? Please suggest.
So today, even Britain and UK, like all the advanced countries,
I just want to come and say one statement which
Yes,
I
sir.
started with.
Yes, sir.
In life, you always do things.
Yes, sir.
When there are tools with which you can do those things better, you will start doing better things.
Got it, sir.
That's the point I'm trying to make. You will, that's
Dude, you are so young. Sir is the senior most person in the campus, I guess.
Got it, sir.
So he's ready to adopt the technology, learn the technology, and he's bringing some cool dudes to do some AI stuffs. You have to be enough curious, right? Youngsters should be more curious.
Yes, sir.
And he is ready to learn the new technology. When a youngster comes and says AI is too much, that is not okay, right?
No, when we get to know what the negative is, we get to know what the advantage.
Yeah, there
so
will
it
be
makes
negative.
the path more clearer where we got to.
Yeah, I allowed to answer you. I want to make you understand. So that is a problem for me. What can I do?
Today's our projects, we use ChatGPT and another tools for the fundamental analysis.
They asked me 15 minutes appointment.
Thank you, sir.
And
I got the answer
I
actually.
gave you a 20 minutes appointment now.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thanks for asking the question.
Welcome, sir.
Just
Yeah.
one point. New technologies will bring new problems, and new technologies will come to solve the new problems also. Yeah, so everything is going in this, like sir said, getting the job done in a sooner, better manner. If there is a problem, another better, solution will come for that again through technology. Unfortunately or fortunately. Yes.
Right. I think with this we'll end today's session. Thank you to all the dignitaries present for the panel.
Thank you so much.
That brings us to the end of this insightful discussion on media and artificial intelligence. A big thank you to our esteemed panelists for sharing their valuable perspectives.
I request Dr. Manjula Venkataragavan to felicitate Ms. Sharmila Christie for chairing the session Media Ethics and Standards at yesterday's online session.
Requesting the participants to be seated, we will begin with the valediction in 5 minutes as we set up the stage. இதுக்கு தான் கேட்டுட்டு
Mic is on. I request all the students to switch off their mobile phones or put them in silent. Our principal is on the way, so please maintain some decorum. Thank you.
हाँ भाई पराठा लाए
ಪರಾತೆ ಅಲ್ಲ
ID पराठा
Good evening to one and all present here. I kindly request our Secretary Sir and Professor S. Raghuram to please come up on stage. Once again, good evening to one and all present here. In an era where technology is reshaping the way we consume, create, and share information, it is imperative that we uphold the highest standards of integrity, inclusivity, and accuracy. Our conversations on media diversity, ethics, digital transformation, and AI driven journalism have underscored the importance of adapting to change while remaining anchored in strong ethical principles. The insights shared here will undoubtedly serve as guiding principles for all of us as we navigate the challenges and opportunities ahead. It is an absolute honor to stand before you as we reach the valedictory of the event. Over the past sessions, we have engaged in thought-provoking discussions, exchanged valuable insights, and deepened our understanding of the ever-evolving media landscape.
I would now like to call our faculty, Ms. Lalita, to give the welcome address.
Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, distinguished scholars, and dear participants, it's with immense pride and great enthusiasm that I extend a warm welcome to each of you to the valedictory session of the International Conference on Media and Social Responsibility. At the very outset, I express my profound gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Professor Dr. S. Raghuram, Dean of Faculty of Arts, University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. I would like to welcome Sri Ashok Kumar Mundra, Secretary, DG Vaishnav College, our beloved principal, Dr. S. Santosh Babu. I would also like to welcome all the resource people for gracing the occasion and for being a part of MSR 2.0. During the day's session, we have engaged in insightful discussions on the evolving role of media in shaping society, ethics, and responsibility in the digital age. From the rise of AI-driven content to the challenges of misinformation, this conference has reinforced the importance of ethical media practices in today's fast-paced digital world. I now invite our distinguished speakers to share their closing thoughts as we reflect on the key takeaways from the conference. Thank you and welcome once again to this valedictory session. Thank you.
Now, I would like to call our Secretary, Shri Ashok Kumar Mundra, sir, to deliver the presidential address.
Respected dignitaries on of the dais, distinguished academicians, eminent media professionals, esteemed guests, faculty members, and my dear students. It is with immense pride and deep sense of fulfillment that I stand before you today to deliver the presidential address at the valedictory function of this two-day International Conference on Media and Social Responsibility. This academic congregation has been a confluence of brilliant minds, fostering insightful discussion on the ever-evolving role of media in shaping societies and upholding ethical responsibilities. Over the past 2 days, we have been privileged to host distinguished academicians from esteemed institutions in the United States, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, alongside our own eminent scholars from premier Indian universities and colleges. Their intellectual contributions have been invaluable in broadcasting our understanding of media, ethics, accountability, and its profound impact on democracy and public discourse. Additionally, we have had the honor of engaging with seasoned media professionals who have shared their real-world experiences and perspectives, adding an essential practical dimension to our deliberation. The thematic session conducted during this conference have provided a rich tapestry of knowledge, shedding light on crucial aspects such as media bias, misinformation, corporate influence, digital ethics, and the role of journalism in fostering an informed society. The depth and diversity of discussion have sparked meaningful debates and have set a roadmap for future discourse in media studies and policy information. As we reach the culmination of this enlightening journey, it is imperative to acknowledge the collective effort that has made this conference a grand success. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers, panelists, and moderators whose expertise has enriched this platform. Most importantly, I commend our enthusiastic participants, scholars, researchers, and students who have engaged actively, raising pertinent questions, sharing perspective, and contributing to an intellectual environment that promotes critical thinking and responsible media practices. This conference may be drawing to a close, but the conversation and insights we have gained here will continue to resonate and inspire meaningful action. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that media remains a pillar of truth, integrity, and social progress. I urge each one of you to take forward the learning from these 2 days, be it in academics, media partners, media practice, or policy making, and contribute towards a more ethical and socially responsible media landscape. As we bid farewell, let us carry with us the spirit of inquiry, collaboration, and the relentless pursuit of truth. Let this be the beginning of a larger movement towards responsible media practices that serve humanity with authenticity and fairness. Once again, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you for making this conference a remarkable success. Wishing you all a journey of continued learning and impactful contribution to society. Thank you, and we may meet again on yet another academic endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. G. Vasant, Head of the Department, to felicitate our Principal, Dr. S. Santosh Babu, sir. I now request our Principal, Dr. S. Santosh Babu, sir, to say a few words to the gathering.
Jai Sri Krishna. Very warm good evening to all. The revered and Honorable Secretary Sri Ashok Kumar Mundraji, the revered Chief Guest Professor S. Raghuram, the Head of the Department Dr. Vasant and his team, faculty members, experts from various domains, and my dear students, friends. Today, from the morning onwards, not only morning onwards, for the past 1 month, I was discussing with Dr. Vasant about this conference, which took place very successfully today. Witnesses the students who are sitting here. So I'd like to congratulate the department for doing this. Dear students, the present scenario, the role of higher education plays very important in all domain, whether it is media science or whether it is basic science or any other science. Especially the media science, where the coordination between the real-time knowledge and the teaching things has to be combined together. For that only I think the department and the management and myself have selected 2 people. One chief guest is Prabhu Chawla from the newspaper, and the validatory chief guest is Professor S. Raghuram from academics. So both academics and the news or print media, whatever the media, has to work combined together. Because when we send the students from our institution, we should make the students as a responsible citizen of a country or the whole world. Previously, we used to think locally with the state, but now we are thinking not only with the state, we are thinking about national level, and we are thinking about the global level, whether it is climate change or whatever may be. So in this concept, where the role of the higher learning institution is growing tremendously, where the pressure mounted on the faculty members is also very high. When we started this visual communication early 90s, where it was started in the Govardhan block, where our facilities are very less, only 1 or 2 labs, 1 or 2 media center like that. But at the same time, as a management, our management thought of upgrading the system, and they thought of providing a separate space in Ganga block in the year 2017-16, where we are able to get 3-4 things, recording centers and everything. Still we are working hard to improve the quality and improve the infrastructure on par with the industry standard. Because previously this visual communication was taught in very few institutions. Now it is not like that. So we have to be a responsible thing where the management are taking a lot of things. Simultaneously, because of the external world and because of the management pressure, we the academicians, as a principal of the college, as HOD of the college, and other faculty members, where we are put up in lot of pressure in providing a quality curriculum to the students community, whether it is media field or whether any domain. Even when you go for life science, when you go for application side. Suppose when you go for a basic science, always the maths, physics, chemistry will be the same. There are little changes going on in electrical engineering like that. But when you come for the visual communication, every day the trend is changing. Not only the content writing, we have to experience ourselves with the technology. For example, previously with the doctor used to operate through his hands, but now the doctor should be well versed with the equipment. Then only they can go for keyhole surgery and other surgeries. Like that, the visual communication faculties have to upgrade themselves towards the latest technology, and they have to create an imagination. If they are able to do that, then only the students community will be benefit. With that pressure, I know very well that in our institution, our department, visual communication department or any department, I'm not talking about only any department, continuously we are upgrading our curriculum, upgrading our infrastructure with the support of the management. So with both together, working together to provide a quality education for Dwarakadas Gorandas Vaishnav College. Because of that only, we are existing in the system for the past 60 years. This time we are conducting the Diamond Jubilee celebration. So this is the background of these things. Then come to the Congress. This conference is 2.0. And this 2.0, where we have able to get many good speakers. When you go through the speaker, even we have not left Dr. Krishna Priya. He's an old faculty member. Since she have gone to Shastra, we have not left him. What he learned from Shastra, we want to have it in Vaishnav College. For example, I'm telling all the speakers like that. For example, your Omar from Malaysia. What has happened in Malaysia, we should know about that. That's why these type of international conferences are conducted in order to present, in order to know what is happening around the world. That's why the chief guest also is there. The second part is, always for the past 2 years, I have made a very correct point that the conference was conducted only the faculty members. That I have changed. Any conference, if the students, if the department is conducting, I made that the students have to present the paper. If the students start thinking about the new concept, if you are able to create a platform, the students to present the paper, I'll be very happy so that it is going on. Even usually when the people will go for international visit, there will be a immersion program, everything. We have gone for information recently. Next 2 days, the girl students of our institution is going to Malaysia for INTI University. Where we are going to do this, they are doing a course on data analytic, they are going to go on data security. Apart from that, they are going to present the paper in the conference. It is not that people going to Malaysia and visiting all the places. They will be visiting, that is there. But apart from that, they should be given a platform to present the things in the international platform. So they are going to INTI University auditorium like this, there they are going to present. Already our students presented at another university where they are well appreciated by that particular thing. So the students community, all the students community is sitting in front of me, they should be given an opportunity. The role of the faculty members, though the infrastructure is provided by the management, utilization of the infrastructure is very important. So I am able to tell that this utilization is done by the Viscom department is effectively by doing lot of consultancy activities And I'm giving a separate things for the Viscom students. If they are getting any consultancy work or any work outside, they are given a OD. So these are the things. Now the total higher education have changed. Just like coming to the college and sitting for 5 hours and reading books, writing the exam, scoring marks. This is only 20-25%. Conference like this, value-added courses, all these things will support the students to compete with the outside world to come up in their life successfully. So where I can appreciate the Department of Visual Communication, have done a very good job. Even in the morning, I'm not able to come to this because I am standing for a syndicate election for University of Madras to represent the faculty and the student community. While going in a car, I am seeing all the things through video, the technology. Right from the beginning, what is happening, everything, who spoke, what happened in the deliberation, everything I have watched to the YouTube. That is the technology. So the technology helps the people, even they are there, they are virtually, they can recognize. Like that, the AA. AA plays an important role, but AA could not replace the individual. AA could not replace the individual. It is a tool. This tool can be used for media science. This tool can be used for any medical science. It can be used for automobile engineering. It can be used for various domains. It is like a language, like Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, like that. AI, artificial intelligence, is a type of language. How we are using that for the regular things. For every time we could not go for ChatGPT and write the content. Even I saw some write-ups. Once if I see the write-up, if I speak on my own, I feel that the things will come correctly. Like media also. As a student, as a journalist, you have to go to the place and you have to see that, you have to analyze, then you have to replace. You have to write. Then only that will work out. But AI tools and other things can be, it's a tool. But final output is not an output of an AI. The final output is the thing which comes from your heart. Every journalist should be a responsible citizen. They should be responsible in their work so that they can do it. So I'm very happy that the whole day deliberations have went on very well. The various speakers from other people have come here and delivered things. Definitely the students community of our institution have benefited more on this. So this is the success of this particular conference. We made it a point, every department is conducting a conference in our institution. This SRG auditorium is meant only for invited talk. This is only meant for conferences, seminars. No other program will be conducted. So I'm happy to state that. So any institution, but we have culturals. Yesterday we have artistics program. The students presented wonderfully in various 20 events. So our students who are sitting in front of me are a multi-fascinated person. They are good in academics, they are good in extracurricular, they are good in sports activity. I am not talking about AL Mudaliar. Apart from AL Mudaliar, there is a lot of department activities have conducted sports activities. Even today I went to hostel. Have started the carom sports activity in sports. So the students who have come to our Vaishnava College would not be taught only the subject. They should go beyond the bookwork. That is the purpose of this institution. Definitely I want to speak to you. That's why I made a point to come for this valedictory function. All the best. I like to thank the management, the secretary, Shri Ashok Kumar Mundraji, for supporting a lot for me in developing the institution in a successful manner. All the best. Thank you.
I now request our principal, Dr. S. Santosh Babu sir, to felicitate Mr. Karunakaran and Ms. Blessina from the Federal for being the digital media partner. Thank you, sir. Some leaders shape their fields while others transcend them, bridging academia, media, and innovation with a vision that leaves a lasting impact. Our guest today is one such trailblazer whose journey spans research, journalism, and communication, inspiring countless minds along the way. A thinker, a mentor, and a pioneer in his domain. He continues to redefine the boundaries of knowledge and storytelling. Let's offer a hearty welcome to Professor S. Raghuram. Professor S. Raghuram is a distinguished professor and researcher in material science and technology, currently serving as the Dean of Faculty of Arts at the University of Jaffna. His career spans academia, media, and consultancy, with former roles including IEC Specialist, Chief Editor of Namadhi Irand, Editor of Yar Dinakural, and key positions in broadcast media at MTV Colombo and Vijay TV India. A recipient of multiple accolades, he was awarded the Inchakal SJ Gold Medals for the academic excellence in BSc Visual Communication, the Ladden Memorial Prize for English Proficiency, and the first rank gold medal for overall performance, to name a few. His contributions to media were further recognized with the PANAS South Asia Conflict and Media Fellowship and the Commonwealth Fellowship for PhD research. Beyond academics, Professor Raghuram has made a significant impact in journalism, media writing, and development communication, authoring 300 plus editorials and 40 plus feature articles in Tamil newspapers. His dedication to research, mentoring, and interdisciplinary innovation continues to shape the fields of media science and communication. We welcome you, sir. I now request our Secretary, sir, to felicitate our Chief Guest, Professor S. Raghuram. I also request our Principal, sir, to hand over our Tirupati Devasthanam book to our esteemed Chief Guest. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call our faculty, Ms. Gayatri, to give the summary of the day's proceedings.
Good evening. The Department of Visual Communication organized a 2-day international conference on media and responsibility. The event brought together academicians, researchers, and industrial professionals to explore critical themes related to media ethics, diversity, and artificial intelligence. The conference featured 3 thematic sessions, each addressing a key aspect of media studies. On day 1, the sessions were chaired by experts. The first session on media ethics and standard was led by Ms. Sharmila Christie, focusing on the ethical aspect of journalism and media organization. The second session, Media Diversity and Representation, chaired by Dr. Archana, explored the importance of voice in media narratives. The third session, Media and AI, led by Dr. Krishna Priya, focused on the influence of artificial intelligence on content creation and media consumption. The conference saw 51 research papers presented covering a wide range of topics related to media and social responsibility. Among these, 15 papers were contributed by students, reflecting the growing interest of young scholars in media studies. As a mark of recognition, 3 outstanding papers received Best Paper Awards for the insightful contribution. On day 2, the conference was inaugurated by Mr. Prabhu Chawla, who addressed the gathering, and Dr. Kristen, who delivered a keynote address. The conference featured resource person and expert discussion on key media aspect challenges. The first session on media ethics and standard includes insight from Dr. Manjula Venkatragavan and Dr. Bahia, who spoke about journalism, integrity, and framework. The second session on media diversity and representation featured Dr. Uma Vangal and Dr. Manisha, who highlighted the role of media in shaping narratives. The third session on media and AI took the form of panel discussion featuring academician Dr. Deborah Raj and Dr. Jayakrishnan, along with the industrial expert Mr. Venkatragavan and Mr. Ayan Karthikeyan, and moderated by Dr. Manjula. The discussion explored AI, media innovation, ethical challenges, and the future of AI in journalism. The conference concluded with a validity keynote address by Professor S. Raghuram. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to invite Professor S. Raghuram, sir, to address the gathering.
The principal of the college, secretary, head of the Department of Visual Communication, professors, and the students. Good evening to you all. It's a very great pleasure to me and the privilege to be a part of the International Conference on Media and Social Responsibility. I hope that
this time, this avenue will provide a good placement to have a future memorandum of understanding with the University of Jaffna and the college in future. So I hope that we will move towards and have a good relationship with the Vaishnava College and hope to have more collaborative action from this point onwards. So that to manage the time, I will go directly to the keynote address. My title of the keynote address is Ethical Regulatory Mechanism for Media, a Sri Lankan Experience. So can I have a... it's okay. Yes, the first I wish to introduce that the ethical regulation, the importance of ethical regulation for media. The ethical regulatory mechanism for media refer to a system of frameworks designed to ensure that media organizations and professionals operate in a way that is responsible, fair, and consistent with ethical standards. These mechanisms seeks to balance the freedom of expression with the need to protect individuals, society, and democracy from potential harm caused by unethical media practices. In Sri Lanka, the media landscape has evolved with challenges related to press freedom, media ownership, and ethical practices. The regulation and monitoring of media content are keys to ensuring the journalistic standards are maintained, misinformation is minimized, and the public receives accurate, unbiased information. Here an overview of Sri Lanka's ethical regulatory mechanism for media and the operational structure, strength and weakness. So this is the roadmap of my presentation. The first I am going to deal with the Sri Lanka Press Council, and secondly the Press Complaint Commission of Sri Lanka, and third Digital and Social Media Regulation and Online Safety Act, the newly introduced act, and finally the role of civil society and media watchdog in Sri Lanka. The first I will go through the Sri Lanka Press Council. The Sri Lanka Press Council has been first established as a statutory board on 14th June 1973 as per the regulations of the Press Council Act number 5 of 1973 under the purview of the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting to maintain journalistic ethics and address complaints about the media. This is the first action taken by the Sri Lankan government. It serves to newspaper registration. Registration of newspaper had become a prime objective of the Press Council with its inception in 1973. A proper state institution for registration of newspapers did not exist, ensuring the safeguard of character of Sri Lankan press in accordance with the highest professional standards and discouraging absence publication had been occurred with the commencement of registration of newspapers. The second objective, courses and seminars. Even though various state institutions, universities, private institutions and organizations conduct courses of journalism, it is the responsibility of the Sri Lanka Press Council to conduct systematic seminars and workshops on journalism and communication study in accordance with the government policies. It is expected to popularize a better media culture within the island. And third objective, encourage media outlets to align to established code of conduct. The second mechanism in Sri Lanka, that is Press Complaint Commission of Sri Lanka, we call it at PCCSL. The Press Complaint Commission of Sri Lanka is a voluntary self-regulatory mechanism inaugurated on October 15, 2003 by the media industry following an international conference whose outcome was the Colombo Declaration on Press Freedom and Social Responsibility of 1998 and revisited in 2008 and 2018. It has a vision to promote the code of professional practice of the Editors Guild of Sri Lanka as a means towards promoting self-regulation in the print media while emphasizing its importance towards ethical reporting in building a socially responsible press to resolve disputes between the print media and public through conciliation, mediation, arbitration, and to advocate for more responsible media. Then third one, it's about the control over the digital and social media. Digital and Social Media Regulations and Online Safety Act. With the rise of digital and social media platforms, ethical issues like fake news, hate speech, and misinformation have become more prevalent in Sri Lanka. In response, the media activists have been exploring various mechanisms to regulate online content voluntarily. However, the challenge lies in ensuring these measures do not violate freedom of expression. The Social Media Declaration Colombo highlights the need of a code of conduct for responsible social media usage. This declaration is an attempt to recognize the inviolable importance of the freedom of expression on or over social media, yet at the same time, encourage and strengthen the ethical, progressive, democratic, and pro-social use of social media. As a recent development, the Online Safety Act, which controls the digital media and social media, comes to the power. The Online Safety Act number 9 of 2024 is a Sri Lankan Internet Safety Act aimed at regulating its citizens' internet usage. It was announced in September 2023 and passed by Parliament on 24th 2024. The Act aims to make provisions to prohibit online communication of certain statements of fact in Sri Lanka and prevent the use of online accounts and inauthentic online accounts for prohibited purposes. And the fourth one, the role of civil society and media watchdogs. Civil society organization and media watchdog groups such as the Free Media Movement, Center for Policy Alternative, Sri Lanka Working Journalist Association, Sri Lanka Tamil Media Alliance, Sri Lanka Muslim Media Forum, Federation of Media Employees Trade Union, South Asian Free Media Association, SAFAMA Sri Lankan Chapter, and the press clubs of Jaffna, Mullaitivu, Kilinochchi, Vavuniya, and Batticaloa play a critical role in holding media outlets accountable. They advocate for press freedom and media independence, monitor ethical violation in media practices, promote public awareness about the importance of responsible media consumption. Now we will go through one by one and see the role and whether they achieve their objective or not one by one. As I said earlier that the first foremost effort made by Sri Lankan government, that is called Sri Lanka Press Council. You can see some of the cartoons illustrated by that very popular cartoonist from Sri Lanka. So see that the current condition of the recent years and the present time also, that how that press freedom is affected by the different manipulations and interventions. So these are some of the cartoons will explain you visually, that how that things are going on. So the media has become a tool for the government interventions. Okay, now we will move to the Sri Lanka Press Council. Yes, as I said earlier, the Sri Lanka Press Council plays a key role in regulating and promoting ethical standards within the media in Sri Lanka. However, despite its mandate, the Press Council has faced several setbacks and challenges that have affected its ability to fully carry out its responsibilities effectively. Some of the main setbacks includes, the first one, legal authority is limited. One of the most significant challenges the Sri Lanka Press Council faces is limited legal authority. While the council can issue recommendation and media complaints, it does not have the power to enforce binding decisions. The means that media outlets or journalists can choose to ignore the council finding without facing legal or professional consequences, reducing the effectiveness of its role in regulating ethical standards. And the second thing actually make it weak, that is lack of independence. There are some concern about independence of the Press Council. Being a government-appointed body, the Press Council is sometimes seen as vulnerable to political interference. This raises questions about its impartiality when handling compliance or overseeing media content that may be critical of the government. A perceived lack of independence can undermine public trust in the Council's ability to function as an objective regulator of the media. Then third one, weak enforcement mechanism. The Sri Lanka Press Council has been criticized for inability to effectively enforce its own recommendations. While it can issue public statements or reprimands, these lack the power to directly influence the media industry or compel outlets to comply with ethical standards. And fourth one, limited reach and influence. The Press Council primarily focus on print media, which has become less dominant in the face of growing digital and broadcast media. In an era of rapid technological change, the Sri Lanka Press Council's focus on print journalism limits its reach and impact. Digital platforms such as social media are largely beyond its control, which allows misinformation, fake news, and harmful content to proliferate unchecked. Then third one, media ownership concentration. In Sri Lanka, the media ownership concentrated in the hands of few large corporations, which can lead to biased coverage and sensationalism. The Press Council has limited ability to address these issues as it lacks sufficient regulatory power to monitor and control media conglomerates. Media ownership concentration also undermined the diversity of viewpoints, which is essential for ethical journalism. Lack of resources is another disadvantage to function for the Sri Lanka Press Council. The Press Council has often been criticized for its lack of resources, both financial and human. With limited funding, it is difficult for the Council to carry out its responsibility effectively. And the weak public awareness and engagement also made an impact. There is often a lack of public awareness about the role and function of the Press Council. Many citizens are unaware of how to file complaints or how the council operates, which means that the public does not fully engage with a mechanism in place to hold the media accountable. Then resistance from the media professionals. As I highlighted earlier, that the main administration is appointed by the government. Many journalists and media outlets in Sri Lanka are resistant to the Press Council's oversight. Some views it is an encroachment on their editorial freedom, and there is a skepticism about the council effectiveness and objectivity. And another important point to make it weakness, that failure to address new media challenges. With the rise of digital media, including social media platforms and online news sites, the Press Council has struggled to adapt its regulation to new challenges. And political and legal pressure, challenges in addressing press freedom violations also another important thing. While the Press Council is supposed to protect press freedom, it has been ineffective in addressing serious violation of press freedom in Sri Lanka, such as threats, harassment, or violence against journalists. You know that the Sri Lanka has recorded that so many unethical disappearance and imprisonments for the journalists. The council has been criticized for not being proactive enough in defending journalists' rights and for not doing enough to combat impunity for crimes committed against the media. So these are the things actually that made the Press Council is very ineffective. So the Sri Lanka Press Council, despite its more important role in regulating and promoting ethical journalism, faces numerous setbacks that limits its effectiveness. These challenges include its lack of enforcement power, limited scope, independent concerns, and resistance from media industry itself. To address these setbacks, there is a need for structural reforms, greater sources, and more robust mechanism for regulating both traditional and digital media platforms in Sri Lanka. Then we are expecting a more independent, well-funded, and comprehensive regulatory body could help ensure that the media remains a force for truth, accountability, and social good. Then I will move to the second part, that is the Press Complaint Commission. The Sri Lanka has a code of ethics for journalists that outlines standards and guidelines for responsible journalism. The code of practice, which is binding on all press institutions and journalists, aims to ensure that the print media in Sri Lanka is free and responsible and sensitive to the needs and expectations of its readers while maintaining the highest standards of journalism. This Press Complaint Commission of Sri Lanka was established by the Editors Guild of Sri Lanka, and compared with Sri Lanka Press Council, is more independent. So that Sri Lanka Press Complaint Commission is an important institution established to address complaints related to unethical journalism and practices in the media. However, like the Sri Lanka Press Council, the Press Complaints Commission has faced various weaknesses and setbacks that have hindered its ability to effectively regulate and promote media ethics in the country. Again, that limited legal authority enforcement power is a setback to it. That, as I said earlier, look like Sri Lanka Press Council, one of the primary weaknesses of the Press Complaint Commission is its limited legal authority to enforce its decision. The Commission can only issue recommendations or suggestions to media outlets and journalists, but it cannot impose any binding legal penalties. This lack of enforcement power significantly reduces its ability to compel media organizations to comply with its ruling, meaning that even when unethical practices are identified, there are no direct consequences if media outlets choose to ignore the Commission's finding. So this is that setback we have noted in several times. Then again, the lack of independence, because it comes under the Sri Lanka Editors Guild. The Editors Guild is not ready to take very serious actions about their inner side of faults and misbehaviors. Then limited jurisdiction, slower response time, that is also another important point I wish to highlight here. Then lack of resources, lack of cooperation from the media, ineffective enough in addressing system issues. And public unawareness of the compliance process. So this is a larger struggle to us to implement a good mechanism for media freedom in Sri Lanka. Many Sri Lankans are unaware of how to file complaints with the Press Complaint Commission or the role of the Commission plays in regulating media ethics. This lack of awareness is compounded by insufficient public outreach or education campaigns about the Commission's function. Then the limited impact on digital media and fake news. So the uprising issues regard to the digital media and social media. Since it's that Press Complaint Commission's efforts only concentrated on the print media side, it's unable to take over the issues which relevant to the social and new media platforms. So the Sri Lanka Press Complaint Commission, while playing a critical role in addressing media ethics and promoting responsible journalism, the challenges include limited enforcement power, lack of independence, slow response time, and inadequate resources also affects its active participation. Then when we move to the third part, that is that how we have that current scenario regarding that digital and social media regulation and online safety act, which is newly established. The social media declaration adopted in Colombo 2019 represents an important step in addressing the challenges posed by social media in Sri Lanka. It was aimed to promoting responsible use of social media while acknowledging the growing influence of platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and others on public discourse, political processes, and social dynamics. So that under the key aspects of the social media declarations, the first one, combating misinformation and hate speech. The declaration emphasized the importance of addressing misinformation, fake news, and hate speech on social media platforms. The secondly, it's targeted on encouraging respect for diversity and social harmony. That is a key element of the declaration, is the encouragement of tolerance and respect for diversity on social media platform. And third one, the promoting accountability and transparency. The declaration calls for great accountability and transparency from both users and social media platforms. And fourth one, the personal responsibility and ethical conduct. That is the central theme of the Code of Conduct, is the idea of personal responsibility. Social media users are expected to use social media platforms in a way that align to ethical guidelines such as truthfulness, integrity, and fairness, and avoid spreading harmful and unverified information that could lead to violence or damage reputations. The fifth one, collaboration between stakeholders. That is also another important key aspects in the social media declaration. So among the government, social media companies, the big tech companies, civil society organization, and users. So this mandate is trying to cover all these stakeholders and make them a very good relationship when the issues rises up. Then another very important aspect it has, that promoting digital literacy. The declaration underscores the importance of digital literacy in the modern age. It encourages educational initiative to teach people how to navigate social media platform ethically, evaluate the credibility of information, and understand the risks associated with online interaction. That's why that government now that seriously concentrate on how to develop media literacy among the school-going children and the university students. Legal framework and governance. The declaration calls for a legal framework that promotes to responsible use of social media without interfering on freedom of expression. So these, even though that it has a lot of aspects related to these type of very positive things, but there are challenges and criticisms of the declaration. Since it's only a declaration, it has no legal binding to cover that the very serious measures to be taken against the violations. So that while the social media declaration and code of conduct provide useful guidelines for responsible social media use, they have also faced criticism and challenges. The first one, balancing regulation and freedom of expression, and enforcement and compliance, digital divide. Not all Sri Lankans have equal access to digital platforms, and those without internet access or the skills to navigate social media responsibly may be excluded from the benefits of the declaration's goals. So even though the government take very constructive efforts to have that public Wi-Fi system to all over the country, but it's not materialized so far. So under these changes, that I wish to talk about that the recent development of challenges and criticism of the Online Safety Act. So that government now tried to implement this one. It has been passed through the parliament, but the very pathetic condition, the new government also not appointed the commission to make it practical, to make it implement. So this is the Online Safety Act, has been criticized by human rights groups, journalists and opposition politicians as a means of stifling freedom of speech. Media and civil rights groups accused the previous government of trying to introduce more repressive laws is an attempt to suppress the public rights to expression as a narrow efforts with the aim of winning the election at any cost. Even not only that human rights groups, even that Asia Internet Coalition and industry group opposed the bill when it was first announced in the September last year. Managing Director Jeff Payne said in a statement at the time that the bill provides for a draconian system to stifle dissent and Sri Lankan's rights to expression. He further added, while our member companies take seriously the online safety of those who use their services, legislation should not dampen innovation by restricting public debate and the exchange of ideas that can consequently impact the digital economy. Even though I was a part of the team of the advisory group to help the government to talk with the main internet access groups, the tech companies, the mounted from Singapore, they simply ask us, okay, if you are going to have this type of restriction, what will happen to the whistleblowers? So they argued that the whistleblowers' role, the role of the whistleblowers are very important to have that the better democracy for the country. So if we have this type of Online Safety Act, it will actually degrade the activities of the whistleblowers. So that those type of interventions are now become barriers to implement the law in the country. Even not only that, the United Nations Human Rights Office also spoke against the bill in October. Yes. The raising issues with proposed punishment for violators, the organization said it include an overly broad definition of terrorism and grant wide powers to the police and to the military to stop, question and search and to arrest detained people with inadequate judicial oversight. So that apart from that, Article 19 and other 50 organizations have urged Sri Lanka's Ministry of Public Security to withdraw the proposed online safety bill and to conduct meaningful consultation with all stakeholders, including local groups. So now that even though the new Anurakumara Dissanayaka government came to power, the commission not appointed so far to proceed and implement the Online Safety Act so far. So under these circumstances, now that the media activists, journalist groups, and other civil society organizations propose some recommendation to the government, this will be the final part of my presentation. So that they have proposed some very constructive measures to be taken very quickly. The government should take urgent steps to establish an independent regulatory body to regulate the media sector in the public interest. The regulatory body should be accountable to the public and be independent from political and business interest. The government should launch an inclusive, multi-stakeholder discussion to determine the laws and policies needed to foster genuine pluralism and diversity of media in Sri Lanka. The researchers and civil society groups should expand their media monitoring work to go beyond content analysis and ethical consideration of editorial practice to also include the public tracking of political affiliations and the non-media business interest of media owners. Then very importantly that the civil society groups argued that the Sri Lanka Press Council Act, what I mentioned in the first one, established by the government, constituted by the government, that should be repealed and the state apparatus known as Sri Lanka Press Council should be abolished. So their demand is like that. Then they have proposed this expansion for Press Complaint Commission of Sri Lanka. The media industry should strengthen the Press Complaint Commission of Sri Lanka and also explore the possibilities of expanding its scope to cover broadcast and entirely web-based news media outlets. A national consultation should be held with all relevant stakeholders to determine how best to proceed. If the broadcasters are not agreeable to be a part of Press Complaint Commission of Sri Lanka, they should set up their own public complaints and grievance mechanism covering broadcast content. Then finally, the media should display culture of self-regulation. The media should ensure they have codes of ethics and editorial guidelines and publicize them widely so that there is more transparency and they are used in actual practice. So that finally that now the stand of the media activist groups to go for the self-regulatory system which can govern the media itself and regulate itself in their own. So this is the final recommendation made by the Sri Lanka media industry to promote that press freedom in Sri Lanka. So I try to cover that present existence scenario. So thank you very much for listening my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I stand elated to announce the Best Paper Awards for yesterday's online session. For the session Media Ethics and Standards, we have Ms. Suguna K. on her paper titled Feminist Approach on Critical Frame Analysis of Intimate Partner Violence News, Comparative Study on Shraddha's Murder Case and Mahalakshmi's Murder Case. And for the next session, Media Diversity and Representation, we have Ms. Sindhu Menaka, Dr. Mary Janila, and Ms. Vasuki Madhivandan on their paper titled The Influence of Parenting Styles and Media Usage on Modern Indian Parenting. And for the final session, Media and AI, we have Dr. M. Vageesan on his paper titled Empowering Learning Through AI, Exploring Credibility and Literacy in Media Education. Now, I would like to call Dr. G. Vasant Ma'am, our head of the department, to give away the vote of thanks.
Good evening. respected dignitaries, distinguished academicians, eminent media professionals, esteemed guests, faculty members, and dear students. I know it's been a long day for all of you, from the morning to evening, but I think we had a very good, insightful session today, from which we have a lot of takeaways if you have really got involved in every session. It is my profound honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this remarkable two-day international conference on media and social responsibility. This gathering has been an extraordinary intellectual journey graced by eminent academicians, media professionals, as we all witnessed today. On behalf of our college, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed speakers, panelists, and session moderators. Your invaluable insights and thought-provoking discussions have significantly contributed to a deeper understanding of the role and responsibility of media in shaping a just and informed society. I would like to express my sincere thanks to the New Indian Express for being our print partner and the Federal for being our digital partner. My gratitude goes to the media professionals and journalists for their extensive coverage of this conference. Your efforts in bringing our discussions to a wider audience will certainly help in spreading awareness about the crucial themes deliberated upon in these 2 days. To our enthusiastic participants, scholars, researchers, and students, your engagement, thought-provoking questions, and contributions have truly enriched the discourse. Your active participation is a testament to the significance of this subject and your commitment to responsible media practices. I extend my deepest gratitude to the management in general and Shri Ashok Kumar Mundra and Shri Ashok Kedia, Secretary and Treasurer of our college, to have always been the driving force behind all our endeavors. I would like to thank our principal, Dr. S. Santosh Babu, for his constant motivation and all those who have supported this endeavor directly or indirectly. Your encouragement and vision have played a crucial role in making this conference a resounding success. A special word of appreciation goes to our organizing team, both faculty and students, and the dedicated members of the Department of Visual Communication, whose tireless efforts, meticulous planning, seamless execution have been instrumental in ensuring the smooth conduct of this conference. I thank the admin and support staff of the college for their support whenever required. As we bring this conference to a close, let us carry forward the insights gained and work collectively towards fostering a more ethical and responsible media landscape. Thank you all once again and wishing you continued success in your academic and professional pursuits.
I request everyone to stand up for the national anthem. Requesting the audience to stay and leave after the guests